Before us lies Lianhua Peak, the place where Yunyi first appeared. This place is surrounded by steep mountains. To reach the main hall, one must ascend many steps. At this moment, two figures are walking up, two disciples of Yunyi. The female disciple, with a frowning and annoyed face, is saying, "Master's limit is approaching, and his condition is worsening. I wonder how the three younger martial sisters are doing on their expedition. To the secret realm to find medicine?" The man walking in front, upon hearing this, replied, "Fourth martial sister, Zhongli, can communicate with noble spirits. Fifth martial sister, Yuan Xiaolu, is skilled in medicine. And sixth martial sister, Yunyi, is extremely perceptive. There shouldn't be any problems. We just need to focus on transmitting spiritual energy to prolong Master's lifespan. Let's go. We've been taking turns caring for Master these past few days, so senior martial brother Gao Yao's original spiritual energy must be almost depleted." Hearing her senior brother say so, the fourth martial sister didn't dare to say anything more, only silently nodding and replying, "Yes, senior martial brother." While they were on their way, a great power surged within the main hall. Then a loud explosion erupted, attracting their attention. The senior martial brother, hearing it, said in alarm, "Not good. The mountain gate's protective formation has been breached." At this time, within the main hall, Yunyi was being held in the center of a yin-yang circle. His disciple Gao Yao was diligently transmitting his power without daring to rest for a second. He said, "Master, the aura of the three great sacred lands is aggressive. They're aiming for when you're at your weakest. Master, quickly wake up." Within his consciousness, Yunyi really wanted to reply to Gao Yao, "I want to wake up too. You little brat, I'm barely clinging to life right now, without even the strength to stand up and speak. To see enemies attacking our doorstep while I, as the master, am like this." Yunyi's true identity before transmigrating was Yunyi. He was reborn, becoming the Yunshini of a different continent. The demon lord Yunyi was deeply hated by the 8 sacred lands. Under his command were 6 powerful generals, most of whom had unfortunate pasts. The eldest disciple, Lang Feng, was the former prince of the Dao dynasty. His family was destroyed by the Daotian sacred land, and he was taken in by Yunyi. The second disciple, Yuan Zidi, was originally a 5-clawed golden dragon. Feared and hunted by the Jinlong sacred land, she was rescued and taken in by Yunyi as a newborn. The third disciple, Gao Yao, was a descendant of the God clan. Because his bloodline could be used to create divine grade, he was targeted by 2 great sacred lands and his clan was exterminated. The fourth disciple, Zhongli, was from the Ghost clan. Born into nobility, she was pursued by the righteous path. While escaping, she hid within Yunyi's magical artifact and was subsequently taken in. The fifth disciple, Yuan Xiaolu, had weak immortal fate but was skilled in alchemy and healing arts. She was raised by the Yaowang Valley's elder. Nearing his end, the elder entrusted Yuan Xiaolu to Yunyi. The sixth disciple, Yunyi, had a complex background. She experienced a tragic event at a young age and was the last bloodline of the Ling clan, entrusted to Yunyi by someone. Upon meeting her, Yunyi used a candied hawthorn skewer to lure her back with him, saying, "Eat the candied hawthorn and come back to Lianhua Peak with me. From now on, I, Yunyi, will protect you." And so Yunyi came under his wing. These 6 could almost be said to represent the dark history of many sects that called themselves righteous. Yunyi's 6 disciples were considered thorns in their sides. Added to the fact that Yunyi taught his disciples to avenge any wrongs and not let them linger overnight, this had long caused dissatisfaction among the major powers. Fortunately, he had cultivated diligently for 1,000 years and was now vaguely approaching the next realm. Below the demigod level, he was certainly unrivaled. Therefore, these hypocrites only dared to whisper behind his back and didn't dare to take any real action. Now Yunyi, still unconscious, was facing an attack from outside forces. Upon realizing the situation, the eldest disciple, Lang Feng, rushed off in a panic, shouting, "Not good! The mountain gate's protective formation has been broken. The Xinhua sacred land, the Tianshang sacred land, and the Jinlong sacred land. 3 great powers are approaching aggressively. This is bad." Gao Yao also sensed the attack, but he didn't leave Yunyi's side for a moment, continuing to transmit his spiritual power. He thought to himself, The formation contains a 10,000th of masters. Cultivation, yet it was broken so easily. Could it be that master has become weaker? After Lang Feng arrived and began transmitting spiritual power to their master, Gao Yao said to senior sister Zidi, "Senior sister, let's go and meet them in battle." Zidi agreed. Before leaving, she told Lang Feng, "Senior martial brother, master is entrusted to you." Gao Yao and Zidi left, leaving only Lang Feng with his master's soulless body. Outside the main hall, numerous flying ships appeared. They were the intruders who had destroyed the mountain gate's protective formation. Leading this combined attack were 3 individuals. Standing in the middle was Yu Lao, the old man with the white beard was Tian Shang, and the old man with the short beard was Long Tu. Each from a different sacred land. Yu Lao was the first to speak. "Yun Yi, you old thief! You arrogantly occupy the sacred Manhua Peak. You tolerate the traitors of the major sects, and allow them to commit evil deeds. The entire region suffers under your tyranny. Recently, my Xinyu's sacred land has observed that you are nearing your limit, so we have deliberately joined forces with the Tiancheng sacred land and the Jinlong sacred land, along with other righteous heroes, to eradicate evil for the sake of the world." Zidi responded with a disdainful snort, "Humph! What righteous heroes? If you have grievances with our master and disciple, you could have directly issued a challenge. You villains only dare to act when you see an opportunity, waiting until our master is at his weakest to strike. Speaking such grand words, isn't that cowardly?" Her words seemingly struck a nerve. Yu Lao, upon hearing this, angrily cursed, "Insolent! Truly a disciple of the demon Yin Yi. Master and disciple are birds of a feather. Truly beyond redemption." The old man, Long Tu, upon seeing Zidi, gave a sinister smile and said, "Yuan Zidi, long time no see. You've improved. An elder of my sacred land dares to provoke me. It seems your master has taught you quite a few good things. But don't forget how you groveled for mercy back in the Jinlong sacred land. Mutant dragon, you betrayed your own clan and joined the ranks of the evil demon Yin Yi, committing evil deeds everywhere. You are a disgrace to my Jinlong sacred land. Not killing you before was my mistake. Today, I will eliminate you." As he spoke, Long Tu gathered a large amount of qi in his palm. As soon as his words left his mouth, the qi in his hand was released, forming the image of a dark purple dragon. Zidi, originating from the Jinlong sacred land, upon seeing the old man use a dragon to attack, immediately summoned her golden dragon. The 2 dragons engaged in a fierce battle. However, it wasn't long before Zidi couldn't withstand the old man's attack and began to cough up blood. She clutched her chest in frustration, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! These days, transmitting spiritual energy to master has damaged my essence. Otherwise, how could a mere Long Tu force me into such a desperate situation?" She glanced at her golden dragon. The 2 dragons were still fiercely fighting, but with Zidi's remaining strength, it was no use. She was about to collapse. At this moment, Gao Yao rushed over with his sword in hand, shouting, "Senior sister! I'm here to help you." Long Tu smirked and said, "Just relying on you? Boy, you're far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, his dragon unleashed a surge of power, knocking Gao Yao back a considerable distance. Long Tu said in a serious tone, "An ancient god clan descendant, interesting. It's a pity he hasn't matured yet. Otherwise, none of you here would be his match." Yu Lao, standing beside him, stroked his beard and replied, "Whether he matures or not isn't up to you to decide, haha." Lang Feng, in the main hall, was transmitting spiritual energy to his master. He sensed a familiar qi appearing in the main hall and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the qi of my clan." It seems junior martial brother Gao Yao has been forced into a desperate situation and has resorted to using his ultimate technique, regardless of the consequences. He turned back to look at his master, who was lying quietly with his eyes closed, and pleaded, "Master, if you can hear me, please wake up. Lianhua Peak is in danger. Your disciples are in danger." Yunya's consciousness could hear Lang Feng's plea, but he truly didn't have the strength to open his eyes and wake up. He was blaming himself. Is there a mistake? The enemy has already reached our doorstep, but the protagonist's golden finger still hasn't appeared. Seeing my disciples' lifespans dwindling bit by bit to heal me while I can't do anything. Could it be that I was truly wrong? I didn't transmigrate into the protagonist, but into an old demon lord destined to die at the hands of the protagonist? While in a state of extreme despair, a voice suddenly rang in Yunye's ears, accompanied by the appearance of a cute figure. The little girl said beside his ear. Detecting that the host has fallen into a life or death crisis, the system is automatically activating. First activation. Gifting a starter pack of 10 integration points. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 day of lifespan. Do you wish to exchange? The transmigration system finally appeared, making Yunyi overjoyed. He said, better late than never. I knew that I, the brilliant Yunyi, could never transmigrate into cannon fodder. Having the opportunity to exchange points for lifespan to wake up, Yunyi didn't hesitate to click exchange. The system then announced, successfully exchanged 10 points for 10 days of lifespan. Automatically activating system mission, rescue disciples in danger. Reward for completing the mission. 20 points. Outside Lianhua Peak, more than a dozen airships now surrounded the area. Gao Yao, after being seriously injured, looked at the number of airships with fear in his heart. Long Tu, after seriously injuring Zidi and Gao Yao, still had no intention of stopping. He chuckled with Qi gathering in his hand, looking towards Yunye's disciples and saying, Don't worry, it's not over yet. Try this. After saying that, he released the Qi in his palm. This attack was not only different but also carried terrifying power, causing the ground to tremble and crack into large fissures. Gao Yao, injured and unable to bear the impact, fell to the ground, clutching his chest with fear in his eyes, thinking, this is Black Yin origin Qi. It seems this Shenlong sacred land is not as simple as it appears. Zidi was still struggling against the purple dragon. Seeing Gao Yao injured and under constant attack, she was extremely worried about her junior brother's safety. As she looked at Gao Yao, he shouted, Senior sister, be careful. Zidi turned back, startled. Just a moment of distraction, and Zidi was knocked backwards, blood spurting from her mouth. At the same time, Yu Lao also began to act. He clasped his hands before his chest and shouted, Galaxy Celestial Fall Formation. Immediately, a series of burning galaxies appeared and began to fall towards Lianhua Peak. Zidi and Gao Yao gritted their teeth simultaneously, their eyes filled with horror as they looked up at the sky. At this critical moment, the protagonist appeared, lightly tapping his finger. Instantly, Yu Lao's galaxies exploded in midair, not a single one reaching the ground of Lianhua Peak. Gao Yao cried out joyfully, Master! Yunyi appeared, looking incredibly imposing, his body robust, showing no signs of someone nearing the end of their lifespan. Zidi cried tears of joy, exclaiming, That's great! I knew Master, a virtuous person, would have heaven's blessing and wouldn't be so easily defeated. Yu Lao, seeing Yunyi appear, started cursing, Yunyi, haha, I thought you were called Yun Di, invincible below demigod level. But now you're acting like a turtle hiding in its shell. Aren't you coming out? Nearing your limit, you use your remaining strength to break my galaxy celestial fall formation. I'm afraid you're now like a lamp running out of oil, right? Haha. Long Tu chimed in. I wonder if you can defeat my disciple, ha ha ha. He then pointed to one of his disciples behind him and ordered, You, go and exchange a few blows with the great Yun Di. This disciple, wearing a golden mask, immediately obeyed his master's order. Seeing the old man insult her master, and even dare to send a mere disciple to fight, Zidi was furious. She scolded, Long Tu, you dare humiliate my master? I'll fight you to the death. Gao Yao patted her shoulder, urging her to calm down. He looked at his master and said, Sister, look at master's calm demeanor after breaking the galaxy celestial fall formation. I'm sure he has a plan. Long Tu's disciple was delighted. He thought that Yunyi, nearing the end of his lifespan, wouldn't have much strength left to fight. He thought to himself, This is great. Master has given me this opportunity. I must seize it. I'll try to take Yunye's head. With this opportunity, I can make a name for myself. I'll definitely have a place in the region. As the disciple stepped forward, Yunyi suddenly counted 3. The disciple took another step, and Yunyi counted 2. The disciple sneered, Ha, great Yun Di, are you counting down your own lifespan? Yunyi chuckled softly and counted 1. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked his finger lightly. A tremendous force erupted, attacking the arrogant and disrespectful disciple. The golden mask shattered upon impact, and the disciple was powerless to resist Yunye's attack. After flying a considerable distance, the disciple was caught in the explosion beside one of Long Tu's airships. Only then did Yunye utter, "No! I was counting down your lifespan." Yu Lao was significantly affected by this attack. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. How is this possible? Yunye's life star was clearly flickering and about to fall. But his casual attack not only instantly incapacitated Long Tu's disciple but also directly destroyed the Tianlun battleship, renowned for its strong defenses. What an immense power! Even if the ancestor of my Xingyu's sacred land were to come out, I'm afraid it would be difficult to withstand. Although Tian Shang was somewhat surprised by Yunye's attack, he still had confidence in his own abilities. He said to Yu Lao, "It's just his last burst of strength. Yu Lao, if you and I join forces, we might not necessarily be his match." Of course, Yunye heard these words. He thought, that attack just consumed 7 days of my lifespan. Now I only have 3 days left. If I act again, I'll be exposed. To make the remaining 2 old men give up quickly, Yunye put on a fearless and righteous facade and bluffed. "Humph, if the ancestors backing you were to come out, and your 2 sacred lands joined forces, then perhaps you would have a chance. But it seems you've been careless and didn't invite your ancestors, right? Good. Tianshang's sacred land, Xingyu's sacred land, since you're both here today, it saves me a trip. I'll clean house all at once. I'll treat all lives equally. I'll give you 3 seconds to flee." As he spoke, Yunye gathered his spiritual energy as if he was about to attack for real. He began the countdown, 3, 2. Tian Shang, upon hearing Yunye's challenge, was furious. He started calling for Yu Lao to stand with him. However, no matter how much he called, there was no response. When he turned around, Yu Lao had long since disappeared. Afraid that escaping by airship would be too slow, he used his sword to fly away, saying, "I'm not good at running. Brother Tian Shang, I'll take my leave first." Tian Shang roared furiously, "How dare you, Xingyu's sacred land!" So, only Tian Shang remained. His disciples, fearfully, stepped forward and asked, "Sect Master, what should we do?" Yunye had already reached one in his countdown. Tian Shang and his close disciples, seeing no other option, followed Yu Lao's example, using their swords to escape in the final moments. Fortunately for Yunye, his bluff was about to be called when they ran. After maintaining his act for so long, Yunye felt his body was completely drained. He clutched his chest and coughed. His 3 disciples, seeing this, rushed over in panic and called out, "Master, are you all right?" Having successfully driven the sacred lands away from Manhua Peak, the system sent a notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to rescue disciples. Reward for completing the mission, 20 points. You can exchange them for 20 days of lifespan." Yunye didn't hesitate, and immediately instructed the system to convert the points into lifespan. Immediately, a warm current flowed through Yunye's body, making him feel invigorated in an instant. Zidi, worried, held his hand and asked, "Master, are you really alright?" Yunye replied, "I'm fine. I'm getting old. A little activity sometimes makes my blood pressure spike." At this moment, Gao Yao suddenly sensed something amiss. He took out an object resembling a compass from his pouch. Its needles were spinning chaotically. This chaos made Gao Yao extremely anxious. He quickly informed Yunye, "Master, something's wrong. 5th Martial Sister Yuan Xiaolu is in danger. I'm afraid she's encountered something in the secret realm." At the same time, Yunye received a system notification, detected that disciple Yuan Xiaolu is in danger, forcing the host into the rescue disciple storyline. Reward for completing the mission, 20 points. Failure will result in the loss of all points. Having just gained 20 days of lifespan, the thought of losing it all in one go made Yunye rather agitated. Given the urgency of the situation, Yunye had no choice but to race against time to rescue his disciple. While running, he cursed, "Damn system. I risked my life for these points. And you say I'll lose them all? Just take my life along with them." The system, quite cheekily, displayed a message, "Loading storyline, please calm down, host." Yunye was speechless. Telling him to calm down when he was about to lose all his points and die if he failed the mission, this system was really good at teasing. Yunye lamented to himself, "Good heavens! This damned system. Other people's systems come with all sorts of protective talismans and golden fingers. Why is my system like a time bomb? Ready to take my life at any moment? This is so unfair. Gao Yao, seeing Yunyi talking to himself, looked puzzled and said to Lang Feng, "Why is Master mumbling to himself? Isn't he possessed by some evil spirit? I think it's probably because he's old. That fight must have overexerted him, causing his mind to become confused." Zidi approached Yunyi and asked, "Master, little martial sister is in danger. Do you have a plan?" Before Yunyi could answer, Lang Feng spoke up first. "Those hypocrites from the 8 sacred lands are bullying us too much. First, they tried to eliminate us while we're vulnerable. And now they've captured little martial sister. This is truly hateful. Now that Master's strength has recovered, why don't we directly attack their main peaks? Kill 8,000 of their disciples, and give those 8 sacred masters a proper lesson?" Gao Yao nodded in agreement with his senior brother's suggestion. Yunyi rubbed his forehead in frustration, thinking, what kind of disciples did the original owner of this body raise? Every single one of them is so violent. No wonder we're being attacked. It seems there will be even more trouble in the future. Not to mention that Yunyi only had 20 days of lifespan left. One attack would take half his lifespan, let alone fighting 8,000 people from the 8 sacred lands. So, Yunyi immediately dismissed Lang Feng's idea and replied, "No. Although there are shameless individuals in the sacred lands, they are still a minority. The disciples are innocent. If we rely on our strength to act tyrannical and slaughter innocents, what difference is there between us and those hypocritical righteous sects of the 8 great sacred lands?" Zidi, hearing this unfamiliar reasoning from her master for the first time, exclaimed, as expected of master, unfazed by danger, compassionate towards all beings. "You are incomparable to those common people." Lang Feng, however, wasn't used to this reasoning and retorted, "But master, you didn't used to say that. Only fools resort to reason when problems can be solved with force, right? Indeed, those who preach reason are fools." Yunyi was just called a fool by his eldest disciple. Zidi, hearing her senior brother say so, turned and scolded him, "Senior martial brother, master is righteous and merciful, with great foresight. Of course he has his own considerations." Yunyi cleared his throat, calmly resolving the predicament of the body's original owner that he now inhabited. He said to his disciples, "I did say that before. Using force to solve problems doesn't mean slaughtering innocents. This is called promoting positive energy, understand?" The 3 disciples listened to Yunyi, bewildered, with numerous questions arising. What is positive energy? Is it some kind of advanced power? Master, can you show us? Yunyi didn't know how to explain it to them, so he made an excuse. "I'll show you when there's a chance. But the urgent matter now is to rescue Xielu." So he assigned tasks to each of them. "Gao Yao, Lang Feng, both of you have suffered severe damage to your spiritual roots in the previous battle. You need to meditate and recuperate. The sect also needs defenders. So Gao Yao, you and senior martial brother stay at Lianhua Peak to guard it. Zidi, come with me to rescue your little martial sister." With everyone's tasks clearly assigned, the 4 began to go their separate ways. Before leaving, Yunyi instructed the 2 disciples remaining at the sect, "Both of you must remain vigilant at all times, guarding the sect. Also, while I'm away, utilize the spies planted throughout the 8 regions to gather information and track down the whereabouts of your 2 martial sisters, Zhongli and Yunyi. Summon them back to Lianhua Peak as soon as possible." Gao Yao and Lang Feng acknowledged their master's orders. Looking around Lianhua Peak, Yunyi sighed inwardly. The previous battle has weakened Lianhua Peak's barrier. If we encounter a true expert, I'm afraid it won't hold. Forget it. The priority now is to find a way to save Xielu first. Yunyi decided to set up a new formation for Lianhua Peak, the 9 Profound Peak Origin Formation, which cost him 1 day of lifespan, leaving him with only 22 days. After an explosion, the formation was complete. Gao Yao's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this a heaven-grade formation? I sense a righteous aura from the formation. Could this be the positive energy master mentioned?" Lang Feng took a deep breath and exhaled with a sense of relief. "I feel a light, illuminating everything, as if I've been enlightened." The 2 continued to breathe in this imaginary life force. Yunyi, seeing this, smiled wryly and thought, "Oh my, I was just spouting nonsense, and these two foolish disciples actually had a breakthrough? What kind of monsters are they? He said to his disciples. The 9 profound peak origin formation can withstand 9 full-powered attacks from peak Emperor realm experts. Even if the 8 sacred masters appear, it can hold for half an hour, enough time for me to return. Ziti exclaimed, Master, as expected of the strongest expert. Being able to join your sect, I have no regrets in this life. Then, she remembered their mission to rescue Xielu and asked Yunyi, That's right. Master, have you determined little Martial Sister's exact location? Yunyi closed his eyes and began to sense. His sensing power swept across vast lands, searching for Xielu's qi. The sensation led him to a mountain with a large entrance. Yunyi had confirmed Xielu's location and prepared to rescue his disciple and accumulate lifespan points for himself. Yuan Xielu was probably the disciple the original owner cherished the most. She came from an unfortunate background, her parents dying early. The original owner, entrusted by an old friend, took her in. But because she had experienced many hardships from a young age, she became very understanding and diligent in her cultivation, lacking the usual liveliness and playfulness of a child her age. While Yunyi and Ziti were on their way to find Xielu, she was facing a group of burly men alone. A man wearing a necklace of wolf teeth threatened her. Yuan Xielu, your master, Yunyi, has been besieged by the 3 great sacred lands. I'm afraid he's already dead. Even if you manage to escape, I'm afraid he won't live to use this supreme origin pill. The men surrounded and intimidated Xielu, shouting, Hand over the supreme origin pill and surrender to become a medicine slave of our Yaowang Valley. That way, we can spare your wretched life and even allow you to go back and mourn your master. After saying this, they laughed heartily. Xielu remained steadfast, never considering handing over the supreme origin pill. She retorted with a firm voice, You scoundrels, don't you dare slander him. My master is chivalrous and righteous. He's a great hero. He deserves a long and prosperous life. You dare curse him? Be careful of divine retribution. The man from before attacked Xielu, releasing a wave of qi from his hand. A long and prosperous life? Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, I'll send you to meet him. Xielu crossed her arms before her chest, trying to defend herself. However, her strength was insufficient. She couldn't withstand the attack, causing the supreme origin pill she had worked so hard to find to fall out. The man immediately seized the opportunity to snatch the pill. Xielu was furious seeing her pill fall into the robber's hands, but given the situation, she was powerless to retrieve it. The man sneered at her contemptuously. Divine retribution? I wonder what the consequences will be if I killed this disciple of the great hero Yunyi today? This supreme origin pill was Xiolu's only hope to save her master. She couldn't bear to let that scoundrel steal it, so she used all her strength to rush towards him and snatch it back, shouting, Return the pill to me. You're courting death, the man said with an icy voice, his hands now sporting incredibly sharp claws. When Xiolu was halfway there, a few meters from the scoundrel, he launched an attack. His palm released a sinister force that took the shape of demonic claws. Xiolu was stunned, momentarily powerless, able to foresee her impending doom. Within half a second before reaching the scoundrel, Xiolu was completely suppressed by his aura and pushed into a pit. Before she could recover, he wrapped his iron-like arm around her neck, choking her. Lifting her high with one arm, the scoundrel began to accuse Xiolu. This pill is the extraordinary Saint Ancestor pill, used by one of the 3 saints and one emperor of the Medicine King Valley. You exploited the formation left behind by the traitor Wang Heng of the Medicine King Valley to steal it. Your audacity is astounding. Your death won't even be a pity. Xiolu, completely restrained, felt the touch of death. Yet she still worried about her master. My death is insignificant, but master cannot wait. Master is still waiting for me to bring the pill back. Master, your disciple is truly useless. As Xiolu resigned herself to fate, a loud shout suddenly echoed, Stop! The scoundrel angrily retorted, Who's there? As he turned to look, he immediately retracted his arm. Seeing the newcomer, the men respectfully bowed and addressed him as Big Brother. This man was the leader of the scoundrels, his eye covered with a bandage. He walked towards the group and said, You almost wasted this top-grade medicinal ingredient. The confused men asked, medicinal ingredient? Big brother, this woman, although talented, can at most be a medicine slave. What do you mean by medicinal ingredient? The big brother explained. With your low rank, of course, you wouldn't recognize it. Her blood has reached the essence concentration of a demigod. Such top-grade blood is definitely innate. Perhaps only a demigod realm expert, after expending more than half of their essence blood to rebuild their meridians, could achieve this. In the 8 regions, only one person has reached this realm. It seems Yun dotes on this little disciple very much. Hearing this, Xiao Lu realized with astonishment. So that's it. No wonder. No wonder the elder who raised me before said I wouldn't live past 5. It turns out Master recreated my meridians. The most precious thing in cultivation is essence blood. Master actually expended so much essence blood for me. Master, you never mentioned this to me. I'm just a vermin despised by everyone. Master, why are you so good to me? The more Xiao Lu thought, the more she felt indebted to her master. The big brother continued, not just that, ha ha ha, I'm afraid he's also close to breaking through to the legendary god realm. The scoundrel beside him chuckled. In that case, if we refine her into a human pill and consume it, reaching the demigod realm would be a piece of cake. Hearing their vile conversation, Xiao Lu's anger surged, and essence blood started flowing from her body. She thought, Master poured so much effort into me. I absolutely cannot die here, Master. I must bring back the Supreme Origin Continuation Pill to repay Master's kindness. Thinking this, she burned her essence blood, recovering from her injuries. While the group was still gloating over their perceived gain, she sprinted away. To the scoundrel's astonishment, she snatched the Origin Pill back. The 2 scoundrels panicked and yelled, Second brother! What are you doing? Catch her! Xiao Lu, overjoyed with the pill, ran with all her might. But she didn't notice someone preparing to ambush her from behind. It was the big brother of the scoundrels. Despite his bandaged eye, he could sense Xiao Lu's aura. Raising both hands, his aura surged forth, and he sneered, Let's see where you can run. In half a second, his aura enveloped Xiao Lu. This aura weakened her rapidly. She dared not breathe deeply for fear of inhaling it. Soon, she collapsed, coughing violently. The big brother approached her slowly. Xiao Lu threatened him, if you dare touch me, Master will definitely not spare you. The big brother sneered, even your Master Yunyi might not be able to withstand this ghostly Yin poison barrier. Moreover, Yunye's life star vanished a day ago. How come his most beloved disciple doesn't know? Xiao Lu was shocked, refusing to believe him. No, Master is a great hero. Master saved me, taught me, protected me. Master can't be. Seeing her despair, the big brother conjured a ghostly flame and approached. Don't be sad, I'll send you to reunite with your master now. Xiao Lu was terrified. She couldn't even fight those men, let alone their big brother. She stood frozen, waiting for the ghostly fire to consume her. As she closed her eyes, a dark figure flashed past. This person appeared before Xiao Lu, blocking the ghostly fire with their own technique. The big brother was startled, his attack dispelled. He was even forced back several meters. Fortunately, the other scoundrels caught him, allowing him to regain his composure and question, Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in our Medicine King Valley? Xiao Lu stared blankly at her savior, a familiar figure, Yunyi. She asked innocently, Master, am I dead? Yunyi walked towards her and transferred some energy. Careless girl, I came all this way to save you, don't you want your master to be well? Xiao Lu was overjoyed like a child. She hurriedly took out the origin pill and offered it to Yunyi. Master isn't dead. They all said you were dead, but you're alright. That's so good. This is the Supreme Origin Continuation Pill, Master, quickly. Before finishing, Xiao Lu fainted from exhaustion, startling Yunyi, who quickly caught her. He examined her and said, It's actually the ghostly Yin poison barrier. The Medicine King Valley actually used such a vicious method on a young girl like this. Xiao Lu's essence has been severely damaged, she must have been forced into a desperate situation to burn her essence blood. Did that old alchemist just use the triple burst flame to refine Xiao Lu into a human pill? This poor child, struggling to protect herself, still risked her life to protect this continuation pill. Yunyi sighed, covering Xiao Lu with his coat. He then turned to ZD and instructed her to care for Xiao Lu. ZD quickly accepted the task of caring for her junior sister. Yunyi then turned his attention to settling the score with those who hurt Xiao Lu, Medicine King Valley. Good, very good. The scoundrels were terrified upon seeing Yunyi. Yunyi, we're doomed. Yunyi is the only expert in the continent who has reached the peak of the demigod realm. No one in the 8 regions dares to confront him. How can this be? Wasn't Yunyi dead? The big brother, though frightened, tried to reassure his companions. Don't panic. I heard Yunyi has a female ghost subordinate. Skilled in disguise, it's very likely that ghost girl is disguised as him. Reassured, the underling said, so that's it. But even if it's Yunyi reborn, he's at his limit, his cultivation is damaged. The 3 of us together might still be able to deal with him. Yunyi walked towards them and said, Elders, all of you are esteemed figures of the Medicine King Valley, surely experts in pill refining. Then, elders, please appraise this, is my flame pure or not? Yunyi presented the lotus-shaped flame in his hand. Despite his bandaged eye, the big brother recognized the red lotus karmic fire in Yunyi's hand. Panic gripped him as he stammered, You really are Yunyi. Without a word, Yunyi flicked the karmic fire at them. The small flame in his hand transformed into a massive fire tornado upon release, wreaking havoc. The scoundrels quickly became living torches, their screams fading into silence. The system notification appeared, stating Yunyi's lifespan was now 21 days. The previous attack had cost him 1 day. Yunyi watched the karmic fire's growing power. From today onwards, the Medicine King Valley is removed from the 8 sects and 10 schools. His future actions were unknown. But his resolve to erase the sect was clear. Many witnessed this event, recognizing the karmic fire. It's Yunyi, he's not dead. The demonic Yunyi has returned. The Medicine King Valley has been erased. Someone gloated, good. This is what they deserve. The Medicine King Valley acted recklessly, capturing people at will for pill refining. Another lamented, my daughter died at their hands. They bullied the weak. Relying on their power, this is their deserved end. In my opinion, those righteous sects who treat lives like dirt are no better than the arrogant and tyrannical demonic Yunyi, the true villain. Meanwhile, Yunyi received a system reward. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 20 points for slaying 3 demigod realm villains, additional 3 points automatically converted to lifespan. Yunyi's lifespan increased to 44 days. He exclaimed, so slaying villains also grants rewards, but it's only a 1-to-1 exchange, no profit. Truly the most stingy system in history. Utterly miserly. An angry voice then transmitted, Yunyi, you old fool! You are truly arrogant. Stealing my supreme origin continuation pill, killing my sect's elders, and even declaring the removal of our medicine King Valley from the 8 sects and 10 schools. Even if you're a demigod realm expert, even if you're the strongest in this world, you must give me an explanation. Following the transmission, a person appeared, Yao Buran, the from Chi Saint origin of the Medicine King Valley. Upon his appearance, ZD panicked. It's bad. It's Yao Buran, one of the 3 saints of the Medicine King Valley. It said his physical realm has reached mid-stage saint. And with the Dharma body's support, he likely possesses peak saint strength. Xiao Lu, after receiving energy from ZD, regained consciousness and some strength. Looking at Yao Buran, she said in surprise, this is the from Chi Saint origin? Once this Dharma body is deployed, the essence of all living beings within 30 miles will be drained. Below the Emperor realm, almost no one can defeat him. Moreover, I remember this scripture. It was destroyed when Elder Wang was in charge of the Medicine King Valley. How did Yao Buran have the opportunity to cultivate it and even evolve it to this realm? Yunyi, seeing Yao Buran and recognizing his from Chi Saint origin Dharma body, remained unfazed. He knew that, like most heaven-grade Dharma bodies, from Chi Saint origin was derived from fragments of ancient Dharma bodies. Saint realm ancestors of major sects collected these fragments, pieced them together, and created super Dharma bodies comparable to ancient ones. However, these super Dharma bodies were full of flaws compared to true ancient Dharma bodies. They were essentially just imitations, like paper tigers, easily torn apart. Yao Buran pointed at Yunyi and scolded, Yunyi, you allowed your disciple to steal the pill, causing the destruction of 100 pill furnaces in our valley and the deaths of 3 inner sect elders. The Medicine King Valley has suffered greatly. If you hand over your disciple and atone with your death, I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Consider it preserving your title as the strongest in the 8 regions. Yunyi burst into laughter. Strongest in the 8 regions? Do you think I'm like your righteous sects, willing to sell out my disciple for such a vain title? Yao Buran frowned angrily. Yunyi, stop pretending. Cultivators below the Saint Realm have a maximum lifespan of 2,000 years. To forcibly extend their lives. Besides consuming spiritual pills and external spiritual essence, the only way is to burn their cultivation. This technique temporarily boosts strength to its peak. But the cultivation base plummets afterward. He then mocked, yesterday at Lotus Peak, you repelled the 3 region saints and killed Long Tuesday. Today, you used the Red Lotus karmic fire to eliminate 3 demigod realm elders in our valley. Now your aura is weaker than the 2 disciples you're protecting. I suspect you've dropped to the 9th level of the Tao realm, haven't you? Yunyi chuckled inwardly. So he thinks I burned my cultivation for a temporary boost. He's got the formula right, but the answer wrong. He didn't expose Yao Buran's misjudgment but played along. Haha, as expected of one of the 3 saints, you've actually perceived my current cultivation. But you overestimate me. I haven't fallen to the 9th level of the Tao realm, but to the Samsara realm. Yao Buran's surprise was evident. He reassessed Yunyi. Yunyi's current aura is indeed no different from a newly initiated Samsara realm disciple, but why would he reveal his true strength? Isn't this suicidal? Does he have another trump card, hence his lack of concern? No, Yunyi has never taken us in the 8 regions seriously, always striking first, resolving matters with his fists. Is this a deliberate deception or a genuine trump card? I'll test it out. Unable to grasp Yunyi's intentions, Yao Buran decided to test him. Since you're unrepentant, I'll send you and your 2 disciples to your deaths together. With that, he unleashed the power of the 9th level of Saint Origin. ZD, sensing the impending attack, warned Yunyi, Master, be careful. Yunyi, still observing Yao Buran, commented, not bad comprehension. To cultivate such an inferior Dharma body scripture to this level is commendable. Sadly, an imitation is still an imitation. It can't withstand a single blow from a true ancient Dharma body. To deal with Yao Buran, Yunyi expended 1 day of his lifespan to activate the 10 Directions Universe Dharma body, an ancient Dharma body against the copied one. As his ancient Dharma body materialized, Yao Buran exclaimed in horror, This is the 10 Directions Universe, an ancient Dharma body. As he finished speaking, a beam of light struck his forehead. His Dharma body instantly dissipated, and he cried out, Our revered from Chi Saint Origin, a super heaven-grade Dharma body, was shattered in an instant by a single burst attack. How powerful is this Dharma body? Not only Yao Buran, but the 2 sisters were also amazed. Xiao Lu said, Master's Dharma body has become so powerful. ZD added, Indeed. Master always finishes with a single move. A move that never fails. Yao Buran clutched his chest, coughing blood. No, impossible. Even if you possess a true ancient Dharma body scripture, with your current cultivation, how can you deploy it? You must have taken forbidden medicine. Or, you must have used some forbidden technique. He accused Yunyi. Yunyi chuckled darkly, can't figure it out. Don't bother. When you reach the underworld, Yama will tell you. With that, Yunyi signaled his ancient Dharma body to attack. Yao Buran screamed in terror, Ah! Don't come near me. Before Yunyi could finish him, another force in the shape of a Bagua symbol intercepted the attack. 2 more strangers appeared, clearly on Yao Buran's side. They were Yao Buran's senior brothers. One of them said, Yunyi, a word of advice, you're about to die, stop your pointless struggling. Seeing the Bagua symbol that saved him, Yao Buran exclaimed with relief, Senior brother actually activated the Mountain Protection Grand Formation. Then, the other senior brother spoke, the Medicine King Valley has stood for 1,000 years. This Poison Dragon Bagua Soul Sealing Formation was created by a demigod realm predecessor who expended half their divine cultivation. Even at your peak, under the corrosion of the Poison Dragon's miasma, you cannot escape soul destruction. His words were chilling, and the sight of the swirling Poison Dragon Bagua added to the terror. An ordinary person would surely surrender. Yet Yunyi merely smirked. Poison Dragon Bagua Soul Sealing Formation? Such a familiar name. If I recall correctly, that person once visited Lotus Peak at night to seek guidance on formation arrangements. Ha! It seems you juniors don't know the name of the predecessor who expended half their cultivation on this mountain protection grand formation, do you? He then revealed with an arrogant tone, It's alright, I'll tell you. This predecessor's name is Wang Heng. The two naturally didn't believe him. One retorted, Wang Heng was merely a mediocre talent among the past sect leaders. If not for the ancestors' favor, he wouldn't even qualify as an inner elder. Yunyi, you've lived for thousands of years. At least check our Medicine King Valley's historical records before boasting. Demonic Yunyi, you were once considered a brilliant talent with extraordinary gifts, a true number one in the 8 regions during your peak. He then sneered sadly, your lifespan is nearing its end. But you still retain your youthful arrogance. One must know, when one's temper surpasses their ability, destruction follows easily. Yunyi simply chuckled at their shallow words, dispelling his ancient Dharma body. Drawing his sword, he declared, then let's test it out. I won't even use my Dharma body's materialized form. With the power of a single Samsara Realm sword strike, I can break your so-called mountain protection grand formation. The same man scoffed again. Ha! Ridiculous! The big brother of the scoundrels urged, Senior brother, stop wasting words, awaken the poison dragon. The 3 closed their eyes, joining hands to summon the poison dragon to suppress Yunyi. The summoning was swift. Within half a minute, several giant poison dragons appeared before Yunyi. As the poison dragons lunged with claws and fangs bared, Yunyi unleashed several sword beams. With a few simple sword strikes, the 3 from the Medicine King Valley suffered backlash, tumbling backward. Sword Chi then exploded in midair, striking them with a deafening roar. The mocking man finally realized the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth at Yunyi. He actually used a single sword strike with Samsara Realm cultivation to break the 1,000-year mountain protection grand formation of our Medicine King Valley, instantly killing 8 poison dragons. His perception wavered. Could what he said be true? Did the formation truly originate from Yunyi himself? Suddenly, the big brother of the scoundrels burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Our 1,000-year major sect, the Medicine King Valley. Our 3 great saints joined forces to activate the sect-protecting formation to kill Yunyi. He laughed and cried like a madman, clutching his head and wailing, unexpectedly, this grand formation actually originated from the enemy himself. Ha! The Medicine King Valley is about to perish. His 2 senior brothers were equally distraught, realizing their sect's formation came from Yunyi. The brown-haired man forced a laugh. Unexpectedly, Senior Wang Heng was so capable. It seems the records aren't entirely true. If not for Senior Yunyi revealing the truth today, we would have been deceived. A pity for Senior Wang Heng's illustrious life. Inwardly, he thought differently. It seems whether it was the defeat of the 3 regions earlier or the red karmic fire burning 3 great elders of our Medicine King Valley, it was definitely not coincidental. No forbidden medicine can last that long. That ancient 10 directions universe Dharma body and the power of that single sword strike are definitely not something someone nearing death can achieve. Looking at Yunyi's vigorous and imposing figure, he began to plan his retreat. It seems Yunyi is still Yunyi, not to be underestimated. The current situation can only be delayed. We must wait for the ancestor to emerge. An Emperor Realm expert against a peak demigod might have a fighting chance. Following the brown-haired man's hasty apology, the platinum-haired man echoed, Indeed, thanks to Senior, we were previously disrespectful. Since Senior has past ties with Sect Leader Wang Heng, please consider Sect Leader Wang and spare our lives, allowing us to atone for the rest of our days. Before Yunyi could respond, Xiao Lu stood up and scolded the 2 shameless men. Elder Wang Heng dedicated his life to the Medicine King Valley, but the Medicine King Valley harbors such hypocritical and treacherous people like you. Before you were all clamoring for blood, now that the situation is unfavorable, you immediately switched to flattery. Truly disgusting. ZD also couldn't stand their hypocrisy. Master, such hypocrites should be eradicated to eliminate future trouble. Yunyi agreed with his disciples. I, Yunyi, have always lived by the principle of if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will kill. The previously glib men were now speechless. In an instant, the ancient Dharma body reappeared. Yunyi unleashed the 10 directions universe formless slash, a blinding golden light erupting. With a resounding boom, the 3 shameless men were reduced to ashes, their final screams briefly echoing through the forest. Yunyi smirked, a true demon's expression, and declared coldly, "From today onwards, the Medicine King Valley is no more." The system then announced, "Host has completed the mission. Reward, 20 points for saving the disciple, 6 points for slaying 3 Saint Realm villains, automatically converted to lifespan. Congratulations, host, on successfully deploying the ancient 10 directions universe Dharma body. Normal realm promoted to 9th level of the Tao realm." Following the announcement, the system initiated the main quest line, "Seek justice for all disciples." Yunye's face lit up. Finally, the main quest line. This must be Yunye's remaining wish. He then vowed to the original owner, "Rest assured, old Yunyi. Since I've taken your body, I won't let any sect or person bully your disciples. The 8 great saint regions owe them. And I will collect." The scene shifted to the main hall of the Star Moon Saint region. A man stood in the hall requesting an audience. Yao Wuqing, the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley. He arrived after Yunye's destruction of the valley. Proceeding directly to the leader of the Star Moon Saint region, the 8 great saint regions have all offended that demon Yunyi to some extent. His 8 disciples all have karmic ties with us. Now that he has recovered his strength and my Medicine King Valley has been annihilated, the next one will be one of you. The person seated in the central position calmly replied, "We understand your point, but that demon Yunye's life star has been extinguished. I witnessed it myself on the astrological platform. Even if he's clinging to life, it won't be for long." A horned elder beside him added dismissively, "Humph, the Medicine King Valley's destruction is due to your own weakness. Forget Yunyi, any supreme elder of our dragon clan can annihilate your Medicine King Valley. Out of respect for your sex establishment, and since your Medicine King Valley has never possessed any noteworthy cultivation scriptures, am I right? Yao Wuqing. I don't think you need to warn us." The horned elder sneered with increasing disdain. "Instead of worrying about our great sects, you should focus on your own closed-door cultivation." Yao Wuqing, furious, frowned and was about to retort. But a woman's voice interrupted. "If Elder Yao has said so, then Yunyi must possess some ability. However, for our great Saint Regent sects to join forces against someone nearing death, a rogue cultivator with no sect or school, isn't that making too much of a fuss?" The cloaked figure in the center added sarcastically, "Indeed, Elder Yao, I think you're just scared. It's not surprising that Yunyi, with his past relationship with Wang Hun, could break your sect's formation. After all, that formation originally had Yunye's involvement in its design." The 3 seated figures then burst into laughter, clearly looking down on Yao Wuqing and the Medicine King Valley. Yao Wuqing, subjected to their scorn and ridicule, clenched his fists in anger but couldn't retaliate. His sect was destroyed, his voice now carrying little weight. Having failed to secure an alliance against Yunyi, Yao Wuqing left the hall in frustration. He turned around, his eyes vacant, and thought to himself, 8 great sacred realms, it's time for a change. Moving to Manhua Peak, after rescuing Xiao Lu, Yunyi and ZD brought her back to the sect for care. Yunyi sat beside Xiao Lu, watching her lie on the bed. He felt sorry for her and said, "This child, her own life is already in danger, yet she risked it to protect this continuation pill. Yunyi, you have taken in a good disciple." Just then, Xiao Lu woke up, her eyes fluttering open. She weakly called out, "Master." Yunyi said joyfully, "You're awake. My dear girl, I know your intentions, but if there's a next time, your own life must come first. Your master is the #1 person in the world. If there's something I can't resolve, then even if you sacrifice your lives, it won't be solved." Xiao Lu sat up and replied, "I understand, Master." Leaning against Yunyi, Xiao Lu looked at him with deep affection. Although she said she would obey her master and not risk her life again, she whispered to herself, "Master is suddenly so gentle, but forgive me for not being able to obey you on this. If there's a next time, I'll still do the same. Master has shown me great kindness, something I can never fully repay." Yunyi sighed, looking at his mischievous yet filial disciple, not knowing how to scold her. At that moment, ZD pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Little Fifth is awake." Following her were Lang Feng and Gao Yao. The three of them came to visit their little junior sister. Lang Feng joked, "Fifth junior sister has just taken a trip to the gates of hell." Gao Yao continued, "Indeed? If it weren't for Master's profound knowledge of spells and his heaven-defying cultivation to purge the poisonous palm for our junior sister. This time, fifth junior sister would surely have lingering ailments." Yunyi helped Xiaolu lie back down, carefully covering her with a blanket. He said, "When I first brought you all back, you were all so pitiful. Since I dared to accept you as my disciples, I will shoulder the responsibilities of a master." After carefully tucking Xiaolu in, he turned to look at his three disciples and slowly continued, "Back then, when Wang Heng entrusted Xiaolu to me, she was just a little child. Now, it wasn't easy to raise her to this age. If I didn't save her, who would?" Hearing this, all the disciples felt grateful to Yunyi. They were rescued by him since childhood and then learned the Tao and worshipped him as their master. If it weren't for him, they would have been eliminated by the 8 sacred realms long ago. Therefore, their feelings for their master were greater than anything else. Gao Yao looked at his master with gratitude and thought to himself, "Master has never spoken such gentle words before. It seems that after this life-or-death experience, Master has also changed a bit." Xiaolu, lying on the bed, asked, "Master, I was young back then and there were many things I didn't understand. Why did Elder Wang Heng die? Why did Yao Wanggu call him a traitor? In my memory, Elder Wang Heng was very loyal to Yao Wanggu." Yunyi pondered, recalling his encounter with Wang Heng when he was dying. When he arrived, Wang Heng looked extremely haggard, almost unattended, with only the young Xiaolu by his side. Yunyi asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Why have you let yourself become like this?" Wang Heng coughed weakly, and after a while, he whispered, "I can't say. I'm sorry. Cough cough. My time is up. Today, I called you here to entrust Xiaolu to you." Yunyi asked with a puzzled expression, "Why can't you say?" "Wang Heng, you know my temperament. I hate this kind of secrecy." Wang Heng struggled to sit up, his body trembling as he started coughing violently. "I know, cough cough. It's just that I'm really at my wit's end. For the sake of our years of friendship, consider this a plea from me," Wang Heng said as he grasped Xiaolu's hand. "Don't ask anything. If you hear any news about me in the future, don't pay attention. Cough cough cough. Take Xiaolu and go." Yunyi was very upset. He didn't understand what Wang Heng was hiding, not even telling him, a long-time acquaintance. In the end, he didn't ask any more questions and agreed to Wang Heng's request, taking Xiaolu and leaving. He said to Xiaolu later, "I heard that Wang Heng, due to his own greed, caused the devil plague to spread and was killed by the Holy Lord of the Qinyan sacred realm. Yao Wanggu expelled him from the sect and joined forces with the Shangning sacred realm to provide free treatment to all the victims. Everyone was surprised to hear about the devil plague." ZD said gravely, "I once read in a handwritten book that the devil plague is an extremely terrifying epidemic. Whether it's an ordinary person or a cultivator, no one can escape it. People infected with the devil plague will gradually develop devil marks on their bodies. At first, it's not fatal, just a slight fever. Easy to overlook. By the time the devil marks spread throughout the body, blood will flow from the 7 orifices, and there will be no cure." Yunyi nodded in confirmation, adding, "I remember that because of this incident, the people of the Qinyan sacred realm and Yao Wanggu were highly respected by others and enjoyed a period of prestige and glory in those years." Xiaolu completely disbelieved the story of Wang Heng's greed causing the devil plague. She threw off the blanket, sat up, and said loudly, "Impossible. Elder Wang Heng is definitely not that kind of person." Lang Feng pondered, there must be something unusual about this. How could those sects be so kind as to take responsibility like that? At this moment, Yunyi received a notification from the system. "Congratulations to the hosts for unlocking the character's side quest. Investigate the truth behind Wang Heng's death. Completing this side quest will contribute 1/6 to the main quest's progress. The reward is 100 points. Upon hearing the points, Yunyi exclaimed in surprise and delight, "How much?" 100 points. However, the task of investigating Wang Heng's death was not easy, as much time had passed, and evidence might be hard to find. Yunyi thought seriously for a while and finally decided. "All right, I'll go and investigate the truth myself. I can't let Wang Heng die unjustly." He said to his disciples, "From my memories, this Wan Heng was a saintly benefactor when he was alive. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Anyway, yesterday I killed most of the upper echelon of Yawangu. Now they can't cause any trouble. There's no danger in making this trip." Xiao Lu was overjoyed to hear her master say so. She said, "Thank you, master." Lang Feng was worried because Yun Yi had only woken up for a few days and had not rested yet, having to continuously rescue his disciples. He was afraid his master couldn't bear it. So he said, "Master's health has just recovered, and he has to travel everywhere. It's really tiring. This disciple is willing to investigate this matter on behalf of Master. This disciple swears that if I can't find out the truth, I will definitely not return to Manhua Peak." Yun Yi shook his head and replied, "I've made up my mind. Besides, I have something more important to entrust to you. Little Fourth and Little Sixth haven't returned yet. I'm afraid they've encountered trouble somewhere. The entire world knows about my recovery after the battle with Yawangu. No one dares to touch them now. Go and investigate their whereabouts and bring them back." Hearing this, Lang Feng immediately accepted the task without any complaints. Immediately after, Yun Yi assigned tasks to Gao Yao and ZD. "The two of you were also injured before and haven't fully recovered. Rest well at Lianhua Peak while I'm away." The two nodded, obeying their master's arrangements. Finally, only Xiao Lu was not mentioned. Yun Yi just glanced at her, and she immediately said resolutely, "I want to go with master." Yun Yi sternly rebuked, "Nonsense. How can you in your current condition?" Xiao Lu tugged at Yun Yi's sleeve coquettishly, saying, "My health is fine. With master by my side, nothing will happen to me. But if I can't go with you to investigate the truth, I won't be able to rest easy even if I recuperate. Besides, shouldn't master have a disciple to attend to him?" She clung to Yun Yi, not letting go, which made him sigh and reply, "All right, come with me." With everything arranged, the master and disciple set off the next day. In less than half a day, they arrived at the main gate of Yawangu. Yun Yi had changed into new clothes. This time, his disguise made him look like a mature young man, without any hint of someone who had lived for thousands of years. Perhaps because of this, Xiao Lu playfully said, "Master, you look so much like my senior brother in this disguise." Yun Yi reached out and touched the small horn on Xiao Lu's head, replying, "Still teasing your master? You even forgot to retract your horns." Xiao Lu giggled, touching her horn and shrinking it to hide it. The two entered the main courtyard of Yawangu. A group of people were gathered there, whispering about something. A man with an arrogant expression said haughtily, "I'm preparing to leave the mountain. Staying in Yawangu is hopeless. The elders and the three saints were so easily killed by someone at our doorstep. And even the mountain protection formation was broken in an instant. They're too weak. I wouldn't even dare to say I'm from Yawangu outside." A young man in green disagreed with the arrogant man's thoughts and retorted, "That doesn't mean they're weak." That was Yun Yi, the great devil Yun, the #1 person in the world. It's normal to be defeated by him. A man in yellow sighed and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. That devil is truly wicked, but he's indeed powerful." The arrogant man from before now had a gloomy expression and sighed, "Knowing you're weak and still provoking others with the current situation of Yawangu. We'll soon be kicked out of the 8 sects and 10 schools. If there's really no other way, I heard it's almost time for the Qingyun Sacred Realm's once-a-decade disciple recruitment. I think it's better to leave the sect and try our luck there. After all, I've only been in Yawangu for a few years." The man in green chuckled and replied, "Sixth junior brother is exceptionally talented. Even if Yawangu wasn't in decline, after a few years, he would surely be able to enter the inner sects smoothly. Going to the Qingyun Sacred Realm, he'll definitely be valued. We're not so lucky." While they were chatting animatedly, an elder came out and shouted, "You guys, instead of cultivating diligently, you gather here and chatter about what? Disperse." The elder looked at the arrogant man and scolded, "Lu Ringjia, it's you again. If you continue to speak disrespectfully and shake people's hearts, I will punish you according to sect rules." Lu Ringjia laughed, scratching his head in embarrassment, "Haha. Elder La, there won't be a next time, I guarantee. Please let me off this time." Seeing him say so, Elder La didn't bother scolding him any further and turned to leave. Just as things seemed to have calmed down, Yun Yi, from behind, spoke up, exposing Elder La. Yao Wanggu is truly finished. Elder La just now didn't seem to speak very firmly. I'm afraid what you said is exactly what he's thinking. He's also preparing to run, that's why he let you off so easily. Lu Ringjia turned to face Yunyi. What he said seemed to resonate with him, so his attitude was quite pleasant. This senior brother, you have a keen eye. I didn't expect there to be such an intelligent senior brother in the outer sect. Xiao Lu clapped her hands happily and said, as worthy of master. Yunyi glanced at her sternly, clearly afraid of his identity being exposed. Fortunately, the man didn't pay attention to Xiao Lu's words. He politely invited them, but we can't talk about this here. Senior brother, please follow me. So he led the two into the inner sect, where they sat down at a table and chairs for a proper conversation. He asked, how should I address you, senior brother? Yunyi replied, my surname is Yun. I joined Yao Wanggu at the end of last year. This is my younger sister, he said, pointing to Xiao Lu. Hearing that the person in front of him was surnamed Yun, the man slapped his thigh in amusement. I didn't expect senior brother to have the same surname as the great devil. Truly extraordinary. Seeing that this person was easy to talk to, Yunyi displayed his superb acting skills. He said enthusiastically, indeed, I won't hide it. My life's goal is to cultivate to the same level of strength as the great devil. Then, I will eliminate that great devil, eradicate harm for the people, and become famous throughout the world. Xiao Lu burst out laughing. Her master wanting to eliminate himself was truly amusing. Of course, the man didn't notice this. He was very interested in the ideals of his newly acquainted brother Yun. He raised his wine cup and said excitedly, good. Senior brother Yun's ambition is lofty. I'll toast you. You must know, even I couldn't do anything to the great devil with the Mountain Protection Formation. I heard that the Mountain Protection Formation was established by a half-Saint Realm sect master back then. Yunyi took this opportunity to ask in feigned surprise, didn't they say that this sect master was a good brother of the great devil? I see that junior brother's information is very sharp. Why don't you know about this? Or are you hiding something from senior brother? Lu Ringjia laughed, ha ha ha. This senior brother is truly perceptive. This junior admits his mistake, he said, cupping his hands in apology. Yunyi asked again, regarding sect master Wang Hun, how much do you know, junior brother? Lu Ringjia replied frankly, since senior brother has asked, this junior won't hide anything. I heard that our Mountain Protection Formation was only realized after sect master Wang Hun consulted with the great devil. It is said that this sect master had a very deep friendship with the great devil, which made all the elders extremely disdainful. It was the patriarch who ignored their words and allowed him to become the sect master. Unfortunately, having a good relationship with the great devil doesn't make one a good person. Hearing these words angered Xiao Lu, and she abruptly stood up, intending to teach this man a lesson for daring to criticize sect master Wang Hun. Fortunately, Yunyi quickly pulled her back down and calmly asked, why do you say that? The man whispered in Yunyi's ear, I heard that this sect master Wang, because he coveted the netherworld pearl, disregarded the lives of others and stubbornly ordered someone to open the coffin of the netherworld devil lord. This devil lord was a master of poison during the era of demonic cultivation. The mention of the netherworld pearl and the netherworld devil lord greatly surprised Yunyi. And Xiao Lu was also surprised, her eyes wide. It's unknown what else they discussed, but Yunyi and Xiao Lu left and arrived at a large gate of Yao Wanggu. Yunyi stopped and struck the Mountain Protection Formation with a palm. Then he shouted, Yao Wuqing, get out here! Xiao Lu, standing beside him, asked softly, did Master discover anything during the conversation just now? Yunyi smiled faintly and replied, not really, but the information about the netherworld devil lord is enough. Leave the rest to your master. Xiao Lu looked at her master with admiration and exclaimed, Master is so cool. After disturbing the formation, the people of Yao Wanggu appeared, and Patriarch Yao Wuqing also arrived. He yelled, Yunyi, don't push your luck, provoking our Yao Wanggu time and time again. Do you really think our Yao Wanggu is a soft persimmon for you to squeeze? Hearing Yunyi's name, the disciples of Yao Wanggu were all terrified. The great devil Yun is attacking again. What should we do? What should we do? Someone replied. I advised you to run quickly, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened. There was even a bolder one. He tied a cloth on his head, stuck 2 twigs on it as horns, and held a white flag to surrender. He stood tall and declared, "I announce, starting today, I'm no longer a disciple of Yao Wanggu. I'm a disciple of Manhua Peak." The 2 twigs on this man's head were meant to imitate Xiao Lu. These 2 horns caught Xiao Lu's attention, but the imitation surprised her a bit. Seeing this man voluntarily claim to be his disciple, Yunyi waved his hand and replied, "No need. Lianhua Peak doesn't lack servants. I'll just spare your life." The disciples saw this man put on 2 horns for himself, thinking that because of the resemblance to Yunyi's disciple, he was spared. So they rushed at the man and yelled, "Give me a horn! I want one too! Are there any left?" The scene of the disciples fighting amongst themselves and surrendering to the enemy without permission made Yao Wuqing extremely ashamed. He said, "What a disgrace to the sect!" As he spoke, he struck the disciples who were scrambling at each other. A loud bang rang out, and the scrambling stopped. Yunyi found this scene of internal strife amusing. He said to Yao Wuqing, "Old man, your Yao Wanggu doesn't look very stable, does it?" Yao Wuqing asked unhappily, "Yunyi, what do you want?" In his mind, he was worried, thinking, the mountain protection formation can be explained, but the 3 saints are all at the peak of the saint realm. Yunyi killed 3 people with 1 move. If his strength hadn't recovered, he couldn't have done it. But the aura on Yunyi is indeed only at the 9th level of the Dao realm. It's better to test him out. Yunyi replied, "What do I want?" "It's what you want that matters." This time, he wanted to investigate Wang Heng's death. Since he didn't have many clues, he decided to try and lure Yao Wuqing first. He put on a knowing look and said, "I know everything about what happened to Wang Heng back then." Sure enough, Yao Wuqing was panicked upon hearing this. It seemed that Yao Wuqing's panicked expression betrayed the secrets he had been hiding for a long time. His disciples became curious. "Wang Heng? Is that the culprit Wang Heng who caused the devil plague? Could there be something hidden within this?" Yao Wuqing was afraid that his secret would be exposed. He absolutely wouldn't allow Yunyi to exist and reveal this matter. He regained his composure, looked at Yunyi with murderous intent, and said, "What could have happened to Wang Heng? He harmed so many innocent mortals and cultivators. Everything was his own fault. On the contrary, it's you, Yunyi, who has repeatedly come to our Yao Wanggu to humiliate us. Do you really think I don't have any backup plan? Since you've taken the initiative to come to our door today, then prepare to die." As he spoke, Yao Wuqing unleashed his power. A pair of terrifyingly large eyes appeared in the air. Then, dozens of ancient snakes appeared, their large mouths full of venomous fangs directed towards Yunyi. The disciples of Yao Wuqing were astonished as they watched their patriarch cast the technique, whispering among themselves, "That's the divine eye of antiquity I read about in the forbidden section of the ancient techniques." The ancient divine eye is one of the most advanced spells of the ancient techniques. Not only is it powerful, but most importantly, each ancient snake carries a strange poison. Anyone bitten, even a half-saint, will lose half their life. The person next to him exclaimed, "Damn! That's awesome! I didn't expect the patriarch to have such a skill." This ancient technique was extremely dangerous, and Xiao Lu was very worried about her master's safety. However, in Yunye's eyes, Yao Wuqing's ancient technique was just a child's play. Without any fear, he drew his sword and slashed repeatedly, cutting several ancient snakes in half. Yao Wuqing sneered, "It's not over yet." Unexpectedly, his ancient technique not only summoned ancient snakes in the air but also underground. Xiao Lu shouted in fear, warning Yunyi, "Master, be careful under your feet." Yunyi turned his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. An ancient snake appeared beneath his feet, biting his calf just as he was about to dodge. Yao Wuqing laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha ha! Yunyi, you're finished. My ancient snake not only has poison, but it can also seal cultivation. This time, whether you're pretending or not, you won't be able to use your spiritual power. Today, you will definitely die at my hands, ha ha ha." The disciples who wanted to leave the sect earlier saw their patriarch gaining the upper hand and immediately changed their minds. "Return your horns, patriarch. This disciple is truly loyal to Yao Wanggu." Then, to the one holding the white flag, "You're done for. You chose the wrong side this time." However, Yunyi had the system to save him, using all his remaining lifespan to neutralize the ancient poison. His lifespan had now dropped to -3. He chuckled at Yao Wuqing and said, "Is that so? I wanted to see what was so special about your ancient snake that is said to be able to poison a half-saint to death. Turns out it's just that." Yao Wuqing froze, panicking. Yunye's reaction isn't right, but I clearly saw it bite him. He snorted coldly, "Humph, Yunyi, stop pretending. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, count out to me 3 times, then maybe I'll spare your life. Being able to see the world-renowned Yun Emperor kowtow, it wouldn't be a waste of my precious ancient snake." "Ha ha!" Yunyi didn't bother talking to him. He started to weave his hands, casting the primordial technique, shouting, "Primordial Dharma Body of the 10 Directions." The primordial Dharma Body appeared, radiant like the sun. Yunyi quickly gave the order, pointing at Yao Wuqing for the Dharma Body to carry out the task. The Dharma Body wielded its sword and slashed down towards the enemy. Yao Wuqing screamed in terror, "How is this possible? How can Yunyi still use spiritual power?" The crash of the Dharma Body's sword answered his scream. Yao Wuqing was severely injured, spitting out fresh blood, still muttering, "What kind of technique did he use to resist my ancient poison?" Xiaolu said proudly, "I knew Master wouldn't be hurt by such despicable tricks." Yao Wuqing's disciples started complaining again, "Damn it! We were tricked by that old man." Yunyi used a major technique as soon as he made a move. He didn't look like his spiritual power was sealed at all. Yunyi, annoyed, looked at the person who had just spoken and cursed, "Shut up!" A beam of light shot out from his hand. The light instantly sliced across the talkative disciple's neck, silencing him permanently. The remaining disciples watched their fellow disciple fall, their hearts filled with panic. Yunyi slowly walked up to Yao Wuqing and asked, "Are you convinced now? Tell me everything that happened back then, and I'll spare your life," Yunyi said, pressing his sword against Yao Wuqing's neck. Yao Wuqing was still stubborn, replying, "The truth is that Wang Heng caused the devil plague and was killed by the master of the Qingyun's sacred realm. What else do you want me to say?" With a swish, Yunye's sword sliced off Yao Wuqing's right arm. Yao Wuqing clutched his severed arm and screamed in pain, "Ah! My arm! My arm!" Yunyi threatened sternly, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut off your other arm as punishment. I'll only say one thing, Netherworld Pearl." As soon as this item was mentioned, Yao Wuqing's expression became panicked. In another part of Yaowangu, Lu Ringjia, the man who had earlier called Yunyi brother, was strolling around, talking to himself. "I didn't expect Yunyi to arrive so quickly. I guessed earlier that the 2 who approached me were probably Yunye's first disciple, Lang Feng, and 5th disciple, Yuan Xiaolu. I intentionally revealed the inside information I had hidden for so long. It's only been a few hours, and Yunyi has already come knocking." He recalled the expression on Yunye's face, thinking it was Lang Feng, who had resolutely declared, "My life's goal is to chop off the head of that great devil, to eradicate harm for the people." He thought to himself, "But his chief disciple dares to say such rebellious words. It seems that Lianhua Peak is not an iron wall, and can be exploited a bit." He arrived at the entrance of a large cave. From within came voices mentioning the Netherworld Pearl. Lu Ringjia muttered to himself, "It seems I'm late. The battle is over." He approached the entrance of the cave, wanting to peek inside and see the situation. "Let me see what this infamous devil looks like. But why does this voice sound a bit familiar?" Yunyi immediately detected this man's presence and turned around, shouting, "Who's there?" Yunye's familiar face startled the man. He probably never expected the person he had just called brother to be the dreaded devil Yun, whom everyone feared. At this time, Yunyi was still torturing Yao Wuqing to confess everything related to Wang Heng. After being tortured for a while, unable to bear it any longer, Yao Wuqing kowtowed and pleaded, "Emperor Yun, spare my life. I'll tell you everything." Yao Wuqing initially didn't intend to reveal anything, but one of his arms was already crippled. If he lost another one, he might as well die. He thought to himself, "Qin Qiatzi, if you ignore the plea for help from Yaowang Valley, don't blame me for breaking our agreement. If I fall, you won't have a good life either." Finally, Yao Wuqing began to tell everything. Around that time, Wang Heng had encountered several patients covered in black spots. After searching through all the ancient texts, he discovered it was the Black Spot Plague. After reporting to Yao Wuqing, they investigated, and all clues pointed to the Xinyu Qingyun sect. Wang Heng had said the Black Spot Plague is the specialty of the human devil army. No cure has been found in any ancient texts. Its reappearance is a great disaster for the cultivation world. As the Grand Elder, Yao Wuqing had replied, "Don't worry, I can't ignore such a major issue. Finding a cure quickly is the most urgent task now." At that time, he had intended to expose this crime of the Xinyu Qingyan sect, but then Qin Qiatzi, the leader of the Xinyu Qingyan sect, came to him. This guy came to Yao Wuqing and subtly said, "My child has been mischievous. He recently got a Yuling orb as a toy and accidentally caused a little trouble. I didn't expect it to alarm such an esteemed sect leader. Haven't we made a bit of a fuss over nothing?" Yao Wuqing initially replied with a cold face, "This is not a small matter." Qin Qiatzi then played the bribery game. He said, "Besides the Yuling orb, the Xinyu Qingyan sect also has a cultivation technique that can perfect your ancient technique to the point where it can suppress even the half-god realm. Of course, there are a few other treasures included." Xiao Lu quickly realized that the ancient technique Qin Qiatzi mentioned and the one Yao Wuqing had just used was the ancient serpent technique that her master had easily crushed earlier. She asked Yao Wuqing with an indignant voice, "Were you swayed by that technique?" Yunyi also suspiciously asked, "If that's all, even if you and Qin Qiatzi colluded, the truth would eventually come out if the black spot plague remained incurable." Yao Wuqing replied, "Qin Qiatzi found a cure. The prescription needs to be placed in a furnace and burned along with the cultivator's spiritual power for 3 days and 3 nights to produce the antidote." Xiao Lu was startled and horrified, the gruesome image of Elder Wang Heng sacrificing himself flashing through her mind. Yunyi must have had the same thought as Xiao Lu. He anxiously questioned, although Wang Heng was a respected elder, he wasn't foolish. "What did you use to threaten him?" Yao Wuqing answered, "The 2 most important things in his life were Yaowang Valley and the child he adopted." Xiao Lu was incredibly surprised, her eyes brimming with tears. The arrogant man had listened to the entire story. He muttered to himself in astonishment, "So that's what happened back then. The things these righteous sects do in secret always manage to drop one's jaw." Yun Yi, now fully aware of Wang Heng's story, no longer had any use for Yao Wuqing. Yao Wuqing immediately received a sword strike from Yun Yi. Blood gushed from Yao Wuqing's neck. His eyes widened in resentment as he looked at Yun Yi, his mouth weakly uttering, Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Yun Yi coldly replied, "I initially planned to spare your life, but after hearing such a disgusting story, I think it's better to send you to meet Wang Heng and atone for your sins." After saying that, he went over to Xiao Lu and comforted her. "Xiao Wu, don't cry. We'll avenge Wang Heng." Xiao Lu sobbed, "But Elder Wang Heng." But she quickly wiped her tears, suddenly realizing her master had mentioned avenging Elder Wang Heng. She looked up at him with her small eyes and tentatively asked, "What do you mean, master?" Yun Yi softly replied, "Isn't Xinyu Qingyan sect recruiting disciples recently? I wonder if they accept disciples at the 9th level of the Dao realm with 6 disciples of their own who have annihilated their entire sect." Unexpectedly, Yun Yi looked over at the arrogant man standing behind them and called out, "Hey, you brat from the God clan, are you coming with us?" Surprisingly, the man agreed to accompany Yun Yi and Xiao Lu to the Xinyu Qingyan sect. The 3 of them flew off on a flying sword. On the way, Xiao Lu was a bit curious about the arrogant man and asked, "Master, what do you mean by God clan? Is he a member of 3rd Senior Brother's clan?" Yun Yi gave a cryptic reply, "About that, you can ask him yourself. Why would a surviving member of the God clan hide in the outer sect of Yaowang Valley? Not only is his identity fake, but I'm afraid even the name Lu Rinjia is fake," Yun Yi said, glancing at the arrogant man. Hearing Yun Yi mention him, the man chuckled mischievously and replied, "Junior Lu Yunxing greets Senior." Hearing the real name Lu Yunxing and comparing it to the fake name Lu Rinjia, Yun Yi secretly thought, Lu Rinjia and passerby are homophones in Chinese. "Ah, how embarrassing!" Lu Yunxing then said sincerely, "I apologize for my previous offense. However, you have urgent matters now. I won't bother you with this small matter. I will explain it truthfully later." Lu Yunxing seemed to have some reputation in the Jianghu. However, when he revealed his name, he didn't receive any particular reaction from Yun Yi. Lu Yunxing smiled wryly to himself, thinking, with the infamous Lianhua Peak here, how could I dare approach without investigating the situation? It seems you don't know anything about your terrifying reputation. After some time traveling, the Xinyu Qingyan sect finally appeared before their eyes. Lu Yunxing blended into the crowd participating in the selection. He naturally walked in and politely asked the person in front of him, "Brother, may I ask, what stage are we at now?" The person pointed to the registration table and replied, "It just started. Submit 10 low-grade spirit stones, register your name, and then you can queue up and wait to be called." Nearby, a person in purple robes, with a rather superior demeanor, spoke as if experienced. Xingyu Qingyan sect is becoming more and more like robbers. When my elder sister participated, it only cost 3 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Yunxing turned to Yunyi and asked, "Senior, what now? Do we just barge in?" Yunyi replied, "Let's observe first. Barging in is too easy, but the key is to find the Yulin orb." He was thinking that if he acted according to the original host's personality, he would definitely barge in, which would turn him into a great demon who kills indiscriminately, and would be blamed for it. Most of the crimes attributed to him were like that. At this time, an elder appeared on the platform above. He took out a jade green stone and placed it on the table, then announced loudly to the candidates, "Attention! The Xingyu Qingyan sect's entrance examination officially begins. When your name is called, come up to the platform and place your hand on the qualification stone here." The qualification stone has 9 levels, and Xingyu Qingyan sect only accepts those from mid-grade or higher. In addition, this batch of disciples is very lucky. Our Xingyu Qingyan sect's young master will observe your entire testing process. Those with good talent can directly enter the inner sect and study alongside the young master. This elder was just going through the motions. He wasn't happy about the appearance of the young master sitting grandly in a nearby chair. He thought with annoyance, "Why did this little ancestor suddenly come here? He's never been interested in this before. I used to be able to skim a bit off the top during entrance exams. But not this time." This young master's name was Qing Ping. His face clearly showed his arrogance. After the elder announced the start of the examination, he muttered, "The guy who followed me before accidentally contracted the black spot plague. Without the antidote, he died. This time, I'll recruit a few with tougher lives." As soon as Xiao Lu saw the young master's face, she whispered into her master's ear, "It's him. It seems he's the one we're looking for." Yunyi chuckled softly, "We came at just the right time." So he went and invited Lu Yunxing, "Let's register 3 spots for us." Some additional information about this young master Qing Ping of Xingyu Qingyan sect. He was a notorious rich kid, with mediocre talent, dressed in fancy clothes. The sect leader of Xingyu Qingyan sect doted on this son. Usually, it wouldn't be easy to approach him, but this was a great opportunity. Based on what Yao Wuqing said before, the Yuling orb was probably on him. 3 hours later, Yunye's registration was complete. He waited until the elder above read out the names: Lu Rinjia, high-grade mid-rank; Yuan Yi, high-grade low-rank. The next one, Yun Renbing. For some reason, Lu Yunxing gave Yun Yi and Xiao Lu incredibly strange names. After hearing the elder read them out, Yun Yi could only smile wryly, while Lu Yunxing grinned mischievously, showing all his teeth. After the elder finished reading the names, Yun Yi stepped forward, thinking as he walked, "The talent isn't bad. Xiao Lu is following the path of medical cultivation. And medical cultivation doesn't prioritize innate talent anyway." The people below were discussing the candidates. The man in purple said with a disdainful expression, "All morning, and only 1 high-grade mid-rank and 3 high-grade low ranks." The person in blue next to him retorted, "1 is not bad. Do you think high-grade is like cabbages? No matter where you are, someone with high-grade talent is praised as a genius. In other sects, they'd be treated like a treasure. Xingyu Qingyan sect is the leading sect in our region, so naturally, the examination is very strict." A person with short hair joined the conversation, "But the son of the Wang family next to mine is a servant in the local Wen family. Their young master seems to have mediocre talent, but he can still enter the Xingyu Qingyan sect." The man in purple put a hand to his mouth and whispered to the other person, as if sharing a secret, "Shu connections. You know? No need to be surprised. Those people are not on the same path as us." While the crowd below was whispering, Yun Yi had reached the qualification stone. The elder gestured for him to place his hand on it. The elder glanced at Yun Yi and silently criticized, "Looking at his bones, he's not young anymore. His talent must be very poor." Since the sect leader changed the entrance examination to this anyone dares to give it a try. Yunyi followed the instructions, placing his hand on the stone for a while, but there was no reaction. The elder waved him away with disgust. No grade. Get down! Yunye's result amused the crowd below. They clutched their stomachs and laughed. The man in blue said, damn. No grade, that's a new one. The man in purple added, this is the first no grade, right? Ha ha ha, with that talent, he dared to go on stage. How embarrassing. The short-haired man also added in a contemptuous tone, I was worried about embarrassing myself with my low talent, ha 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 ha, now I have him to cushion the blow. Xiaolu looked at the ignorant people mocking her master with disdain. She thought to herself, what do these people understand? Master was able to become the number one person in the 9 regions. From a humble beginning. How could his talent be poor? Yunyi was still standing at the testing area. When the elder dismissed him, he didn't leave immediately, but just removed his hand from the stone and said coldly, haha, don't be so hasty. Meanwhile, the stone began to crackle, as if about to break. Then, with a bang, to everyone's astonishment, the stone shattered, revealing a brilliant light within. The elder's face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, what? Is that 9th grade light? The short-haired man who had previously called Yunyi a cushion for himself now mumbled in embarrassment, turns out the joke's on me. After emitting the bright light, the stone completely crumbled. Yunyi said, excuse me, I won't have to pay for this, will I? The elder was still in shock and sweating profusely. Hearing Yunyi's question, he stammered, this a mistake. Then, in front of everyone, the elder announced, Yunren Bing, high-grade top rank. Of course you don't need to retake the test. Join the ranks of the new disciples. After finishing, he glanced at Yunyi with calculating eyes, thinking, with this talent, even the direct disciples of the sect master would be hard-pressed to match him. Why wasn't I more friendly earlier? I missed an opportunity to build a relationship. Yunyi returned to where Xiao Lu and Lu Yunxing were. Xiao Lu chirped excitedly, I knew it. Master is the best. Lu Yunxing whispered in admiration, high-grade top rank is just the limit of this talent stone, not Yunyi's limit. He truly deserves to be recognized as the number one person in the 9 regions. After some time, the examination concluded. The elder announced again, all right, today's entrance examination is over. Those who are not involved, please leave. Then, he led those who had qualified to young Master Qingping and reported, these are all the new disciples, young master. Please take a look. Qingping replied with a disinterested expression, I've seen them. Then he pointed at the group, selecting you and you. The 3 of you, follow me. Unexpectedly, the 3 he chose were Xiao Lu, Yunyi, and Lu Yunxing. Qingping was thinking, the strongest one will be my fighter. The high-grade mid-rank one looks like he's good with words, so he can stay by my side and flatter me. That girl doesn't look bad either. Ultimately, his reasons for choosing them weren't noble. It was all about amusement. The elder looked a little embarrassed after seeing Qingping's selection. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, well, taking the 3 best talents at once makes things a little difficult for me to explain. But Qingping, being a pampered young master, didn't care about the elder's difficulties. He stood up from his chair and said bluntly, all right, that's settled. Do you expect me to go to my father myself to get them? After saying that, he ordered the 3 to follow him immediately. The elder had no choice but to cup his hands respectfully, of course not, young master. Please go ahead. As Qingping led them away, the remaining disciples began to discuss among themselves. The young master's aura is truly imposing. That elder was so dignified earlier. But in front of him, he didn't even dare to fart. Another agreed, indeed. I envy those 3. Being able to follow the young master means they can strut around the sect from now on. Hearing their conversation, Yunyi scoffed, strut around? With the young master's personality, the ones who will be bullied the most are those who follow him. He and the other 2 were led out onto the streets by young Master Qingping. Yunyi was curious and asked, young master, where are you taking us? Don't we need to report in? Young Master Qingping replied, my father hasn't allowed me to leave the sect for a long time. He said something about trouble at Yaowang Valley and that it's not safe outside. Afraid I'll fall into Yunyi's hands. It wasn't easy to get this opportunity, so of course I have to go down the mountain and have some fun. Upon mentioning Yunyi, the 3 of them smiled mysteriously and whispered in unison, hee hee, time to act. Yunyi acted very obligingly, running up to Qingping and suggesting, if that's the case, I know a very interesting place. Young master, are you interested in going? This immediately piqued the playful young master's interest. He replied, I knew at first glance that you know how to have fun. Lead the way. So the three of them led their young master into the forest. After walking for a long time without seeing any interesting place, young master Qingping started to get annoyed and complained, What's there to do in this remote and desolate place? You brat, if you're playing with me, you're dead. If you don't show me something interesting, I'll use your head as a soccer ball. Yunyi smiled mysteriously and turned around, replying, Don't be impatient, young master. Isn't the interesting thing right in front of you? Qingping looked around. He saw nothing but trees and bushes. Bored, he asked, Where? Yunyi dropped the act and turned to the young master, kicking him and saying, You. Yunyi chuckled inwardly, It seems I'm a villain. Oh wait, I am the #1 villain in the world. Ha ha. Kicked by Yunyi, Qingping roared furiously, You. How dare you? I'm the young master of Xingyu Qingyin sect. Aren't you afraid that my father will find out? You'll all die. Yunyi replied provocatively, Yo, I'm afraid your father won't come looking for me. Do you know who I am? Do you know who she is? He said, pointing at Xiaolu behind him. Qingping maintained his arrogant tone, I don't know any nobodies. Who could you possibly be? And even if you're someone important, are you bigger than my father? Yunyi then revealed his true identity. She is the adopted daughter of Elder Wang Heng of Yaowang Valley, the man you killed. Hearing this, Qingping was still unafraid. He shouted back, So what? It was all Wang Heng's fault. The leader of a small sect dying, so what? Do you expect me to atone for that? Seeing that he was still unrepentant, Yunyi continued, The adopted daughter of a small sect leader isn't enough for you to atone for, then how about Yunye's disciple? Is that enough? At the mention of Yunye's name, Qingping finally became afraid. His face contorted as he stammered, you're Yunyi. Realizing he had run into trouble, Qingping quickly got up and ran as fast as he could out of the forest. Having lured him out here, Yunyi wouldn't let him escape so easily. So he gently blew a bit of spiritual energy and chased after him. Not having run far, Qingping was bound by Yunye's spiritual energy, which had transformed into ropes. Facing danger and encountering the great demon Yunyi, Qingping became extremely terrified. He pleaded pathetically, Don't kill me. You can do anything to me. Just don't kill me. Yunyi began to question him, Tell me, what's the story with the Yuling Pearl? Frightened, Qingping started to explain, A while ago, the Yuman's secret realm emerged. It was reported to the Qingyan Holy Realm, and it was originally supposed to be destroyed. I had never seen a demonic cultivator's secret realm before, so I asked my father to let me explore it. Relying on the coffin of the Yuman demonic army, I secretly took the Yuling Pearl. Unexpectedly, later, several of my underlings who followed me contracted the Black Plague, and it spread outwards. Yunyi asked doubtfully, Then why weren't you affected? Qingping confessed, The Yuling Pearl is an object of extreme evil and extreme cold. It can suppress all poisons and protect the wearer from being invaded by evil spirits. After death, the body doesn't decompose. Having received the key information, Yunyi turned to Lu Yunxing and asked, Did you record it? Lu Yunxing, holding a stone in his hand, nodded and replied, I've recorded it using the image recording stone. Once finished, Yunyi tossed the Yuling Pearl to Yuan Xiaolu, saying, Here, take it and play with it. Xiaolu joyfully caught the Yuling Pearl and said, Thank you, master. At this moment Yunyi drew his sword, his eyes filled with coldness as he looked at Qingping. Qingping trembled and cried, You. What are you going to do? Send you on your way first. Yunyi replied to Qingping, then the sword in his hand slashed down decisively, sending young master Qingping to meet his maker. Yunyi said coldly, Having committed such a heinous crime, don't even think about surviving. Atone for your sins early, and maybe you can be reincarnated as a human. At this very moment, the system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for uncovering the whole truth about Wang Heng's death. Reward, 100 points. Current points, 190. The system shop has been unlocked. The host can use faith points to exchange for items. Faith points unlocked. Yuan Xiaolu's current faith points, 100. Lu Yunxing's current faith points, 60. The system's point calculation method had always dissatisfied Yun Yi. He pointed at the system with a displeased attitude and said, "Hey, system, you're too stingy. Why does everything cost hundreds of points? Even the cheapest immortal binding rope requires 200 faith points to exchange, and it's gone after one use. It's not easy to accumulate these faith points." The system put on a wronged expression and replied, "Host, there's no need to be anxious. The monthly faith points, once exchanged, will be refreshed next month. For example, this month the host has a total of 100 faith points. If the host exchanges all 100 points in the shop, the remaining faith points for this month will be 0. Then, next month's refresh will still provide 100 faith points, theoretically. Only then did Yun Yi understand. Finally, the system showed some conscience, and made the point system a bit more comfortable. Overjoyed, Yun Yi hugged the system and showered it with grateful kisses. "I've always wrongly accused you of being stingy. It was my mistake. From now on, you are my precious treasure." At the same time, in the Qingyun Holy Realm, Qing Chaozi discovered that Qing Ping's life tablet was cracked. He screamed in panic, "My son's life tablet is cracked. Who did this? I will tear him to pieces." Ah! Yun Ye's group, the main culprits, were still in the forest. Lu Yunxing was currently asking Yun Yi, "Senior, now that all the evidence is complete, what should we do?" Yun Yi coldly said one word, "Wait." Lu Yunxing and Xiaolu were both extremely surprised. They didn't understand what else there was to wait for. Qing Ping's body was quickly found, and the people of the Qingyun Holy Realm immediately organized a grand funeral. The disciples whispered amongst themselves at the funeral, "I heard that the young master's throat was slit in one stroke. When he was discovered, his eyes were wide open, unable to close in death." The person next to him replied, "How few people did the young master usually offend? If it wasn't for relying on the Holy Lord." Before this person could finish speaking, another person panicked and covered his mouth, scolding, "Shh! Saying such things at the young master's funeral, are you looking for death?" Among the mourners, Yun Ye's group also attended in white, as if they had nothing to do with Qing Ping's death. Lu Yunxing quietly asked Yun Yi, "Senior, are we waiting for Qing Ping's funeral?" Yun Yi chuckled softly and replied, "Given Qing Chaozi's doting on Qing Ping, he definitely won't let him leave this world quietly. Today, there's a mixed bag of people. The 8 sects and 10 schools have all sent representatives, and there are many minor sects and families present. Most importantly, look." Yun Yi glanced towards the main hall. Inside were bald monks chanting scriptures. Among them was a distinctive monk with half his face covered by a mask. He whispered to Lu Yunxing, "He has invited monks from the Tianzong sect to chant the Rebirth Sutra for Qing Ping's transcendence." Xiaolu, beside them, said, "The Tianzong Grandmasters show compassion to all beings. Even the Qingyun Holy Realm, if they want to silence them, absolutely cannot threaten these people. They do not tolerate anything related to demonic cultivation. They are the most appropriate witnesses." Yun Yi smiled faintly. What Xiaolu just said was what Yun Yi was waiting for someone who could testify to what he was about to do. The 3 leaders of the Qingyun Holy Realm appeared one after another in the main hall. The second elder with horns approached Qing Chaozi and consoled him in a low voice, "We have heard about the passing of your esteemed young master. It is truly heartbreaking. Brother Qing, please take care of your health." The woman with her eyes covered continued, "Indeed. I wonder which insidious person he offended to be dealt with so cruelly." Qing Chaozi yelled, "He didn't offend any villain, but a demon." "What do you mean, brother?" the second elder asked with a suspicious look. Qing Chaozi affirmed, "That's right. I used our sex treasure, the mirror of retrospection, and saw the last scene before my son's death. The murderer is none other than Yun Yi." The disciples widened their eyes in astonishment, and condemned Yun Yi one after another. Unexpectedly, "It's him. First, he killed the patriarch of the Herb King Valley. And now he killed the young master of the Qingyun Holy Realm. This Yun Ye's bloodlust is overflowing. This demon has done so many evil deeds, sooner or later someone will catch him." The Grandmaster with the mask, having heard these harsh curses, silently chanted, "Amitabha." The woman with covered eyes, upon hearing the name Yun Yi, displayed a look of resentment, her palms clenching tightly. Xiaolu, hearing the disciples cursing her master, said angrily, "Humph, these people don't know anything." Lu Yunxing came over to comfort her, "Don't worry, Senior definitely has a plan. Yunyi calmly said to the two of them, no rush. The scene before him was of people bad-mouthing the demon, and in a moment, they would be scared to death. But this scene was somewhat familiar to Lu Yunxing. He had witnessed it several times. He couldn't forget the first time. The first time he met Yunyi, he boldly declared, what a pity, someone associated with the great demon can't be a good person. At this time, Qing Chao's Zi was extremely furious. He shouted, arrogant demon! Today it's my son, tomorrow who knows who will suffer this fate? Today, taking this opportunity, I invite all of you to join me in slaying the demon. Execute Yunyi, and return peace to the cultivation world. The second elder and the woman, hearing Qing Chaozi's words, looked at each other and smiled smugly. They had long harbored this intention. Hearing that Yunye's power had been restored, and that he had recently massacred the Herb King Valley, now wasn't a good time to encircle and annihilate him. It was better to push a vanguard out as a sacrificial pawn to test him first. Qing Chaozi was the perfect opportunity. The second elder feigned understanding. He patted Qing Chaozi's shoulder and said, the demon's crimes are heinous. This demon-slaying operation indeed cannot be delayed any further. It's just that the person to lead this operation. Before the second elder could finish, Qing Chaozi loudly took responsibility, saying, I will not tolerate this. Slay the demon. He shouted the two words slay the demon loudly in front of his disciples. The disciples were also very enthusiastic, shouting loudly, slay the demon. Slay the demon. They were completely unaware that the enemy, hidden among the crowd, was wearing a sinister smile. The person standing next to Yunyi, seeing that he didn't shout along with his fellow disciples, asked curiously, brother, why aren't you shouting? This is a good opportunity to show your face in front of important figures. Without a word, Yunyi strode forward, separating himself from the crowd. Then, he ripped off his mourning clothes and said, are you looking for me? Qing Chaozi was shocked to recognize Yunyi. He probably hadn't expected the enemy to be hiding within his own holy realm. The man who had just questioned Yunyi about not shouting, now trembling with fear, sat down on the floor and stammered, you're Yunyi. Lu Yunxing, seeing the man's terrified expression upon realizing Yunyi's true identity, felt a sense of empathy. Not long ago, Lu Yunxing had experienced a similar feeling. Qing Chaozi, seeing that the enemy had come to him without any effort, seemed very excited and said, old thief Yunyi, you dare to show your face. He charged towards Yunyi with his sword, yelling, pay for my son's life. Yunyi didn't even flinch. As the blade approached, he simply raised two fingers to block the attack. Then, he launched a simple attack, using a small portion of his qi to strike Qing Chaozi directly in the chest. This caused Qing Chaozi to be injured and stumble backward, losing his composure. While clutching his aching chest, Qing Chaozi said bitterly, since the demon has appeared on his own accord, everyone, please join me in killing him. Whoever kills Yunyi, my Qingyan holy realm will reward them with 10 sets of heaven-grade cultivation techniques, 20 immortal-grade pills, and 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The benefits offered by the old man were very attractive, immediately attracting many people with weapons in their hands, eager to attack Yunyi. Lu Yunxing, looking at the approaching enemies, asked with some worry, aren't there a bit too many of them? Xiaolu replied with a firm voice, I believe in Master. Actually, the current number was indeed a bit much for Yunyi. He was looking for a way to intimidate them into silence. The original Yunyi didn't seem to have such a technique, so he had to check the system. Sure enough, after a few seconds of searching, he actually found what he needed. He quickly pointed two fingers towards the sky, silently reciting, Buddha's Pure Land. A gigantic Pure Land appeared in the sky, emitting dazzling light. The leaders and the woman expressed great surprise at Yunyi's Pure Land. The disciples who had wanted to attack Yunyi suddenly lost their spiritual power, and cried out in panic, my spiritual power is unusable. The horned second elder also seemed very helpless, apparently having no countermeasures. Yunyi's grand display finally attracted the attention of the grandmasters. The grandmaster with the mask stood up and looked at Yunyi. He said, that is our Tianzong sex formation, the Buddha's Pure Land. Apart from the caster, everyone within the domain will temporarily lose their cultivation. I heard that if one isn't at the deity realm, they can't cast it. Fellow cultivator Yun, could it be that you're... Can you hear me now? Yunyi spoke up. The effect of the Pure Land was indeed significant. It was worthy of being a system item, its quality was truly excellent. But Yunyi didn't expect it to be a Buddhist cultivation technique. It was quite overbearing. The woman, who had previously wanted others to test Yunyi for her, now realized that his cultivation had already reached such a realm. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that she hadn't revealed herself. The Horned Second Elder felt unwilling to believe the truth. He was silently denying it. It can't be the deity realm. But if Yunyi can use deity realm techniques, then I'm afraid no one in this world can defeat him. At this time, Yunyi called Lu Yunxing over and gave him a task. Qing Chaozi roared with resentment. What do you want? Of course, to show you all something interesting, Yunyi replied. Then came Lu Yunxing's performance. In front of everyone, he took out the image recording stone, preparing to show everyone a movie. It was unknown whether this image recording stone had any special connection to the woman with covered eyes. But upon seeing it, she showed a very surprised expression. Then, everyone witnessed the entire story, the root cause of the Black Plague outbreak, and the dirty deeds concealed by Qing Chaozi. Everything was revealed. Qing Chaozi's face was ashen, and he was extremely panicked. With everything exposed, the Qingyan disciples lost faith in their sect and began to insult Qing Chaozi and his son. Unexpectedly, the Qingyan Holy Realm was the mastermind behind the Black Plague outbreak that year. I remember when the Qingyan Holy Realm announced to everyone that Qing Chaozi had killed Elder Wang Hun, right? Using someone's medicine for his own reputation. How shameless! With everything brought to light, Yunyi stood before the Grand Master and said, since the truth is clear, then I will administer justice in place of the Qingyan Holy Realm. Do you have any objections? The Grand Master clasped his hands and replied, Amitabha. Since the era without demons, immediately destroying discovered demonic cultivation secret realms has been the common understanding of the 9 continents. The Qingyan Holy Realm acted arbitrarily, breaking the prohibition, and must be punished. Lu Yunxing suddenly said, don't act like you're always right. Even if you're not, these people wouldn't dare to say anything in the face of absolute power. Yunyi, sword in hand, slowly walked towards Qing Chaozi. The old man, terrified, kept retreating. But he had to pay the price for his wrongdoing, and Yunye's sword carried out the punishment. He pinned the old man right in the middle of the sign bearing the name Qingyan Holy Realm, fresh blood staining a large area. Not yet finished, Yunyi dusted off his hands and said, in addition, I have one more thing to do. Seeing Yunyi dusting his hands, Xiaolu immediately ran over and offered him her handkerchief. Master, use my handkerchief. Yunyi rubbed Xiaolu's head. Thank you, little Wu. Then, he pointed to the white cloths on the memorial tablet of the deceased Holy Lord Qingping and said, remove all these cloths for me. What is Qingping? He's not worthy. Hearing this, the disciples nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, we'll remove them right away. Afterwards, Yunyi walked over to the Grand Masters and said, why are you sitting on the ground? The ground is cold. Stand up. Change the white flags and offerings. And everyone continued the memorial service. The Grand Master was extremely surprised. He had probably never met anyone like Yunyi, who, after killing his enemy, still allowed others to hold a memorial service for them. These acts of kindness were witnessed by Xiaolu, and in her heart, her admiration for her master grew. Only the woman with covered eyes didn't take Yunyi's actions seriously. She asked sternly, what trick is Yunyi trying to pull now? Yunyi, while stepping on Qingping's cloths, said, it's just that the person we are holding the memorial for should be changed to Wang Heng. Oh my goodness, Yunyi's words moved Xiaolu to tears. After learning the truth, the disciples were extremely supportive of Yunyi's actions. They said in unison, that's right. That's right. That's the way it should be. Sect leader Wang touched the heavens, saving countless lives. He deserves to be mourned by all under heaven. Everyone's favor towards Yunyi soared, and the system quickly entered the faith value calculation mode. Yunyi walked up to the Grand Master, lowered his voice, and said, I'm troubling you, Grand Master. Please chant the Rebirth Sutra for Wang Heng. The Grand Master felt some admiration for Yunyi. He replied in a deep voice, fellow cultivator Wang had compassion for all beings, his righteousness absolute. He is admirable. After returning to the sect, I will gather my fellow disciples to offer a memorial tablet for fellow cultivator Wang in the pagoda. Yunyi expressed his gratitude to the Grand Master, then turned and walked to the incense burner. He lit 3 incense sticks for Elder Wang Heng and said, "The enemy is dead, your innocence is clear. Wang Heng, rest in peace." Qing Chaozi was dead, and the 2 who had followed him, still unpunished, tried to sneak away while everyone was distracted. Unexpectedly, Yunyi called out to them. "Where are you 2 sneaking off to?" The woman forced a smile and replied, "No, nowhere. It's just that after the memorial service for sect leader Wang, we were deeply moved and decided to let the world know." Praising sect leader Wang's actions. The horned second elder nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. But in reality, the horned second elder was extremely fearful. It seemed that Yunye's strength had fully recovered, and he had even improved. He was looking for a way to escape. Fearing that if Yunyi remembered his sect's previous siege of Lianhua Peak and decided to settle the score, it wouldn't end well. Seeing that these 2 were intimidated by him and didn't dare to object, Yunyi said to them, 3 days. If the 2 sect leaders have said so, then within 3 days. I want every corner of the 9 continents to know the truth of this matter. If you can't do it. Before Yunyi could finish, the 2 bowed their heads and replied, "If we can't do it, we will personally come to Emperor Yun to apologize." Yunyi didn't make things difficult for them anymore. He wanted to settle accounts one by one. Today he had dealt with the Qingyun Holy Realm, and tomorrow it would be the turn of those 2 sects. After they promised, Yunyi waved them away. With the matters at the Qingyun Holy Realm settled, Yunyi also left. Arriving at a deserted place with no one around, he asked Lu Yunxing, "There are no outsiders here. Tell me, what was your purpose in approaching me?" Lu Yunxing knelt down and bowed deeply with a pleading look, saying, "I beg Emperor Yun to save our divine clan's holy maiden." Yunyi was extremely surprised and asked, "Besides you and Gao Yao, there are other divine clan survivors?" Xiaolu didn't understand what her master was talking about. Lu Yunxing, with pleading eyes, replied, "It's your 3rd disciple, Gao Yao's relative. I recently discovered the whereabouts of the holy maiden. For the sake of your 3rd disciple, please, Emperor Yun, save her." Yunyi knew he couldn't ignore this matter. He said to Lu Yunxing, "Follow me back to Lianhua Peak first." So the 3 of them returned to Lianhua Peak together. At this time, ZD was tending to the flowers, watering and humming cheerfully. Yunye's voice suddenly rang out, "In a good mood, aren't we?" ZD looked up and was overjoyed to see her master return. She ran over and hugged Yunyi tightly, saying, "You're finally back." Yunyi patted her shoulder affectionately and replied, "I haven't been gone long. Look how excited you are. I still haven't answered why you're so happy today?" ZD said, "The news about the Qingyun Holy Realm has spread. Now that the matter is over, Master will definitely return soon." "Of course, I'm happy." Only then did she notice another unfamiliar person following her master. Xiaolu was nowhere to be seen. She asked, "Who is this? By the way, where's Xiaolu? I didn't see her return with you." At this moment, Lu Yunxing bowed his head in greeting. Lu Yunxing. "Senior sister can call me Little Lu." Yunyi laughed and said to ZD, "We'll talk about Little Lu's matter after you meet your 3rd senior brother." As for Xiaolu, ZD's mind was muddled by Yunyi and Lu Yunxing. She asked again, "Master, which Little Lu are you talking about?" Yunyi chuckled and said, "Just a coincidence." Lu Yunxing, standing behind them, scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "If Senior Yun doesn't mind, just call me Yunxing." ZD seemed to dislike Lu Yunxing a bit. She glanced at him sideways, thinking, "This kid, he really knows how to climb the social ladder." At this moment Yunyi said to her, "Little Wu said she wanted to stay at the Herb King Valley, inheriting Wang Heng's will, and transforming the current Herb King Valley into what Wang Heng envisioned." ZD's expression turned to one of panic. She hurriedly asked, "Wait, Master, you left Xiaolu at the Herb King Valley alone?" She recalled her frail 5th junior sister, who was often bullied and always sought her help, crying, "Wah, Senior Sister ZD, save me." Thinking about Xiaolu holding down the fort alone at the Herb King Valley, she said worriedly, "How can that be? Xiaolu isn't good at fighting. What if she's bullied?" Without asking her master's permission, she ran off, saying as she ran, no way, I have to go bring Xiaolu back." Yunyi called after her, "Don't worry, Little Wu is very safe." ZD looked back at her master doubtfully and asked, "Really?" Yunyi nodded and replied, "Of course." "Has your master ever lied to you?" A few days ago at the Herb King Valley, before returning to Lianhua Peak, Yunyi had summoned the elders of the Herb King Valley to meet with Xiaolu. He said to them, "Elders, the Herb King Valley now has a new dawn. My disciple wants to stay here. Do you have any objections?" The elders nodded one after another. If Xiaolu wants to stay at the Herb King Valley, of course, it's fine. Other elders chimed in, "That's right, that's right. Xiaolu has grown up in the Herb King Valley since childhood, so staying here is naturally most suitable. I've seen her by Wang Heng's side since she was little, and I always felt this child would have a bright future. Qian Terrace, where Wang Heng resided, has always been empty. Xiaolu can continue to stay there. Just like at Lianhua Peak, if you need anything, just let us know." Everyone spoke one after another, causing those who hadn't had a chance to speak to rack their brains for pleasantries to say to Xiaolu. They only blamed the quick-tongued ones for not leaving any flowery words for those behind them to echo. There were also many who wanted to say nice things to Xiaolu. In short, no one objected. Xiaolu, of course, knew all these people. She had lived here since she was a child. These people were just too good at putting on a show for her. She didn't bother listening to their sweet talk, only silently agreeing to stay at Qian Terrace, Wang Heng's former residence. Everyone agreed, of course. No one objected. Xiaolu, hands on her hips, stood before the elders and declared, "But I'm not here as a guest. I want to be the sect leader of the Herb King Valley." The elders immediately showed signs of protest. "How can that be? That's preposterous." At this moment Yunyi, who was sitting and drinking tea beside them, simply let out a sound, "Oh." His tiger-like aura immediately silenced the crowd. Elder Zhang Fei, hearing the other elders' objections, knew something was wrong. He thought to himself, "Those fools are still bargaining? Yunye's killing intent has already been revealed. Do they want to die?" To save himself from being implicated, Zhang Fei nudged the elder next to him with his elbow and shouted, "Ridiculous. I think Xia Luo is the most suitable sect master. Why wouldn't she be?" The other elder pointed at Zhang Fei's face and scolded him loudly, "You traitor. You've betrayed the revolution." Zhang Fei gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Shut up." The situation was extremely chaotic. After a while, Yunyi spoke. "Xia Luo is Wang Heng's adopted daughter. The great sacred domains have always passed down their leadership from father to son, or daughter. Xia Luo inheriting Wang Heng's position as sect master is just going with the flow. I think it's very suitable." Yunye's words sounded gentle, but he wanted those people to think carefully before answering because his 40-meter-long saber was already thirsty for blood. Naturally, no one dared to argue after Yunyi spoke. The elders knelt down and kowtowed before Xia Luo, saying in unison, "We greet the sect master." Yunyi recounted everything to ZD. He said, "Wherever Lianhua Peak is, I'll be there. Nothing can happen to Xiao Wu. What's more, the influential elders of the Medicine King Valley are all dead. No one can do anything to Xiao Wu." "Haha, as expected of master." ZD chuckled shyly and bashfully. Having been home for half a day, Yunyi didn't see the rest of his disciples. He asked, "Where's Lao San? Why haven't I seen him?" "Gao Yao has become a monk," ZD replied. Yunyi and Lu Wenxing were both very surprised. In just a short period, their disciple had become a monk. In astonishment, Yunyi had ZD take him to where Gao Yao was. He and the other two pushed the door open and entered. A thick cloud of incense smoke poured out, causing all three of them to cough and sputter. Yunyi called out, "Lao San, what are you doing?" Inside was the familiar figure of Gao Yao, wearing a kasaya, sitting cross-legged. Hearing Yunyi's familiar voice, Gao Yao rejoiced, "Master, you're back." He stood up, walked towards Yunyi, put his hands together in greeting, and said, "Amitabha, Master, look at me. Do I have the demeanor of a great Zen master?" Yunyi replied coldly, "Why do you seem so happy?" ZD said with a bored expression, he heard that Master single-handedly suppressed everyone in the Qingyun's sacred domain using the sacred sect formation. He decided to follow in Master's footsteps, imitating every step, so he's been painstakingly studying Buddhist Dharma for the past 2 days. Lu Yunxin came to Lianhua Peak to meet Gao Yao, only to be informed that Gao Yao had become a monk. He felt a pang of guilt in his heart, it's over. Our divine clan can't be saved. Yunyi was still teasing Gao Yao, you really are a talent. However, you don't look like a great Zen master at all. You look more like a black bear. Gao Yao replied blankly, black bear spirit? So am I a demon? Yunyi suddenly became serious and said, it doesn't matter. Let's talk about the main issue first. Lu Yunxing then stepped out from behind and greeted, Gao Yao, long time no see. Gao Yao's eyes widened in surprise as he said, Lu Yunxing. You're still alive. I didn't see you just now because of the smoke. Everyone left Gao Yao's cultivation room and returned to the Manhua Peak meeting hall. There, Lu Yunxing began to recount his experiences when the divine clan was destroyed. I was lucky enough to escape. Knowing the news of our clan's annihilation, I changed my name and concealed my identity to protect our bloodline. For years I've been hiding within large sects, investigating the truth behind the divine clan's destruction, and finally, I've found a clue. Gao Yao immediately asked, who did it? The Qingyun's sacred domain and the Taisu's sacred domain did it. Lu Yunxing replied with a resentful voice. Gao Yao slammed his hand on the chair and asked suspiciously, it was them? These two sacred domains had a very good relationship with the divine clan. How could it be them? Yunyi chuckled and said, because they had a good relationship. After the divine clan was destroyed, they kept silent, making them even less suspicious, right? Did Master already guess it? Gao Yao asked suspiciously. Yunyi replied, I just didn't have any evidence. Lu Yunxing continued, they dared to play such a sinister trick. It's been many years, so the traces have long been cleaned up. Evidence will be very difficult to find. I haven't found any physical evidence, but I've overheard many plots from the major sects. Gao Yao clenched his fists in anger and said, damn it! Are we just going to let them go? Yunyi took a sip of tea and then slowly replied, certainly not. Don't forget whose disciple you are. Gao Yao asked suspiciously, what do you mean, master? Yunyi cast a cold gaze at Gao Yao and asked back, have I, Yunyi, spent all this time just looking for evidence? ZD interjected helpfully, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that's our master's style of doing things, third senior brother. Yunyi put down his teacup and continued, however, there's still no evidence. Lu Yunxing, now that you've spoken, don't blame this little guy anymore. Lu Yunxing said confidently, although we don't have physical evidence, we do have a witness. Gao Yao immediately perked up and asked eagerly, who is it? Is it very difficult to invite them? Then let me go personally to invite them. Lu Yunxing replied, it's the Holy Maiden. Upon hearing the identity of the special witness, Gao Yao was extremely stunned and exclaimed, sister is still alive? Lu Yunxing added with a slightly frowned face, the Holy Maiden is imprisoned in the Taisu's sacred domain, but her specific location is unknown. Hearing that his relative was still alive, Gao Yao became extremely anxious. He urged Yunxing, then what are we waiting for? Let's go save my sister. At this moment, Yunyi suddenly called out, Wu Jing, sit down. The unfamiliar name made everyone stunned. Gao Yao even thought his master had remembered his name wrong. He asked, who is Wu Jing? I'm Gao Yao. Yunyi smiled lightly and began to say, red hair, rank Lao San, you are naturally Wu Jing. If you rush over there hastily, aren't you afraid that your sister's sacred domain will threaten you? Only then did Gao Yao realize that he was so happy that he became hasty and hadn't thought things through. He admitted his mistake, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. He said, thank you for your instruction, master, but… Just as he was about to say more, Yunyi interrupted him. I will personally go to the Taisu's sacred domain to find your clan's holy maiden and ensure her safety first. With this assurance from their master, Gao Yao and Yunxing no longer had any hesitation. They both bowed their heads and thanked Yunyi. At the same time, the system issued a notification for a new mission. The mission's name was Search for the Divine Clan's Holy Maiden, Avenge the Divine Clan's Extermination. The reward was 100 points. If the Holy Maiden died, the mission would fail, and 200 points would be deducted. This point deduction mechanism always annoyed Yunyi. He raised his middle finger at the system, not knowing if the system understood that he was cursing. After Yunyi left the main hall, Gao Yao finally revealed his true intentions to Yunxing. You've really run out of tricks. After hearing about the Medicine King Valley incident, you dared to think of a way to meet my master? Yunxing replied with a smug smile, that's right. I didn't expect Yun Di to come there personally. Lianhua Peak's reputation is enough to stop a child from crying. I didn't expect him to be so chivalrous. ZD had absolute faith in her master. She even boldly assured Yunxing, don't worry. Master is the guardian god of our Lianhua Peak. Yunxing put on a touched expression, as if he was about to cry. He said, that's great. I've finally found a strong backer. Gao Yao looked at his fake face and started to scold. Hey, you don't need to be so moved. You're overdoing it. Yunxing's expression changed as quickly as flipping a pancake. After hearing Gao Yao's words, he immediately changed back to his usual face and replied, I thought you were really stupid. You scared me to death. I thought our divine clan couldn't be saved. Don't pretend anymore in the future. It's too scary, Wu Jing. Hearing the funny name Wu Jing that his master had given him as a joke, Gao Yao showed disgust. He grabbed Yunxing's hair and started hitting him while scolding. Explain clearly. What do you mean by pretending to be stupid? Huh? Who is Wu Jing? Yunxing didn't back down, scratching and teasing back, it's you, it's you. It's you! The two men were acting like children. ZD shook her head in exasperation, you two brats. It seems like your divine clan really can't be saved. At this time, Yunyi had already arrived at the Tai Su's sacred domain alone. Along the way, he even managed to buy an invisibility cloak. Wearing it allowed him to blend in with nature. Yunyi thought that this good item must have been smuggled from the magical world. Despite saying that, having this item was still quite wonderful. On his way, Yunyi encountered 3 people. A man was shouting at 2 women, who allowed you to be here. The forbidden area behind the mountain is off limits. Don't you know the sect rules? Go to the disciplinary hall and receive your punishment. The person who was acting superior was a young man. After the man finished his intimidation, the 2 women, although unhappy, had to nod and obey. After the 2 women turned and left, the young man secretly ordered his attendant to deal with them permanently. The attendant who followed seemed to be a trustworthy person, bowing and leaving to carry out the order. Looking at the young man's behavior, Yunyi guessed, such great authority at such a young age, wielding so much power. He could be the young master of Tai Su. Buying the invisibility cloak was so convenient. Yunyi effortlessly followed behind the young man stealthily. The young man walked up to a wall, placed his hand on a wooden panel, and pressed down. The seemingly seamless wall, without any openings or doors, was pulled up, revealing a path through the mountain cave. The young man stepped into the doorway and called out loudly, Fairy Shuluo, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from within, hidden amidst the smoke. This person was likely Fairy Shuluo, Gao Yao's lost elder sister. As soon as she appeared, she said, Give me the bottle. I'll draw the blood myself later. The young man handed Shuluo a small bottle and asked softly, Fairy Shuluo, have you reconsidered my previous proposal? Shuluo, her face filled with displeasure, replied firmly, Shuluo is not a divine clan member anymore. I am not worthy of the young master. After receiving the bottle, she turned and walked back into the cave, saying to the young master, please leave. I won't see you out. The young master trembled with anger and cursed under his breath, Humph, ungrateful woman. Let's see how long you can maintain your composure. He left in a huff, while Yunyi was secretly observing the actions of both of them. He was vaguely guessing what was happening. Divine clan blood is a catalyst for refining divine-grade pills. It seems that holy maiden Gao Shuluo is using her blood to exchange for temporary peace. But the young master of Tai Su seems to want both the person and the medicine. After the young master had completely left, Shuluo's elegant demeanor changed, and she started cursing, Is Su Yun gone? Tui! Who does he think he is? He should look in the mirror. You want to drink my blood? Drink it. I'll let you drink your fill. As she spoke, she pulled out a jungle fowl. It turned out she was using this trick to deceive young Master Su Yun and get back at him for his arrogance. Yun Yi, who was secretly watching this scene, was also surprised, wondering where she could have gotten a chicken to draw blood from. While she was doing her deed, Shuluo looked around, feeling a little prickling sensation. She muttered to herself, Why do I keep feeling like someone's watching me today? It's really making me uncomfortable. After looking around and seeing no one, she turned back to talk to the chicken, Don't panic, don't panic. It must be my imagination. I have nothing to feel guilty about. I can even stomach human blood, let alone chicken blood. Serves them right. Just as she finished speaking and was about to make a move on the chicken, Yunyi suddenly removed his invisibility cloak and called out, "Lady Shuluo." Shuluo panicked, dropping the chicken and screaming, "Aya! There's a ghost!" She ran to a corner, covering her head and crying for help. Realizing that he had just startled the young lady, Yunyi chuckled apologetically, my apologies. But he realized this girl was indeed Gao Yao's elder sister. Their personalities were exactly the same. He slowly walked towards her, softly reassuring her, "There's no need to be tense. I'm here to rescue you." Shuluo was still covering her head in fear. After a while, she slightly opened her eyes and asked, "Not a ghost?" Realizing Yunyi was a normal person, she regained her composure. Although slightly embarrassed, she tried to straighten her back and question him, "Who are you? This is the Tai Su's sacred domain. Even if your ability to conceal your movements is stronger than others, this barrier isn't something ordinary people can break." Yunyi didn't say much, simply extending his hand and displaying a few skills to broaden Shuluo's horizons. He summoned his sword, which appeared in a cool pose. Then, he concentrated a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, forming a vertical beam of light. Yunyi held his sword and shouted, "White rainbow pierces the sun." The spiritual energy, following the direction of his sword, shot straight into the sky, shattering the formation surrounding the sacred domain. Shuluo's face was full of astonishment. She said, "I heard that this barrier was set up by the founding ancestor of the Tai Su's sacred domain. Yet, it was shattered with a single move. Someone with such power is definitely not an unknown person." She looked at Yunyi cautiously and questioned, "Who are you, really?" Yunyi landed gently and replied, "My name is Yunyi." Hearing the name Yunyi, Shuluo basically knew who this person was. Before being locked up here, she had heard of Yunyi's reputation. Such an important figure coming to rescue her made her inevitably suspicious of his motives. The breach of the formation was quickly discovered. The sacred lord of the Tai Su's sacred domain rushed over like an arrow, shouting, "Thief! You dare to trespass into my Tai Su's forbidden grounds? Prepare to die." Seeing the sacred lord arrive, Shuluo panicked and said to Yunyi, "It's not good. It's the sacred lord of the Tai Su's sacred domain. We're doomed. Why did he arrive so quickly? Senior Yun, leave me. I'm still useful to them. They won't do anything to me. Senior, run quickly." After hearing Shuluo's warning, Yunyi remained calm and dusted off his clothes, showing no intention of escaping. Seeing this, Shuluo started to panic and said, "Shuluo knows Senior's strength is formidable, but he is the lord of a domain. His cultivation base is close to half god. How can Senior Yun face a whole domain alone? Hurry and run, otherwise it'll be too late." Before she could fully digest Shuluo's words, young Master Su Yun rushed over, yelling, "Where do you think you're going? You two can't escape. Gao Shuluo. You're very capable. You show no change in expression towards my good intentions, but you somehow managed to collude with a pretty boy swordsman from somewhere." Yunyi sneered as he watched the father and son rush towards him. He simply said quietly, "If you want my life, then come and take it yourselves." The sacred lord, charging like a fired arrow, was almost there. Seeing Yunyi's face, he immediately stopped his reckless actions. He chuckled and squinted, making excuses. "I suddenly remembered that the fire on my alchemy furnace hasn't been extinguished. I'll go first. Su Yun, entertain our distinguished guests for me. Sons can be made again, but if I lose my life, I'll lose everything." With that said, he fled the scene, feeling a little apologetic towards his son, but not significantly. He silently promised, "I'm sorry, Su Yun. I will definitely hold a grand funeral for you." No less impressive than Qin Ping's. He continued running despite his son shouting at the top of his lungs. Seeing the sacred lord running away with his pants practically down upon seeing Yunyi made Shuluo look at Yunyi with different eyes. She didn't have much information on Yunyi, but the fact that a single sound from him could scare a powerful sacred lord into fleeing made her bewildered, wondering what kind of person she had encountered. Yunyi was now taking out his immortal binding rope, intending to capture the fleeing sacred lord. He greeted him like an old friend, "Since you're here, don't leave. Let's have a chat." The sacred lord of Tai Su hadn't run far before the immortal binding rope caught his leg. He let out a yell, and his whole body was entangled by the rope, dragging him along the ground. The young and naive young master Suyun, unaware that the intruder was Yun Di, only saw him as someone ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He cursed Yun Yi. "How dare you! My father is the sacred lord of Tai Su. How dare you treat him like this? Release him immediately." Hearing his son yelling at Yun Yi, the bound sacred lord lying on the ground trembled in fear. He shouted at his son, "You fool! How can you talk to your Uncle Yun like that? Do you know who this is?" In his mind, he was afraid that Yun Yi would settle the score with him, especially after his son's long tirade. He only hoped that his previous words could salvage the situation a little, hoping Yun Yi wouldn't punish his son too harshly. As for Su Yun, after being scolded by his father, his face darkened. He thought his father must have taken the wrong medicine to scold him like that. The sacred lord stood up, trying to appear understanding, and lowered his voice to speak to Yun Yi. "Look at you, coming here personally. If you want to take this girl, you can just take her directly. There's no need to greet us. Do you also want to pack some local specialties back to Manhua Peak? Feel free, take anything you like. Just treat this place as your own." Shu Luo had been in the Tai Su's sacred domain for many years, and she had only ever seen the sacred lord and his sons scolding and shouting at others. She had never seen him being so humble and subservient to anyone. She thought to herself, "I can't bear to watch this. Why didn't I realize before that the sacred lord of Tai Su is such a sycophant?" There was someone even more surprised, and that was Su Yun. Hearing about Lianhua Peak, he suddenly realized who was standing before him. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Lianhua Peak? You're Yun Yi?" Yun Yi chuckled and replied, "Young master, what instructions do you have?" Knowing that Yun Yi was the dreaded Yun Di, Su Yun now knew that he had poked a hornet's nest. He practically surrendered immediately, turning to plead with Yun Yi. No prior notice. If you kill my father, you can't kill me." Hearing his son speaking so filially made the sacred lord furious. He shouted, "Ah! You unfilial child! How am I supposed to live if you run away? Come back here!" Yun Yi looked at the father and son bickering with each other, dumbfounded. What a filial son and father! He turned to Shu Luo and asked, "What do you want? Do you need me to kill them?" Knowing his fate was in Shu Luo's hands, the sacred lord began to plead for mercy. He said, "Fairy Shu Luo, during the years you've been in our sacred domain, we haven't treated you badly. Apart from regularly drawing blood, your food, clothing, and supplies have been the best in the sect." Su Yun also tried to salvage the situation with their imaginary relationship, saying, "Fairy Shu Luo, my feelings for you are genuine. I've never been disrespectful to you." After listening to the two of them rambling for a while, Shu Luo said with great annoyance, "You too, killing you would dirty my hands." After saying that, she turned around and picked up the chicken she hadn't had time to slaughter yet. Suddenly remembering something important, she put on an excited expression and said to the father and son, "Oh right, it won't hurt to tell you. The blood you wanted before, except for the first few times, was from this. The catalyst you've been using has all been from this." That this was none other than the chicken in her hand. Upon hearing this information, before the father and son could react in shock, another figure behind the tree was even more shocked. This old man didn't know how long he had been hiding behind the tree. After hearing Shu Luo talk about the origin of the catalyst, he angrily shouted, "That's why I've been waking up at 5 o'clock every day and crowing twice. I just felt like biting something twice. It turns out you were the culprit." The sacred lord was a little surprised and started whispering to his son, "So, the ancestor has been hiding behind the tree, not daring to come out. There seems to be a bit too much information to process." Su Yun, standing beside him, breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Father, luckily, the ancestor monopolized the divine grade pill. We haven't eaten any." Seeing the ancestor of the sacred domain appear, Shu Luo said sarcastically, "The hardest thing in the entire Tai Su's sacred domain is the stone tablet at the entrance." The ancestor was naturally unhappy with these taunts. He gathered a massive amount of spiritual energy, forming a sphere, preparing to attack. He cursed, "Little girl. Don't think that just because you have Yun Yi backing you up, I won't dare to do anything to you. Today, You will pay the price. After saying that, he launched the spiritual energy sphere in his hand. After finishing his sentence, he also rushed towards the ancestor, using one hand to counterattack. Su Yun, witnessing the fight, wasn't worried at all, but rather excited about the battle. He said Yun Di appreciates the ancestor's courage and has decided to accept the challenge. He used an unknown move to block the ancestor's famous returning dragon palm. So, what will the result be? The result came quickly. His ancestor couldn't hold on for long and was injured by Yun Ye's powerful internal force, his face contorting in pain. After more than a minute of resistance, the ancestor was directly knocked to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain. Seeing his ancestor injured, Su Yun wasn't worried but commented loudly and professionally, as expected, not surprisingly, the ancestor has lost. Yun Di is unstoppable. The ancestor was injured but still stubborn. He clutched his chest, coughing repeatedly, then threatened Yun Yi, leave this girl behind and go yourself. Even if I can't defeat you, if I really go all out, I might still be able to seriously injure you. Once you're seriously injured, many people will come for your life. I advise you to think carefully. This girl is vicious. I won't let her off today, no matter what. Shuluo seemed to be shaken by the old man's words, afraid of implicating Yun Yi, so she was about to turn around and back down. But Yun Yi reassured her, telling her to trust him. Seeing that Yun Yi had no intention of leaving, the ancestor stood up, determined to fight Yun Yi to the death. He said, "Fine, it seems you're determined to oppose me." This time, he was going all out. After a gust of wind, he shouted, activating the formation, "Lost souls, activate the formation." The activation of the formation caused the sky and earth to darken, and a surge of energy rushed in like a whirlwind. He was using the Tai Su Lost Soul formation left behind by the founding ancestor of the Tai Su sacred domain. Su Yun, filled with surprise, turned to ask his father, "Father, why have I never seen this formation in the inner sect?" The sacred lord explained, "After our founding ancestor left this formation, it hasn't been activated for 1,000 years. Of course, you don't know about it. This is the Tai Su sacred domain's life-saving trump card. Within the formation are 100 resentful souls. Once activated, these 100 souls will attack the trapped person. But these souls, when they were alive, were demons who had taken countless lives. Their power within the formation will be 10 times greater than when they were alive." According to the sacred lord, this formation was no joke, but after it was activated, Yun Yi didn't seem to be in a hurry to find a way to counter it. Shuluo cried out in fear, "Senior, what do we do now?" Yun Yi gently turned around and asked Thursday Lack, "Do you know why they're so afraid of me?" Thursday Lack shook her head, replying that she didn't know. Yun Yi said, "Flashy tricks in front of me, Yun Yi, are all child's play. Do they think they can trap me with this?" After saying that, he shouted, "Thunderbolt Army!" Immediately, lightning appeared in the form of an energy sphere. Yun Yi threw it out. The sphere headed directly towards the ultimate formation of the Tai Su Holy Realm. Unlike the old ancestor's confidence, in the blink of an eye, the millennia-old formation was shattered into dust by Yun Ye's lightning. The old man, his face full of bewilderment, fell to the ground and wailed, "The Tai Su soul formation that our ancestor left behind, just like that, gone." Yun Yi walked in front of the old man and said sarcastically, "Consider it a way to help the souls of your sect ascend. The ascension fee is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones per soul." "Thank you?" The old man's face was full of shock as he cried out, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones per soul. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yun Yi smirked and replied, "Look what you're saying. Am I not robbing you right now?" His eyes were full of arrogant confidence. Hearing this, the old ancestor spat out blood and cursed, You bastard!" After cursing, he fainted, probably unable to bear the shock. Yun Yi turned to the father and son and asked, "So, what do you two think of such favorable conditions?" Hu Yun was now sensible. Hearing Yun Ye's words, he obediently knelt down, clasped his hands, and replied clearly, "Of course, it's good. We will deliver it to Lianhua Peak within 3 days. We won't bother you to personally transport it. Do you have any other requests?" Yun Yi replied, "No need to rush the spirit stones in 3 days. Organize a banquet first, in the name of the Tai Su Holy Realm." As he spoke, he retracted his ropes. The father and son knelt on the ground and nodded after hearing Yun Ye's instructions, saying, "That's easy to arrange." If there's any esteemed individual you wish to celebrate with, we'll make the arrangements. Rest assured, we'll make it grand and glorious, inviting all the famous sects and clans in the 9 continents. We definitely won't let you lose face. Yunyi waved his hand and replied, no need to invite others. 5 people on my side, and you invite the people from the Shang Jingling Holy Realm. We'll hold a Hongmen banquet. Yunye's expression was now extremely cold. Hearing that they had to organize a Hongmen banquet, the father and son looked at each other in panic. Yunyi didn't care what they were thinking. After assigning the task of organizing the Hongmen banquet, he turned around and called Thursday Lack. Let's go. Follow me back to Lianhua Peak. Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing are both waiting for you there. Thursday Lack was extremely surprised. She had never thought that there were other survivors from her clan besides herself. She followed Yunyi back to Lianhua Peak. It took them several days to arrive. On the way up the mountain, Thursday Lack expressed her gratitude. Unexpectedly, Gao Yao was fortunate enough to become your disciple. The lives of my siblings and I are all thanks to Senior Yun's rescue. Such great kindness cannot be repaid. I'm willing to be your maid and serve you daily. Yunyi didn't intend to accept her offer. He replied, Lianhua Peak doesn't accept miscellaneous servants, and I don't need a maid. Since you are Gao Yao's older sister, you can stay at Lianhua Peak with peace of mind. Unable to repay Yunye's kindness even a little, Thursday Lack said embarrassedly, Thank you, Senior. But if I can't do anything for you, I really feel uneasy. Just tell me to do some small tasks. Senior Yunyi is different from the rumors. He is truly a warm person. This warmth of Yunyi brought him 20 faith points. The system immediately updated the information. Seeing her embarrassment, Yunyi replied, If that's the case, then do as you please. After saying that, the two of them arrived at the main hall's entrance. But the scene here was desolate, with no disciples in sight. Yunyi pushed the door open and called out, Where are those guys? The door opened, but still no one was there. Thursday Lack curiously asked, Are your disciples not here, Senior? Upon entering, Yunyi found a letter on the table. He quickly picked it up and opened it to read the contents. A small figure of ZD appeared and said, Master, after you left, Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing said, That as your disciples and those with divine blood, they couldn't just watch you busy alone and wanted to share your burden, so they set off to the Shang Jingling Holy Realm. Also, eldest senior brother sent a letter back saying that he has found 4th junior sister, but they encountered some trouble. After resolving it, they will return. Xiaolu's nature is naive and simple. I'm worried that she will encounter danger acting alone in the Medicine King Valley, so I went to help her. We will be back in a few days. Master, don't worry. Receiving this information from ZD, Yunyi felt somewhat relieved. Busy, they're all busy. It's good to be busy, he said as he folded the letter. At this moment, Thursday Lack, who was behind him, exclaimed, It seems like your disciples have a very good relationship, Senior. Yunyi replied, I used to be exceptionally strict in teaching my disciples. After being disciplined, they like to stay together and huddle for warmth. Naturally, their relationship is not bad. Apart from being a bit mischievous, they are all good disciples. Thursday Lack chuckled after hearing this and said, Senior Yun also has times when he's strict? I thought you would spoil your disciples. It seems completely different. Yunyi sighed, his eyes looking into the distance, and replied, Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. As the two were talking, the sound of a carrier pigeon arrived. Thursday Lack said, It's a voice transmission. I wonder which disciple of Senior is sending the message? At this time, the carrier pigeon landed familiarly on Yunye's arm. Then it squawked, Senior Yun, help! Master, save me! This voice transmission was unmistakably from Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing. Yunyi chuckled and said, These two, still so unreliable. Analyzing the tone of the voice transmission, Yunyi reasoned, although their voices sound panicked, they don't sound worried. There probably isn't any real danger. Otherwise they wouldn't have the opportunity to use a carrier pigeon to send a message. He turned to Thursday Lack, You go and settle in first. I'll go over there and take a look. Thursday Lack stayed at Lianhua Peak. She nodded and replied, Yes, Senior Yun, be careful. The scene shifted to the residence of the Shang Jingling Holy Realm. Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing were here, seemingly a bit anxious, but both were safe and sound. Gao Yao paced back and forth, while Lu Yunxing held his head, listening to Gao Yao's reproaches. It's all your fault. You said you had connections in the Shang Jingling Holy Realm before, and now look what happened. Lu Yunxing replied seriously. Why wouldn't it be considered a connection? Didn't that crazy woman enthusiastically call you Xiaolu? Didn't your eyes light up? Feeling like she could be taken advantage of? Gao Yao angrily shouted, What kind of connection is that? I thought you were rekindling an old flame with the Shang Jingling Holy Realm. Nonsense. Following that woman to her territory resulted in them serving us 2 glasses of poisoned wine and completely sealing our cultivation. Lu Yunxing also started to get annoyed. He held his head in his hands, ruffled his hair, and shouted, I didn't expect it either. I've been lurking in the Shang Jingling Holy Realm for a whole year. And I was about to get a lead. Before, that woman was very enthusiastic, and she's an elder. I even thought it was my charm. Hearing Lu Yunxing confess his delusion, Gao Yao held his head in exasperation and cried, Your charm, my foot. Maybe she discovered you were abnormal long ago, and was just waiting for you to fall into the trap. As he spoke, Gao Yao suddenly cried out in fear, Oh no! She wouldn't have discovered that I'm Master Yun Ye's disciple and want to do something to my master. Would she? Even if I die, I won't reveal any information about Master. Lu Yunxing didn't think so. He said, We only spoke a few words. What could she have possibly discovered? Didn't you hear her assistant mumbling? She wants the 2 of us to be her cauldrons. Tonight we'll consummate. The mention of consummation made Gao Yao blush with excitement. He turned and asked, Who will consummate first? Lu Yunxing replied calmly. At the same time, Gao Yao then clutched his pure, masculine body and cried out, My pure body won't be preserved tonight. Lu Yunxing reminded him, Don't act like a sissy. Think of a way for us to counterattack that woman. Gao Yao frowned and replied unhappily, What can we do? Our cultivation is sealed, and our protective talismans have been taken away. That woman originally had the cultivation of a holy maiden. And now we can't beat her at all. It wasn't easy to get the chance to send a message to Master. I don't even know if Master received it. Just then, the door was banged loudly, as if it was about to be shattered. Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing both turned towards the door and shouted, Who is it? Lu Yunxing put his neck in a noose and yelled, Could it be that crazy woman couldn't wait any longer? I won't submit. This proud one has sworn an oath to keep my body pure in this world. At that moment, the door opened, and Yun Yi appeared outside, smiling, It's me. Continue. I won't disturb you anymore. Seeing Yun Yi appear, both Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing were overjoyed and smiled. Master, you finally came. Senior Yun, you finally came to save us. Yun Yi smiled, resting his chin on his hand. Leaving you 2 together really is full of surprises. Hearing this, the 2 young men scratched their heads sheepishly. Haha, Master, please forgive us. It was just a bit of bad luck. Senior Yun, you flatter us. Walking into the room and sitting down on a chair, Yun Yi said loudly, Alright, I heard everything you 2 were just dramatically saying. Lu Yunxing put away his playful expression and said seriously, Senior, you don't know how depraved and licentious this crazy woman is. Not only us, but all the male cultivators in this courtyard have been tricked by her into becoming cauldrons. Everyone in the Shang Jingling Holy Realm, as long as they have a bit of good looks, has been targeted by her. Senior, you really should teach her a lesson so she doesn't dare to do such evil deeds anymore. Yun Yi became serious, and his voice turned cold and sharp. The matter of cauldrons is definitely the path of demonic cultivators. Why does she dare to act so brazenly and publicly? Gao Yao explained, Because this woman, named Feng Ling, is the daughter of the former Holy Lord of the Shang Jingling Holy Realm. She was raised under the watchful eyes of the current elders. So everyone in the sect protects her. The major forces and the victims can't leave Mount Feng Ling, which naturally makes her even more arrogant. A disgusted smile appeared on Yun Ye's lips. Indeed, these grand sects have been decadent for thousands of years, rotting from the inside out. It seems like a good opportunity for me to meet this woman. Thinking of this, Yun Yi turned and whispered to Lu Yunxing, Do this and this, please, rest assured, Senior Yun. After saying that, the young man suddenly started crying dramatically. Senior, rest assured, I will definitely protect your purity. I can't believe Senior would be willing to make such a sacrifice. For me. Dismissing the fool, Yunyi smiled and thought to himself, since the Hongmen banquet is in 2 days, there's no rush to catch them all at once. It's not bad to use this incident to completely ruin the reputation of the Shang Jingling Holy Realm. A few days later, Yunye's group arrived in front of a pavilion, and an inviting voice rang out, "Gentlemen, please come in. My lady has been waiting for a long time." Entering, sitting in the main seat was a girl with a hot and seductive figure. She looked at the 3 people with Yun Yi and revealed her delicate body. Xiao Lu told me that he had a senior who was a rare handsome man. I didn't believe it at the time, but now that I've seen the real person, I know Xiao Lu didn't exaggerate at all. Yun Yi calmly picked up the teacup in his hand and replied, "Elder Feng is too kind. With so many beauties in Elder Feng's courtyard, do I, Yun Mao, even catch your eye?" At this point, Feng Ling, in her peculiar posture, crawled closer to Yun Yi and whispered in his ear, "Those are just vulgar rouge and powder. How can they compare to young Master Yun? If young Master Yun is interested, I will release all of them when we return." Seeing her get so close to their master's body, the other 2 were extremely panicked. This woman seems to have really taken a liking to Master. If the ladies at Lianhua Peak see this, won't they flatten Mount Fengling? Facing her seduction, Yunyi revealed a captivated expression and embraced her shoulders. "Oh, crafting cauldrons isn't easy, is it? Is Elder Feng truly willing to let those cauldrons go?" As he spoke, he raised a wine glass and placed it near her lips. After drinking a glass of wine, her face became flushed, and she said coquettishly, "Did Xiao Lu tell you everything? Don't worry, I definitely wouldn't bear to turn you into a cauldron like them." At this moment, the disguised person suddenly stood up, looked at Lu Yunxing, and asked, "Have you collected everything?" Lu Yunxing immediately replied, "Everything is collected, Senior." Hearing their conversation, Feng Ling was stunned and realized something was wrong. She shouted, "What? What does this mean? Are you all working together to trick me? Humph, you don't think you can do anything to me just by collecting everything, do you? Without my permission, you can't even leave Mount Fengling. Be honest and hand over the Shadow Pearl." Yunyi smiled coldly and said, "And what will you do if we don't?" Fengling roared angrily, "Then I can only take it by force." Seeing her expression, the 2 people in the room exclaimed in astonishment, "Not good. She's going to attack." However, just as Fengling was about to use her spiritual power, her eyes suddenly widened as she sensed something strange. "Wait, what's going on? Where's my spiritual power? Where's my spiritual power? Could it be the wine from earlier?" Feng Ling panicked immensely because she could no longer sense the energy within her body. Yunyi kindly explained to her, "The taste of the poison I personally concocted isn't bad, is it?" His unexpected depth made both Lu Yunxing and Gao Yao extremely impressed. The 2 of them could only let themselves be handled, but Senior Yun was able to feed her the poisoned wine in return. Panicked and angry, Feng Ling yelled in accusation, "You tall and strong men, poisoning a weak woman, how despicable and shameless! I misjudged you. But my Mount Fengling has countless guards. Even if you seal my cultivation, what good will it do you?" As she said this, a large number of female disciples from Mount Fengling rushed in and surrounded them. Facing the attack, Yunyi just smiled calmly. "Kicking the ball back to you is just like hitting yourself with your own stick, using your own tricks against you. Actually, to deal with you, there's no need to seal your cultivation at all. You're just a bunch of bugs." His words infuriated Feng Ling, and she shouted, "You have a big mouth. Everyone attack!" Immediately, a group of female cultivators, holding various sharp weapons, aggressively charged towards everyone, capture these insolent men. But they were all knocked back by a single move from Yunyi, sending them flying across the room. "Here's a little gift for you." Feng Ling, enraged, pointed at each person and ordered the female cultivators to capture the 2 in front, Gao Yao and Lu Yunxing. "Useless trash, catch those 2 first." Immediately, the female cultivators surrounded the 2 men. Lu Yunxing and Gao Yao grimaced and said, "We're surrounded by these wicked women. It seems like we have quite a bit of good fortune coming our way." Suddenly, Yunyi summoned a beautiful blue flame from his palm. He shouted, "Go!" The blue flames in Yunye's palm scattered into small pieces, sweeping through the room and sending a group of female cultivators flying everywhere. "Ladies, calm down a bit. I'll take you out for some fresh air." Immediately, They were knocked out through the thin windows and sent flying far away. Go, go! Seeing this, Feng Ling felt uneasy and anxious. She turned her head and thought to herself, not good. The realm of these guards is too far apart. They're basically useless. She angrily put her hands on her hips and shouted, ordering others, Feng Ling, where are you, deadbeat? Get out here for me! At that moment, a white-haired person with a hazy and indistinct face appeared from behind Feng Ling, surrounded by a strange deathly aura. She looked smug and arrogant, her face full of pride as she began to introduce him. This shadow guard is a protective talisman my father left me. His cultivation has reached the half-god realm. Even the first king, Yunyi, is only at the half-god realm. You're all dead for sure. Hearing this, Lu Yunxing couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. How can a half-god realm expert be someone else's shadow guard? Yunyi briefly explained, he's no longer alive. He's just a puppet now. Hearing this, both Lu Yunxing and Gao Yao were shocked. Oh my! Feng Ling yelled, ordering Feng Ling to kill everyone. Go kill them! Seeing her order Feng Ling to kill them, Yunyi didn't show any fear. He even stood there and mocked the person who had used tricks to get him into her hands. Using living people to create puppets, and they can even retain the strength they had when they were alive. Holy Lord Feng truly has some good tricks. But how to control a half-god realm expert? I'm afraid only Elder Feng knows the details, right? She went to the puppet she had created, caressing him as if caressing a lover, explaining, who told him to be so stubborn at the beginning, refusing to acknowledge me? So I could only use this despicable method. She glanced at Yunyi with a smug look and calmly ordered, now you can only obediently listen to my commands, can't you? Feng Ling, capture him. Immediately, Feng Ling drew his sword and rushed towards him. He intended to cut him in half with his long sword, but he was blocked by a single hand. The surrounding ground shattered into pieces, creating pressure, and the wind blew away the surrounding fragments. While blocking the sword, Yunyi smiled and said, first a cauldron, then a puppet. Does the Shangjingling Holy Realm deserve to be called the Holy Path? Elder Feng's behavior is no different from that of a demonic woman from the demonic cultivation era. Feng Ling not only wasn't angry, but she also accepted it. She smiled wickedly and arrogantly said, whether a demonic woman or a fairy depends on what our 8 great holy realms say. It's still not too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy. As long as you obey, I won't bear to turn you into a puppet. While her mouth was arrogant, she was extremely worried and uneasy inside, thinking to herself, not right. Since when did Feng Ying'an's swordsmanship become so easy to receive? Her Feng Ying'an was knocked back. He jumped into the air and unleashed a series of attacks on Yunyi, but he quickly dodged them all. Seeing this, Feng Ling shouted angrily, afraid that his face would be injured. You damn dead man, don't hurt his face. On the other side, Lu Yunxing and Gao Yao looked at her speechlessly, the two brothers chatting nonstop. At this point, this woman's lust is crazy. What? She still wants to hurt our master? On Yunya's side, he lightly slashed across the man's body with his sword, causing blood to spurt out. He commented coldly, such a heavy sword, yet he can execute such precise and sharp moves. Feng Ying'an collapsed, motionless. Yunyi stood opposite him and calmly said, half-god realm, you did not disgrace yourself. Rest in peace. Feng Ling was now panicked and frightened, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. She was drenched in cold sweat and shouted, what? Feng Ying'an lost in one move? Her voice trembled, and with eyes like a weak and beautiful young girl, she said, there aren't many in the world who can do that. Who are you? Yunyi replied to Feng Ling with a cold, emotionless face, pointing his sword at her, while she sat on the ground. Then listened carefully. My name is... But suddenly, 2 guards appeared, interrupting his words. One held a firework launcher, and the other beat a gong as if celebrating his victory. Let the dead know clearly. Our master doesn't change his name or sit and change his surname. He is Yunyi of Manhua Peak, whose fame spreads throughout the world. Yunyi was speechless at their enthusiasm. His expression was like he was trying to say, I don't know these 2 enthusiastic guards. Yunyi angrily yelled and punched each of them on the head, giving them a bump. Who asked you? Lu Yunxing and Gao Yao, after being hit on the head, held their heads in pain. He then turned and left, saying, let's go. Don't embarrass me anymore. The two could only obey him and reply yes. Lu Yunxing looked regretfully at Feng Ling's corpse lying on the ground and said, Senior Yun really doesn't show any mercy to women. This crazy woman seemed to really like Senior. He really killed her just like that. Gao Yao coldly replied to Lu Yunxing, What do you know? This puppet technique is mysterious and eerie, a forbidden technique in the world. If she doesn't die and this forbidden technique falls into the hands of ordinary people, who knows what kind of chaos it will cause? It's better to let her take this forbidden technique with her to the grave. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Yun Ye's robe. It turned out to be Feng Ying'an's hand. He whispered like a dying man, asking him for a merciful death. Kill me, release. Seeing this, Gao Yao exclaimed, A half-god realm body is truly durable. He can still survive after being hit by Master's sword Qi. Yun Yi said seriously, If he hasn't died, it means his fate hasn't ended. Gao Yao, carry him back. He obediently replied yes. Night gradually fell, and the moon rose high. Yun Yi was sitting alone in a large room. He was opening the system panel to check. This time, killing Feng Ling added 5 points to my lifespan, including the 10 points from killing the old ancestor of the Tai Su Holy Realm before. The total is only 202 accumulated points. If the mission fails and 200 points are deducted, it will be a return to before liberation. This stingy system. He cursed the system incessantly. Lines of text summarizing his information suddenly appeared on the system panel. Name, Yun Yi, Realm, 9th level of Dao Realm, accumulated points / lifespan, 202. Faith points, 844, available this month, 420. Items, Immortal Binding Rope, Invisibility Cloak, 10 Directions Universe Dharma Body. Techniques, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Pure Land of Buddha, White Rainbow Piercing Sun, Thunderbolt Army. At this moment, Yun Yi was truly at his wit's end, lying down and acting like a cat. Even his handsome face turned into a cat's. Killing villains, doing more evil deeds. The stronger the strength, the more accumulated points you get, but compared to the long lifespan of a cultivator, it's just a drop in the bucket. Returning to his original appearance, Yun Yi sat up, resting his chin on his hand, and thought for a long time. Moreover, using the original owner's strength to kill those villains with such intentions also requires consuming accumulated points. There must be other ways to obtain accumulated points. Thinking of this, he felt quite frustrated and opened the door to take a walk outside to clear his mind. Thinking too much is useless. It's just like soldiers coming to block water coming to cover. It's better to go out for a walk. After taking a few steps, a voice suddenly called his name, Senior Yun. He turned his head, following the echoing voice calling his name. Huh! On the roof appeared a beautiful and radiant girl with fair skin and galactic hair that looked even more enchanting and alluring in the night. She seemed to be waiting for his appearance. Senior Yun, it really is you. What a coincidence. She was Gao Yao's older sister, Gao Thursday Lack. Seeing her up there, Yun Yi flew up next to her and asked in surprise, Why are you here so late at night? I thought you two siblings would have a lot to talk about. Chao Shilua looked at him, arms crossed, and said the God clan's extermination is a settled matter. Now that Senior Yun has avenged me, I'm content. Why so many words? They only add to the needless sorrow. Then she turned and smiled. On the contrary, I heard that everyone caused quite a stir barging into the spirit realm. I also heard about Chao Yao offering incense at the Buddha's birthday celebration earlier. Those two really caused Senior a lot of trouble. As she spoke, he sat down beside her. Hearing Chao Shilua's words, he just chuckled, excusing the two. They carry a heavy burden of blood feud. A little mischief is just a way to release pressure. Hearing his words, she blushed, unable to tear her gaze away from him. She stared, captivated, and called him, Senior. Inwardly she thought, Senior is so thoughtful, powerful, and gentle. Chao Shilua stole a lovesick glance at him, shyly murmuring like a young maiden, Why is Senior taking a stroll alone in the quiet of midnight? Yun Ye, unaware of her gaze, replied with a short, serious sentence, I have some troubling matters I can't speak of. Internally, he spoke to the system. What's the reward for completing the main quest line in points? He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and continued, but on second thought, I was wrong. There's nothing in this world that I, Yunye, can't resolve. Suddenly, a blue system panel appeared in the air displaying lines of text. As if by habit, he looked up. Ting! One of the rewards for completing the final main quest line is the removal of lifespan restrictions. Yunye wasn't surprised. His face remained impassive as he thought to himself, as expected. The main questline splitting into side quests to give points is because the main questline has other rewards. The Great Yu Dynasty cultivates using faith. The system uses faith value to exchange for items. There are still many areas to exploit in the system shop. At this moment, Chao Shuluo smiled and replied, certain of her opinion. Of course. I also believe there's nothing in this world Senior Yun can't resolve. Yunye, arms crossed, remained silent, watching as new lines of text appeared on the system panel. Ting! Chao Shuluo's faith value plus 5 points. He asked her, you still haven't told me why you're sitting here alone. Chao Shuluo hesitated. I wanted to wait until after the banquet the day after tomorrow to personally tell Senior. Hearing this, he put a hand on his hip and replied with a smile. All right. Whenever you've made up your mind, you can tell me anytime. On a bustling, crowded street, Yuan Xiaodi and Yuan Xiaolu were walking together. Suddenly, they both overheard some peculiar news from passers-by chatting amongst themselves. I heard that Elder Fengling of the Spirit Realm kidnapped a bunch of handsome men and beautiful women to Mount Fengling to be furnaces. She even brought living people back to make puppets. One of the passers-by spoke up. You only heard about it. The recording pearl has spread the news everywhere. She admitted it herself. But the puppet thing is just a rumor. Right? The recording pearl didn't capture that. Another passerby continued to explain. The puppet thing definitely can't be fake. Otherwise, let's make a bet. She's already keeping furnaces, why wouldn't she keep puppets? TSK. The hands of this large sect are stained with no less blood than Demon Lord Yun. Hearing the surrounding gossip, Yuan Xiaodi frowned and spoke with displeasure. People in the cultivation world always follow the wind. They splash dirty water on Master without proof. Yuan Xiaolu, walking beside Yuan Xiaodi, heard her senior sister's words and confidently replied, Senior sister, don't be angry. The truth will come out. Sooner or later. The world will realize they misunderstood Master. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely make the holy lords of the 8 great sacred realms kowtow and apologize to Master. Yuan Xiaodi, hearing the comforting words from her junior sister, felt her mood improve. With a bit of joy in her heart, she smiled and playfully nudged Yuan Xiaolu's nose. Pfft. With senior sister here, how can I let you do that first? Chao Yao and the others just happened to go to the spirit realm before I came out. Perhaps they caused the commotion. Why don't we buy a recording pearl and watch the spirit realm's jokes? Hearing this, Yuan Xiaolu blushed and covered her mouth, bursting into laughter. Haha, alright. Maybe third senior brother was captured as a furnace, which is why this whole thing blew up. Suddenly, a large screen appeared in the air, displaying a scene of Yunye tenderly feeding Fengling cups of wine, as if they were lovers. Both of them, seeing this intimate scene before their eyes, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. They both blushed at the same time, stammering this. Yuan Xiaodi flew into a rage. Fierce flames erupted around her as her hands clenched into fists. Furious, she yelled, that woman dares to feed Master wine. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaolu cried out, Wah! I want it too! Each reacted in opposite extremes. At this point, Yuan Xiaodi couldn't stand it anymore. She rolled up her sleeves as if preparing for a fight, a sinister smile on her lips. Haha, Chao Yao seems to have caused quite a mess. Let Master clean up this mess. Xiaolu, senior sister is going back to Lotus Peak. Hearing this, Yuan Xiaolu encouraged her, Senior sister, remember to give my regards to third senior brother. Yuan Xiaodi looked at Yuan Xiaolu proudly. Of course. Yuan Xiaolu, looking at her incredibly cool senior sister, couldn't help but praise her. Senior sister, you're so cool. At Lotus Peak, in a training arena, a powerful pressure descended directly onto the arena, filling the air with dust and debris. The fragments of the arena itself began to scatter across the ground. Unable to withstand the pressure, Chao Yao was being chased by Yuan Xiaodi's golden dragon, running and pleading for mercy. Senior sister, there's no need to be so ruthless in training. Yuan Xiaodi's face darkened, a sinister smile playing on her lips. What is third senior brother saying? Training, of course, requires giving it your all to improve your strength. That way, next time you encounter trouble, you can resolve it yourself. Lu Wenxing stood on the sidelines, watching the fight from beginning to end. He could only feel sympathetic fear for Chao Yao. A jealous woman is truly terrifying. Luckily, the other one isn't here, otherwise Chao Yao would be in real trouble. On the arena, the fierce battle continued. Yuan Xiaodi not only showed no mercy, but also commanded the Golden Dragon, don't hold back. Bite his butt hard. Chao Yao could only run and plead for forgiveness from his senior sister. Senior sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. Suddenly, Yuan Xiaodi made a strange face and turned to look at Lu Wenxing standing outside the arena. In a low voice she said, Do you think I'll spare you? You're next. Lu Wenxing was startled, fear rising in his heart. Ugh, I thought I'd escape, but life is not a dream. At this moment Yin Ye, with his hands clasped behind his back like a savior, arrived to rescue them, accompanied by Chao Shuluo. He spoke, The next one is this master's turn. Seeing you all having so much fun, this master also wants to experience a bit of this disciple's joy. When Yuan Xiaodi heard the familiar voice, she returned to her adorable demeanor and spoke shyly, Master, why are you here? Yin Ye replied, Can I come? Yuan Xiaodi shyly looked away, a hint of sulking in her tone. Master comes and goes without a trace. This disciple thought you went somewhere to enjoy yourself. Hearing her words, Yin Ye just smiled at his disciple and coaxed her. All right, tomorrow we'll go to the Taishu sacred realm to participate in the banquet. Since you're back, let's go together. Get some rest early today. The opportunity presented itself. Yuan Xiaodi blushed outwardly, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. Since Master has said so, this disciple will make preparations. Yin Ye praised her. Good girl. Chao Shuluo, having witnessed everything, covered her mouth and laughed. Oh ho, things on Senior Yin Ye's side aren't simple. How interesting. The next day, at the Taishu sacred realm, a voice called out, Esteemed elders of various sects who have traveled from afar, I'm overjoyed by your presence. Please come this way. The one greeting everyone was Xu Wenyuan, the sect leader of Taishu. He clasped his hands and greeted each person. Holy Lord Shen, are you well? Your complexion is good today. The person addressed as Holy Lord Shen, whose name was Shinqixing, fanned herself arrogantly and said, Holy Lord Xu, you jest. The matter of my sect's elder Fengling is now known throughout the 9 continents. This matter has been giving me headaches for 2 days. Where is this good complexion you speak of? Xu Wenyuan smirked inwardly. Better others die than myself, Shinqixing. Since you've arrived, consider yourself unlucky. Another person appeared from somewhere, scratching his head and laughing. Who would have thought Yin Ye would use such despicable tactics? Seducing elder Fengling with a honey trap. Hearing those words, Shinqixing replied with satisfaction. Exactly. Shameless. As soon as that person finished speaking, Xu Wenyuan targeted him, a cunning smile on his lips. Very good. Another one insulting Yin Ye. Another one seeking death. Then he put on a professional smile and welcomed everyone, gesturing towards the red gate. Haha, let's not dwell on it. Please come inside. Shinqixing approached Xu Wenyuan, covering her mouth with her fan and whispering, Brother Xu, is holding this banquet a way to discuss that matter discreetly? Do you have any leads on that escaped holy maiden? Damn it, my spirit realm expended so much effort to destroy the God clan, and in the end, all we got was a common alchemy formula. The God clan's holy maiden even managed to escape. He smiled, pointed inside, and said, Hee, Holy Lord, you'll know once you're inside. She thought suspiciously, what is this old fox up to? Entering the main hall, the group saw a figure sitting inside and asked in surprise, Someone's already here? The person sitting inside was Yin Ye. Seeing everyone arrive, he smiled cheerfully and greeted them. Isn't that right? I've been waiting for a while to surprise you all. She paled upon seeing him and yelled, Yin Ye. She turned and angrily shouted at Xu Wenyuan, you're scheming against me. Does your ancestor know you're bowing and scraping to Yin Ye like this? You're a traitor to the 8 great sacred realms. Not only was he not angry, he just scratched his head and chuckled in response. No need for Holy Lord Shen to worry. The grass on my ancestor's grave is almost green. His son came to his side and reminded him, Father, our ancestor doesn't have a grave. He replied, Oh, is that so? Yunye, speechless, looked at the father and son. In a certain sense, these two are truly talents. Xing Qixing, now truly enraged, abandoned her initial elegance and gentleness, strode forward, and shouted at Yunye, Yunye, I haven't settled the score with you regarding Fingling. It's just as well you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yunye sat there as if watching a good play, taking a sip of tea and savoring its taste before calmly speaking. Oh? Didn't Fingling bring this upon herself? As for you. Before he could finish, Xing Qixing interrupted him, her brows furrowed and face grim. What about me? Inwardly, she felt uneasy. No, I can't wait. Xing Qixing lunged, her eyes filled with murderous intent, shouting, Yunye, prepare to die. Yunye, sitting calmly, flicked a finger, sending out a wisp of spiritual energy. His brows furrowed slightly. Back. The spiritual energy shot towards Xing Qixing. Unable to dodge in time, she hastily raised her fan to block, her expression showing pain. Xing Qixing hissed through gritted teeth, incredulous at his power. What? She was pushed back by the force of Yunye's spiritual energy. Just a flick of his finger has such power? No good, I have to think of something. Yunye didn't take her seriously. He chuckled derisively. Commendable courage, but unfortunately he hesitated slightly, afraid of hurting the Holy Lord's pride. Too weak. Then, his handsome face turned serious again. Yunye stood tall and proud, hands clasped behind his back, his voice resounding with authority. Kneel. Xing Qixing's body involuntarily knelt. Her face was filled with unwillingness, but she was powerless against his strength. She knelt so quickly? I didn't even use any real spiritual energy. Seeing her kneel so readily made Yunye slightly suspicious. She gritted her teeth so hard that they bled, her eyes glaring at him with hatred. When I go back, I'll say I resisted fiercely but was no match for Yunye. That's a good enough excuse. There's no shame in injuring myself. Indeed, she was just acting for her own scheme. Xu Wenyuan smiled, clasping his hands and looking respectfully at Yunye. The criminals have all arrived. You can begin the interrogation, he reported, with Xu Yan seemingly echoing his father beside him. Yunye glanced at him and replied, 2 are missing. He rubbed his hands together, chuckling nervously. You mean? Yunye looked at the father and son, resting his chin on his hand and asking, What? Do you two still need me to save face for you? Xu Wenyuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he wiped the sweat with a handkerchief. But, before he could say anything more, his precious son prostrated himself on the ground. My father won't kneel, so I will. Xu Yun's action startled Xu Wenyuan. Unfilial son! Leave that spot for me. He glared at his son, his face contorted in a frown. Watching Xu Wenyuan and his son taking turns trying to kneel before him made Xing Qixing question life itself. This is how they managed to survive under Yunye's hand? Truly despicable. He paid them no mind, turning his gaze elsewhere and asking, Shuluo, Chao Yao, do you have any questions? The third disciple, second disciple, and Lu Wenqing all looked at him with admiration, showering him with praise. Master is so handsome. Senior Yun is so handsome. Suddenly, Xing Qixing interjected. Chao Shuluo, the holy maiden of the God clan, and those 2 brats, so they were picked up by you, Yunye. No wonder my spirit realm couldn't find them after so many years of searching. She went from surprise to anger. Yunye leisurely raised his teacup and took a sip while explaining, I did indeed pick up Chao Yao. But not Shuluo. I rescued her from the Taishu sacred realm 2 days ago. As he spoke, he thought, it seems the Taishu sacred realm hid her from the spirit realm completely. Hearing this, she couldn't believe it. Could it be that Chao Shuluo was hidden in the Taishu sacred realm for so many years? At this moment, a long-bearded man pointed at Xu Wenyuan and shouted, Good job, Xu Wenyuan. You didn't put in any effort during the initial attack on the God's Valley. And you even hid the holy maiden of the God clan from us. He smirked at the old man disdainfully. We're all doing shameful things, relying on our own abilities. His contemptuous attitude successfully angered the long-bearded man, who wanted to curse but couldn't, only managing a frustrated roar. You! A bunch of short-lived ghosts. Who wants to argue with you? The urgent matter is to curry favor with Yinye and survive. His eyes darkened, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He clasped his hands before his chest in a gesture of respect. Emperor Yun, please be aware, it wasn't my Tai Shu who spearheaded the initial attack. Even though we held the Holy Maiden captive for many years, we never used a single pill of that elixir. We offered it all to our ancestor. Beside him, his son quickly added, That's right, that's right. I was still young during the attack and didn't participate. Later, our ancestor didn't trust anyone else and tasked me with collecting the medicine. The blame lies with others. I'm innocent. Chao Shuluo, hearing this, shouted angrily, Shut up. The God's Valley had friendly relations with the Spirit Realm and Taishu Sacred Realm for generations. What did my God clan do wrong to provoke you villains and suffer extermination? You still have the audacity to plead your case here? Shuyun was speechless, sweat dripping profusely, his voice stammering. This. Yunye, having heard the whole story, quickly spoke. So, the God's Valley had friendly relations with the Spirit Realm and Taishu Sacred Realm for generations. But your two sects, coveting the divine elixir of the God's Valley, attacked them out of self-interest. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, the blood boiling within him. You massacred the God clan, stole the alchemy formula, imprisoned the holy maiden of the God clan, and used her blood for alchemy. Do you confess? Whether they confess or not, the evidence is conclusive. Confessing only ruins their reputation, but not confessing means certain death today. In any case, after the Fengling incident, the spirit realm's reputation is already in tatters. More debt won't hurt. Xing Qixing pondered. Forced into a difficult situation, Xu Wenyuan gritted his teeth and thought, My reputation is already so tarnished, one more time won't make a difference. Then he looked at Holy Lord Shen. At least I can drag her down with me. As if foulness were contagious, the long-bearded old man behind Xing Qixing had the same thought. Quickly confess to save my life, then join forces with the Elders' Council to pull Xing Qixing down. And blame everything on her. That way, the spirit realm can be cleared. Yunye glanced around, easily discerning what they were thinking. The looks in their eyes each harboring their own schemes. Useless. He scoffed. Let me tell you. Whether you confess or not, you're all going to die today. The only difference is how you die. His words were like a thunderbolt to the evildoers. They all exclaimed in unison, What? Yunye, aren't you afraid we'll join forces and kill you? That way, no one will ever know what happened today. Xing Qixing spoke up, unwilling to accept her fate. He continued nonchalantly, Who cares about an ant biting back as it dies? She shrieked in a shrill voice, as if giving an order. Xu Wenyuan, join forces with me. Unless you truly want to die here. He didn't answer Xing Qixing immediately but looked at Yunye and retorted, Yunye, I've given you face. Don't push it. Xing Qixing, Xu Wenyuan, Xu Yun, and the long-bearded old man all looked at Yunye with murderous intent. Yunye didn't waste his breath, smiling faintly and extending a hand in provocation. Talking is useless. Come at me together. The three of them charged forward, all armed, while he stood alone, unarmed yet utterly fearless, facing them. He waved his hand, using spiritual energy to create a giant dragon. Hidden dragon in the abyss. The azure dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged towards the group. Unzd was filled with admiration, her eyes shining. It's a dragon talk technique. I didn't expect Master to be so proficient in dragon talk techniques. The dragon formed from his spiritual energy struck the group, scattering them before they could react. Xing Qixing, push back, shouted again, Xu Wenyuan, this is the territory of the Taishu Sacred Realm. Don't you have any trump cards left? Hearing her words, Holy Lord Xu could only break out in a cold sweat and reply, Last time, our ancestor used our trump card and lost several million high-grade spirit stones. We don't have any trump cards left. She glared furiously at the useless old man, her eyes filled with a mixture of helplessness and exasperation. Yunye watched calmly, deliberately provoking them. The transcendence fee for each person is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Thank you? Trash. No wonder the strength of your Taishu sacred realm hasn't increased much despite capturing the holy maiden of the God clan. Hearing Yunye's taunt, she flew into a rage. Yunye turned to look at his disciples, who were heavily injured. The three of you are enough to deal with them. Lu Wenxing, Chao Yao, and Chao Shiluo bowed and said in unison, "Yes, thank you, Master." "Thank you, Senior Yun." Chao Shiluo raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Senior's strength is clearly enough to deal with all three of them, yet he held back a little so we could take our own revenge. Truly thoughtful and considerate. He's such a dependable person. Shin Qixing paled, retreating and shouting at Chao Yao, "You are Chao Yao, right? I held you when you were a child. Please spare me this once. The spirit realm is far more prosperous than Lotus Peak. If you want to join the Spirit Cloud Sacred Realm, I guarantee you'll be the next Holy Lord." He looked at them, a sinister smile forming on his lips, thinking to himself, still trying to deceive people at this point. "I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang." Chao Yao was enraged. "She's truly shameless. She held me when I was a child? Did you ever think of those times when you exterminated my clan?" Chao Yao frowned. His eyes filled with hatred as he continued, "A person should take responsibility for their actions. Blood debts must be paid in blood." Without another word, he swung his sword, moving so swiftly past Shin Qixing that she couldn't react. "Die!" Lu Wenxing coldly and arrogantly looked down at the long-bearded old man. "While there's still room in the underworld, die early and reincarnate sooner." With that said, he pierced the old man's chest. The old man could only scream, "Wait! Ah!" before he could react. With the other two dealt with, Xu Wenyuan knelt respectfully, but his mouth continued to plead his case. "Holy Maiden Shiluo, I haven't mistreated you these years. Moreover, my son is so fond of you, and I've never forced you for his sake. It was our ancestor who instigated the blood-taking alone." His words startled his son, who thought nervously, "This old man is about to die, and he's still dragging me down with him." "Shut up!" Chao Shiluo didn't care, her sharp, cold eyes fixed on Xu Wenyuan. "So, you truly didn't know about the strangeness in the blood?" He paled, stammering. Holy maiden, what are you talking about? How did you know about my secret revenge using chicken blood? Only you turned a blind eye. How come no one noticed for so long? Without your permission, how could there be wild chickens in the forbidden area behind the mountain? You've been harboring resentment for a long time, wanting to kill the Taishu ancestor and seize the elixir for yourself, haven't you? Xu Wenyuan couldn't help but look at her nervously. What nonsense are you talking about? Shiluo continued, the abnormality in the elixir, besides the chicken blood, I'm afraid you added other things. Using my hand to eliminate the Taishu ancestor. You would take his place and then blame everything on me. Whether it was forcing me to refine pills with my blood or forcing me to marry your son, it was all for your own benefit. Shiyun, hearing her words, was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He bit his handkerchief, his eyes glistening as he looked at his father. Father, I blamed the wrong person. Father. Despite this, Xu Wenyuan seemed unwilling to admit his guilt, stubbornly arguing. I still don't know what the Holy Maiden is talking about. But if that's what you think, then I can't help it. What audacity! Chao Shiluo walked towards Xu Wenyuan, her demeanor aggressive, her voice hard. What the truth is doesn't matter. You just need to know that you're dead. He was terrified, wailing and pleading. No! Young lady, please listen to me. She didn't let him speak, a sword slicing across his throat, blood splattering everywhere. After striking him down, her voice echoed through the hall. Oh, deceased clansman, I, Chao Shiluo, have avenged you. At this moment, thousands of mystical life forces began to surround her. Confused, she looked at what was happening around her body, raising a hand and asking herself, this is? Yun Ye, standing to the side and witnessing everything, declared, her great vengeance has been fulfilled, her heart's knot untied. She's about to break through. At the same time, Chao Yao was also enveloped by a multitude of life forces, preparing for a breakthrough, which surprised even Yuan Zidi. Oh, junior brother Chao is about to break through too. Lu Wenxing, seeing this, scratched his head and chuckled innocently. Oops. Should I break through too? Scene change. The sky was clear and blue outside the Medicine King Valley's meeting hall. Sunlight bathed the courtyard in a golden glow. The atmosphere was quiet. Inside the hall, a group of people sat around a large table. Yuan Xiaolu opened the proceedings. Medicine King Valley, how have things been recently? She crossed her arms and continued her inquiry. Please report to me, elders, so I can make a decision. The Medicine King Valley elder immediately picked up a prepared paper, a smug look on his face, and glanced around before speaking. Elder Law of the Enforcement Hall has been in frequent contact with the Azure Cloud Sacred Realm recently. It seems they intend to rebel, plotting with the Azure Cloud Sacred Realm to attack Lotus Peak. Yuan Xiaolu asked, Azure Cloud Sacred Realm? He quickly replied, yes, it's the Azure Cloud Sacred Realm whose young lord was transformed into Eternal Elder by that villain, Yin Ye. She sliced her hand through the air, decisively ordering, defeat him. It was the turn of the short-haired elder in green to report. Last month, 2 rogue cultivators caused trouble in the medicine hall, claiming we used the wrong medicine and killed their little spirit pet, demanding 5,000 high-grade spirit stones in compensation from the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley elder interjected, I recall we are not beast physicians. The short-haired elder in green continued reading the report. Upon investigation, it was just an ordinary wild rabbit. When caught red-handed, the 2 rogue cultivators were roasting and eating rabbit meat. After hearing the 2 reports, Yuan Xiaolu lifted her teacup and took a sip, then said, eliminate them. The purple-haired elder finally spoke. The grand disciple of one of the 3 holy physicians recently emerged from seclusion and discovered the earth-shattering changes in the Medicine King Valley. Learning that the 3 holy ancestors were all killed by Emperor Yun, the short-haired elder in green eagerly asked, and then what? The long-haired elder in blue began to narrate. In a fit of rage, he ran off and made a bet with other disciples, wagering that his master could endure the longest. He not only lost all his possessions but also attracted a great deal of attention. He is now imprisoned by the enforcement hall. Hearing this, the Medicine King Valley elder and the short-haired elder in green burst into laughter, looking at each other and saying, there truly are all kinds of people in this world. Suddenly interrupting the laughter, Yuan Xiaolu coldly and decisively ordered, exterminate him, causing the 2 elders to exclaim in surprise, what? Seeing the 2 elders' disapproval, Yuan Xiaolu glanced at them, arms still crossed, and asked in a cold voice, Is something wrong? The Medicine King Valley elder immediately clutched his head in exasperation and angrily retorted, what's wrong? Who taught you to resolve things like this? Taking lives over such trivial matters, isn't that treating human life like grass? Get a grip. The short-haired elder in green was also sweating profusely at his attitude, hurriedly trying to calm him down. Her master is Yin Ye. Calm down. Yin Ye, standing outside, overheard the scolding. His hands clenched, his face darkening as he thought, what kind of education could produce such a fool? He turned around, looking suspiciously at the 2 disciples behind him. Did I teach you like that before? Yuan Zdi's eyes lit up, as if reciting a lesson. Master has always said, whatever is displeasing to the eye should be eliminated. This world should only be left with those who are pleasing to the eye. Lu Wenqing struck a cool pose, adding, if a problem can be solved by eliminating it, then there's no problem. Yuan Xiaolu imitated his pose and concluded, that makes sense. Yun Yi rested his chin in his hand, chuckling helplessly as a thought suddenly struck him, wait a minute, I finally know why Lianhua phone was attacked. He cautioned his 2 disciples. From now on, forget everything I said before, understand? Yuan Zidi and Lu Wenqing's jaws dropped in shock. Huh! They exclaimed. The hall doors opened. Yun Yi feigned a cough, ahem, to announce their arrival. The 3 master and disciples stepped inside. Yuan Xiaolu, upon seeing her master, was like a cat spotting cream. Her eyes sparkled, and she clasped her hands together, exclaiming, Master! Yun Yi walked towards the conference table, saying, everything that just happened. The elder of Yaowangu raised his hand in a thumbs-up gesture, pointing behind him with a cool demeanor, cutting Yun Yi off. I'll go annihilate them. Yun Yi, exasperated for the nth time, sighed inwardly. They learn the bad stuff so quickly, but not the good. Yun Yi, oh Yun Yi, what have you taught them? He gave the order. Those 2 rogue cultivators tried to swindle Yaowangu out of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Find them 5,000. If they don't have enough, they'll work it off here. The elder replied yes. Continuing, Yun Yi turned to the short-haired, green-robed elder. What's the law enforcement hall's decision on the senior disciple's confinement? What about the other disciple? And the wager? The elder consulted his records. 3 months for the first-time offender, 15 days for the accomplice, copying the rules 1,000 times. The wager has been confiscated. Yunyi nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Proceed. The Yaowangu elder asked anxiously, what about Elder Luo of the Law Enforcement Hall? Without hesitation, Yunyi made a slicing motion across his neck. Eliminate. The green-robed elder bowed his head. Yes. Yuan Xiaolu leaned against Yunyi's shoulder, catching him off guard. She nudged him, saying, I knew Master would do that. He shifted slightly, placing his index finger on her nose. Impulsive as always. Decorum before violence. You still have much to learn. She blushed and giggled charmingly. Cheerfully, she replied, at most I'll ask Master before I do anything from now on. He sighed, exasperated. Oh, you. Xiao Yao stood to the side, beaming. It's been months. Little Fifth is now the sect leader, so commanding and dignified. Yuan Xiaolu looked around at the gathering and exclaimed, Third senior brother, second senior sister, Lu Wenxing, everyone's here. Suddenly noticing a girl with purple hair, she asked curiously, Who is this? The girl introduced herself. I am Chao Shuluo, Chao Yao's elder sister. Putting on a pleasant expression, Yuan Xiaolu clapped her hands in delight. I know. Senior sister mentioned you in her letters. You're so beautiful. The two held hands, acting as if they were old friends. Chao Shuluo smiled. Really? I've also admired Xiaolu for a long time. Yuan Xiaolu responded shyly, Admire what? I haven't done anything. She then turned to her master and boasted, It's mainly thanks to Master's support, ha ha ha. Yunyi thought to himself, At least she has some self-awareness. Chao Shuluo replied politely, Between master and disciple, it's natural to rely on each other, especially in these circumstances. But even so, your master has helped you. Ultimately, the one who shoulders Yaowangu's destiny is still you, Xiaolu. She turned to Yunyi. Senior Yun, do you remember at the banquet, I said I had something to discuss with you afterward? He quickly replied, Of course. She declared resolutely, I've decided. I'll rebuild Xinjigu. Chao Yao and Lu Wenxing couldn't believe their ears. They asked in unison, Rebuild Xinjigu? Chao Yao immediately protested, But sister, Xinjigu has no resources, no territory. It's completely different from Yaowangu. Seeing this, Yunyi quickly reassured them, Don't worry about that. Chao Yao asked curiously, Master, do you have a plan? He explained without hesitation, If Taisu Xingyu and Jingling Xingyu colluded to destroy Xinjigu, then taking their resources to rebuild it is only fair and reasonable. He affirmed decisively, Besides, with Shuluo's noble bloodline, this can't be left unsettled. Plundering must be repaid, blood for blood. Chao Shuluo blushed, her hands clenching before her chest. Senior, you truly understand me best. Chao Yao also became excited. That's great. The old ancestor and young master of Tai Su Xingyu are dead. Let's see what they can say now. They still owe Master 10 million high-grade spirit stones. We must collect that debt. Yunyi inquired thoughtfully, We have the people and the resources. What about the territory? Where is Xinjigu's former location? Lu Wenxing, somewhat knowledgeable, revealed, Jingling Xingyu occupied it under the pretense of looking after it. They have it heavily guarded. I tried sneaking in to find evidence, using all sorts of methods, but couldn't get in. Yunyi suggested, There's one method you definitely haven't tried. Lu Wenxing's curiosity piqued. He leaned forward and asked, What? Yunyi said succinctly, Kill your way in. All the disciples present were stunned, looking at their master and echoing in unison, Kill our way in. Yunyi turned, glancing back to urge his disciples. Let's go. Let's see what tricks Jingling Xingyu is playing in Xinjigu. Seeing their master's enthusiasm for battle, they responded enthusiastically, Let's go. Yuan Xiaolu asked Yuan Zidi softly, Senior sister, you feel it too, right? Yuan Zidi's eyes sparkled. I know. I like our current master even more. What about you? The two sisters embraced. Yuan Xiaolu whispered, Me too. So, senior sister, don't be jealous. Master will definitely get justice for you. Yuan Zidi replied softly, I believe it. At that moment, a majestic holy land was faintly visible in the mist. It turned out to be Qingyan Xinyu. In the conference hall, there were many people, but a profound silence filled the air. The old ancestor spoke first. Since you've all secretly gathered here today, let's get straight to the point. A white-cloaked immortal, leaning on the table, said sternly, of the 8 great holy lands, our Qingyun, Taisu, and Jingling have all suffered at Yun Ye's hands. He definitely won't stop there. Long Tianqing added ominously, the matter of Zhenlong Xingyu and his disciple Yuan Zidi's grudge is no secret. I fear we'll be next. Meanwhile, at Lianhua Feng, Yuying looked around in confusion. Hearing a noise, she looked towards the front and asked hesitantly, Who are you? Yuan Zidi walked towards her, explaining, This is Lianhua Feng. My master brought you here from Jingling Taiyu. Feng Ling is dead. The puppet seal on you has been removed. I'm your benefactor's second disciple, Yuan Zidi. Yuying expressed his gratitude and offered his services. Thank you? I don't know where my benefactor is now, but I want to thank him personally. I have nothing now. Except some skill. If my benefactor doesn't mind, I'm willing to stay at Lianhua Feng as a guard. Yuan Zidi couldn't make the decision herself. Wait for my master to return and speak to him personally. He's currently at Shinjigu's former location and should be back tomorrow. Yuying was startled. Shinjigu's former location? Seeing his shocked reaction, she asked in surprise, Is there something strange about that place? He gazed into the distance. No, not strange. It's more like a living hell. At this time, Yun Yi and his disciples had arrived at the former site of Shinjigu. The place was extremely dark and gloomy. Seeing this scene, Yun Yi exclaimed, The death qi is so dense. It must have taken 800,000, if not 1,000,000 deaths to form this. Chao Shuluo cried out in anguish, Death qi? What on earth did the people of Jingling Xinyu do in Shinjigu? Chao Yao replied, Whatever it is, it's definitely not anything good. This place is heavily guarded. Look at the large number of soldiers guarding the gate. Yun Yi, looking at the difficulty level, questioned his life choices. Lu Wenxing, what methods did you try to infiltrate this place before? Lu Wenxing scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. About that. It turned out that he had tried using a beauty trap in the past. Even outside the gate, he was confronted by approaching soldiers. Hey you! What are you doing? This is the forbidden grounds. Leave immediately. He had acted like a frail young woman, whispering softly, Ahem, Elder Mo summoned me. That devil, he hasn't visited me in so long. Now he's so arrogant that he makes me come to him personally. The 2 soldiers scoffed. Never heard of Elder Mo having a lover outside. Didn't expect him to like this type. Who knew Elder Mo, with his righteous demeanor, played like this in private? One soldier shouted, Unless you have the sect master's or Elder Mo's personal seal, no one is allowed inside. After hearing this story, Chao Yao was speechless. You never cease to surprise me. I almost feel sorry for that Elder Mo, Lu Wenxing replied with a smug grin. That was just one of my attempts, he. Now that we have Senior Yun, I can finally start anew. He turned to Yun Yi for guidance. Senior, what do you think we should do now? Yun Yi sighed in exasperation. It's just a few measly guards. Do I need to teach you? Yun Yi raised his voice. No one needs permission to return to their own home. Attack! The scene changed to a study where Mo Yuan was deep in thought, holding a piece of paper in his hand. It turned out to be a letter addressed to him. It read, Mo Yuan, I truly misjudged you. Had I known you were a fellow Taoist, I would have scolded you less. Come visit my peak next time. I'm sure I have plenty of things that would interest you. After reading these lines, Mo Yuan found it a waste of time. He grumbled irritably, What nonsense is this? Suddenly, a long-haired soldier burst into the study, reporting in a panic, It's bad, Elder Mo. The sword's spirit is rampaging again. Mo Yuan folded the letter, snapping at the soldier, Rampaging again? It's not the first time we've dealt with this. Capture 2 monks for a live sacrifice. Use their merit to suppress it. He continued grumbling, We've done this so many times. Such a small matter is worth reporting? The soldier hadn't finished. He stammered, This time is different. It's really serious this time. Just then, they heard the sounds of a chase and fight from outside. Both of them looked at each other, listening intently to the commotion. Mo Yuan suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice from outside. I can't enter? There's nowhere in this world I can't go. I will break through today. He rushed outside and saw the intense fighting. He roared, "Who's causing this ruckus? How dare you?" And Mo Yuan continued to stand arrogantly, demanding answers. "Do you really think that just because Jingling Xingyu offended Yun Yi, anyone can act so recklessly?" As he finished speaking, 2 soldiers were sent flying, landing face down at his feet, groaning in pain. He watched in astonishment as his soldiers were quickly defeated. Yun Yi had arrived, standing before him. "Are you Elder Mo?" He taunted his opponent further. The unlucky one whose reputation is hard to maintain in his old age. And Mo Yuan's face darkened with rage. "Yun Yi!" Immediately, Yun Yi and his disciples were surrounded by numerous soldiers, each with swords drawn and murderous intent. The 2 gate guards who had been tricked by Lu Wenxing's beauty trap yelled to their comrades, quickly informed the sect master. "Yun Yi has brought Elder Mo's lover to attack us." Amidst the tense situation, Mo Yuan roared furiously, "What lover? What nonsense are you talking about?" Chao Yao, seeing the enemy's disarray, smirked. "Master, you haven't even done anything yet, and they're already in chaos. Should we stop them from sending the message?" Yun Yi simply chuckled. He said calmly, "No need. Their ancestor coming here would just be another life to deal with. Might as well take care of them all together." At this moment, his movement technique improved. Ting! Current usable faith value is 920. He rejoiced inwardly. "Today's the day my faith value refreshes. I'm not afraid of anyone." And Mo Yuan, hearing Yun Ye's words, crossed his arms defiantly. Tough talk. Wait until our ancestor arrives, and you'll know your place. You may be strong, Yun Yi, but Jingling Xingyu's foundation isn't something a lowly rogue cultivator like you can compare to. Once our ancestor uses his ultimate move, you're as good as dead." Seeing that they were seemingly at a disadvantage, the long-haired soldier whispered to Mo Yuan, "Elder Mo, it seems our ancestor accepted an invitation and left. He's not currently at the sect." Mo Yuan's heart pounded, his face darkening. He immediately ordered the long-haired soldier, "Where are the other elders? Quickly inform them to invite the ancestor back." The soldier exclaimed, "The elders with any real power, well, they and the sect master were already making arrangements last time. That's why the selection of the new elder has been dragging on." He continued, frowning in annoyance, "And Elder Fengling, the only one you could bribe, as you well know, was completely cleaned out." And Mo Yuan's already darkened face contorted in fury. "Yun Yi, you murderous bastard! You're a real butcher, aren't you?" Yun Yi closed his eyes, his expression indifferent and slightly condescending. Spreading his arms nonchalantly, he replied with a hint of provocation, "Don't rush. Isn't it fair competition if you can't sway anyone? Why not just fight?" And Mo Yuan was worried, but he refused to back down. He glared and said, "What do you want? I'm an elder, stationed at an important place like Xinjigu. I'm not just a freeloader. I might not be able to defeat you, but I can definitely hold out until our ancestor arrives." The 2 soldiers chimed in, supporting his words. "That's right. Elder Mo is second only to the sect master, entrusted with the crucial task of guarding Xinjigu." One implied Mo Yuan's profound skill, while the other threatened Yun Yi. "And we have many fellow disciples here. If you don't leave now, you won't leave here in one piece." Yun Ye's eyes gleamed with provocation, his voice laced with mockery. "Oh really? How about a wager then? Whoever speaks falsely will be silenced for life. How about it?" "Wager what?" And Mo Yuan shouted, his face betraying his anxiety. He broke out in a cold sweat, his brows furrowed, his heart in turmoil. Yun Yi didn't waste words. In an instant, he appeared behind Mo Yuan. The sudden shift caught Mo Yuan off guard. He spun around in alarm, shouting, "Not good!" Facing Mo Yuan's terrified expression, Yun Yi touched his shoulder. "I wager your life. Can you withstand my attack?" Mo Yuan stammered fearfully, "See, can I not bet?" In the end, Mo Yuan never expected to meet his maker because of his own big mouth. He collapsed to the ground, blood flowing freely. Yun Yi declared triumphantly, "Of course not." The 2 soldiers who had been so arrogant moments before were now pale with fear, stammering incoherently, "Didn't he say he'd be silenced for life?" Yun Yi, his hands clasped behind his back, wore a smug expression, a victor's smile playing on his lips. Isn't that exactly what happened? After Yun Ye's impressive display, no one dared to challenge him. Those who had been arrogant now knelt in fear, pleading in unison, "Spare us, Lord Yunyi." Qiao Yao glanced at the fools beside him. "You should have knelt earlier. Don't force my master's hand." A swirling black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above. Yunyi stood with Lu Wenxing and his 3 disciples. He spoke sternly, "The death chi fills the sky. Confess what Jinglingxing you did here, and I'll grant you a quicker death." He continued, his voice laced with menace as he looked at the kneeling figures. "The owner has returned. It's time for the uninvited guests to be cleaned out." A guard stammered in terror, This was all ordered by the higher-ups. We were just following orders." He pleaded desperately, "I don't deserve to die. Please, Lord Yun, spare me." Yunyi roared in anger, "Humph! When Shinji Gu was slaughtered, none of you here were innocent." He emphasized, "Stop wasting my time. I can still right your wrongs." Chao Shuluo, observing Yunyi's righteous demeanor, blushed slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Although Senior Yun doesn't admit it, he has taken Shinji Gu's blood feud as his own. A voice suddenly called out from behind, "Master, you're so good to me." It was his 3rd disciple, attempting to hug him. Yunyi dodged swiftly, saying, "I dodge. We're in the middle of serious business. Keep your distance from your master." He pushed Qiao Yao's head away. Chao Shuluo, witnessing this, could only sigh inwardly. "My foolish younger brother is beyond saving. Just bury him." Suddenly, a soldier with a resolute expression shouted, drawing the attention of those around him. "If they won't talk, I will." Yunyi turned, looking at him curiously. The soldier continued, "The elders captured living people to feed the sword spirit. After learning the sword techniques from the sword spirit, they would extract the cultivator's spirit roots and sell them to other sections. The crippled cultivators were then sacrificed, their flesh and blood used to nourish the sword spirit." Qiao Yao exclaimed indignantly, "But that would easily agitate the sword spirit. That's why they often captured meditative cultivators to use their merit to suppress the agitated sword spirit." Chao Shuluo, already aware of the situation, chimed in, "A bunch of lunatics." Lu Wenxing added, "They didn't even spare the monks." Everyone was outraged by the cruelty of these people, who clearly held no regard for human life. Lu Wenxing pondered, his expression thoughtful. No wonder, although it's said that cultivators frequently train in secret realms and disappearances are normal. The number of missing cultivators has clearly increased in recent years. The soldier's voice interrupted his thoughts. It was all the sect master and elder's orders. We had no say in the matter. He continued to explain, "Moreover, I'll tell you a secret. The sword spirit has become agitated again. This time, even sacrificing meditative cultivators to suppress it hasn't worked." Yunyi observed the black chi surrounding them. "Are you talking about him?" From within the swirling black vortex, a figure emerged. He had a mark of an eye on his forehead, white cloth wrapped around his eyes, long pink hair, and twin swords on his back. The soldiers cried out in alarm, recognizing the figure. "What?" The man with the eye mark lunged towards them, twin swords in hand, clearly intending to kill. The soldiers screamed in terror, "Run! It's coming! Run!" But it was too late. The man moved like a gust of poisonous wind, his expression unchanging as he swiftly cut down the soldiers. Qiao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that the sword spirit?" Chao Shuluo was equally shocked. "It's a child?" Yunyi, seeing their reactions, explained, "This shows how wicked Jinglingxing Yu is. Normal sword spirits are born from a cultivator's comprehension of sword intent. This grotesque sword spirit, from its very origin, can only be born through live sacrifices and ancient rituals. It's the type of sword forged through the blood of 10,000 men." A soldier, trying to remember, added, "After occupying Shinji-gu, Elder Mo led people to slaughter a nearby village, capturing dozens of people. In the end, only this boy survived." Lu Wenxing's eyes widened in realization. Was it the village next to the main city at the foot of Lingxing Yu's mountain? "I remember now. When the village was slaughtered, everyone said Senior did it. I found it strange. Why would a figure like Senior bother with a small village?" Qiao Yao, hearing that someone had slandered his master, was indignant. "They dared to slander my master! Those bastards!" The soldier, seeing Qiao Yao's anger, hastily denied any responsibility. fearing for his life. It was all the sect master and elder's decision. I knew nothing. I've told you everything I know. Please, Lord Yun, spare my life. Yun Yi chuckled contemptuously. This is the foundation Jingling Xingyu is so proud of? In terms of evil and unorthodox practices, a rogue cultivator like me is truly no match. Chao Yao and Lu Wenxing sensed the approaching murderous aura of the man. Master, he's coming! They quickly moved to protect their master. However, Yun Yi, the target, showed no fear, calmly watching as the man charged towards him. The man lunged with his sword like a gust of wind, but Yun Yi effortlessly dodged, causing him to miss. He couldn't resist taunting, so young, yet not learning anything good. Ambushing an old comrade like me. The man turned, his speech stilted. You strong. I practice sword. Chao Shulu voiced her suspicion. It seems this sword spirit is targeting Senior. Chao Yao didn't disagree. Don't worry, sister. No matter what kind of sword spirit it is, it can't hurt Master, can it? Not necessarily. Sword spirits aren't like cultivators. They don't have vital points, said the soldier. He continued to warn them, even if a sword spirit is shattered, it can reform. If you spare me, I'll tell you their weakness. Otherwise, just wait to be killed by the sword spirit along with me. The cunning soldier was clearly trying to bargain for his life. Chao Yao, hot-tempered, clenched his fists, ready to strike the soldier. Ha! Getting cocky after a few words, huh? Daring to bargain with me? The soldier, with nothing to lose, grinned slyly. I'm going to die anyway. My life is worthless. Big shots like you wouldn't want to be buried with me, right? We'll see about that. Yun Yi smiled faintly, raising his hand. A powerful energy surged from his fingertips. It struck the sword spirit's arm, causing him to cry out in pain as his arm dissipated into smoke. Chao Shuluo, seeing this, scoffed, dismissing the soldier's words. Trying to scare us with lies. But right before her eyes, the dissipated arm began to regenerate. She gasped in disbelief. Do we really have to spare this guy? The soldier smirked. I told you. Yun Yi maintained his casual smile. What's the rush? The good part is just beginning. The soldier paled, unable to believe Yun Yi could do anything. He yelled, Don't be so smug, Yun Yi. If you spare me today, I'll keep this matter a secret. Yun Yi didn't care much. He summoned a technique, Honglian, and surges of fire power were immediately summoned to attack the sword spirit directly. The sword spirit was momentarily bewildered, frozen as it watched the waves of power preparing to strike. The soldier laughed triumphantly and shouted, Useless! Waves of fire struck the sword spirit, causing it pain as it was gradually incinerated. The soldier could no longer laugh. He realized, how is this possible? This fire, it's not right. How can the fire of a devil like you possess merit? Yun Yi sneered inwardly, so that's it. Karmic fire of merit is always the bane of evil things. Senior's Honglian karmic fire inherently possesses destructive power. The original owner was chivalrous, as evidenced by his fondness for collecting fallen lotus petals on Manhua Peak. Even if his methods were sometimes extreme, having some merit isn't unusual. Thinking this, he smiled slyly and ordered, Gao Yao, take action. Amidst the laughter of the surrounding people, Gao Yao, the third disciple, grinned wickedly and swung his sword decisively. Just as he was about to strike, the brown-robed figure before him retreated in panic, shouting, No, wait. The scene shifted to Chao Thulak. She was pointing in another direction, saying to Yun Yi, Yun, Senior, look. In the direction Chao Thulak had pointed, a figure engulfed in flames knelt, hands clasped, head bowed, and said, Thank you, brother. After speaking, the figure gradually disappeared with the wind. Yun Yi Yun, having witnessed the strange event, said, Others mercifully allowed him to survive, and today he is finally liberated. Mo Laozu and Laozu were looking up at the sky together, behind them soldiers standing in neat rows. Mo Laozu opened his mouth and said, We received a message. Yun Yi is inside, along with 3 escaped God clan members. Laozu stared at the dark sky with swirling black clouds, surrounded by towering rocky mountains. There are also many holy sanctuary spirit disciples inside, including quite a few elite inner disciples. Can you really bear to abandon them? Mo Laozu frowned and replied loudly, Under a 1,000-year-old tree, there are always plants. They've been sheltered carefully. When the wildfire spreads, uprooting themselves to avoid disaster is only natural. They won't complain. Hearing this, Lao Tzu smiled brightly and flattered, "You're a wise man. Wise men always thrive." Hearing the sweet words, Lao Tzu was very satisfied and said smugly, "You flatter me. You're not bad either. Otherwise, how could you watch your young master's funeral turn into someone else's mourning hall without speaking up?" In the scene with the dark clouds covering the sky, Missouri Lao Tzu continued his unfinished words, "You and I, in terms of age and status, aren't newbies. What's the benefit of momentary bravery? As for Yun Yi, isn't this a chance for me to teach him a lesson and bring him back?" Hearing this, Lao Tzu's sharp eyes glanced at Lao Tzu and chuckled, "Once Yun Yi dies, everyone in the valley will take credit for killing him." The sword spirit was nurtured by the god clan of the valley, and Yun Yi helped harm 2 great holy sanctuaries. He truly deserves death. Understanding the implication, Lao Tzu grinned slyly and continued, "As for his disciples." Lao Tzu and Lao Tzu, with their malicious hearts, continued to discuss. Of course, in return for this assistance, they will be returned to the True Dragon Holy Land and the Heavenly Thuang Holy Land, respectively. She chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. After their discussion, Lao Tzu felt the time was right and raised his hand, shouting, "Attack!" Coincidentally, a rare solar eclipse occurred at that moment, turning the sky pitch black. Yun Yi Yun's side also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. One of his disciples shouted, "Master, look! The sun is darkening." Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. Seeing this sight, Yun Yi Yun's face turned serious as he deduced, "It's not turning black, someone is playing tricks." Suddenly, heavy rain poured down. The soldiers below found the rain strange, raising their hands to catch the drops. "Is it raining? Strange, it's clearly not the rainy season." Strangely, there was something in the rainwater. Each drop that fell was like a sharp shard of glass, piercing their skin, causing the soldiers to scream in pain. Yun Yi Yun, sensing something amiss, had taken precautions. As the raindrops began to fall, he opened a barrier to block them. Fearing others were still outside, he shouted, "Get inside." Inside the protective barrier, Yun Yi Yun looked out at the intensifying rain, frowning in annoyance. It seems Elder Mo has arrived. The soldiers outside were now being pelted by the rain. Every drop that touched their skin caused excruciating pain, and their screams were heart-wrenching. Witnessing this, Chow Yao, the 3rd disciple, was horrified and shouted, "What's happening? Will the raindrops corrode a cultivator's body? I've never heard of a cultivator who can control the wind and rain." Lu Wenxing added, "This isn't rainwater. These are sharp blades." Thanks to the barrier Yun Yi had created earlier, all the glass-like raindrops were blocked. Hearing Lu Wenxing say the raindrops were blades, Chow Yao, the 3rd disciple, looked up at the falling rain curiously and muttered, "Blades falling from the sky." Yun Yi, as if realizing something, chuckled contemptuously. "To deal with me, they truly went to great lengths." Chow Yao, the 3rd disciple, panicked and cried out to Yun Yi, "Master, what should we do? Let's get out of here." Hearing his disciple's question, Yun Yi looked towards the rainy sky and said, "We can't get out. They've definitely sealed all exits." With his sharp intellect, Yun Yi had long seen through the enemy's tricks and told his disciples, "We still have a barrier above us." Chow Thulak, momentarily at a loss for a response, shouted, "So what do we do now?" Yun Yi Yun, seemingly having a solution, called out to Lu Wenxing, "Lu Wenxing, you have the highest cultivation level. Maintain this protective barrier for me." Entrusted with this responsibility by his master, Lu Wenxing scratched his head shyly and replied, I'll do my best." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Yi shot up into the sky so fast that he created a streak of light, surprising Lu Wenxing, who looked up after him. After flying straight up into the rainy sky, Yun Yi raised his hand and shouted commandingly, "Stop." The rain below actually stopped, surprising everyone. Chow Thulak also exclaimed, "The blades have stopped." Yun Yi pointed directly at the sky and shouted decisively, "Reverse." All the glass-like raindrops immediately flew back towards the barrier. Witnessing this, Lao Tzu exclaimed in panic, "How is this possible? How can Yun Yi be this strong? Although I knew he was powerful, how can he be this strong?" Lao Tzu, frowning and sweating, had a bad feeling. It's impossible to fight back. Soon, the razor-sharp raindrops flew back towards Lao Tzu and Lao Tzu Fearing that the glass rain they created would turn against them, they immediately activated their protective barriers. Sensing trouble, Lao Tzu shouted, Plan B. Inform the Azure Dragon Holy Land and the Heavenly Thuong Holy Land. Today, we must end Yunye's life here. If we let him live, we're all doomed. Hearing this, Lao Tzu complied. He turned to leave and deliver the message. Alright, so Lao Tzu knows how to protect herself. Just as he was about to escape, Lao Tzu was stopped by Yunyi, who flew up and kicked him hard in the face like a god, asking, Going somewhere? Lao Tzu was both scared and surprised. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Yunyi, floating in the cloud-filled sky, closed his eyes and sneered, discussing Plan B in front of me? My death? As Yunyi opened his eyes, he glanced at the bewildered Lao Tzu and said, Oh, I almost forgot. With that, he sent golden ropes to bind Lao Tzu tightly, causing her to scream in terror, What the hell is this? After capturing both of them, Yunyi seemed satisfied, smiling and glancing at each of them. Perfect timing. 2 cultivators arrived, shouting, Lao Tzu. Hearing the commotion, Yunyi turned his head and looked over, letting out an unconscious huh? Seeing Yunyi, the cultivators were stunned. Not good. Our Lao Tzu has reinforcements. Hearing this, Yunyi chuckled, hands on his hips. You can say that. Being the villain is quite refreshing, huh? Lao Tzu, bound and kneeling on the ground, scowled furiously at Yunyi. Let me go! She tried to break free from Yunye's binds but failed. Gritting her teeth, she thought, This rope is strange. Even I can't escape. Lao Tzu, his face bruised and swollen from Yunye's kick, asked fearfully, Yunyi, are you really going to kill me? Aren't you afraid of public outrage, inciting the siege of the 8 holy sanctuaries? Let us go, and we won't pursue this matter. Yunyi scoffed at their words. As expected of Lao Tzu. Your ability to retaliate is much stronger than your sect masters. Don't worry, I don't need your lives today. Hearing this, Lao Tzu and Lao Tzu were surprised, thinking Yunyi was afraid. Lao Tzu pressed her advantage, snapping, Yunyi, if you're afraid, why not release me quickly? Yunye's face showed contempt for their assumption of his fear. Afraid? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. He then turned and called out, Lu Wenxing. Lu Wenxing, startled, responded with a huh? Yunyi, as if toying with playthings, folded his arms and said to Lu Wenxing, What's the market price for these 2 Lao Tzu? Tell them to pay the ransom. Lao Tzu, unable to accept Yunye's words, asked, What? Receiving Yunye's task, Lu Wenxing immediately scratched his head and chuckled. No one has estimated that before, because no one has ever captured 2 Lao Tzu. But, Yunyi interrupted before Lu Wenxing could finish, What bad idea are you cooking up, kid? Lu Wenxing, as if caught red-handed, just chuckled, hee hee. Chao Tholak and Chao Yao, the 3rd disciple, seeing this, started gossiping. Chao Yao whispered to Chao Tholak, Sister, I didn't realize that the guy surnamed Lu had so many wicked ideas. His laughter scares me a bit. Seeing that Chao Tholak shared his sentiment about Lu Wenxing's laughter, Chao Yao continued, I'm a bit scared too. Suddenly, Lu Wenxing had a bright idea. He said excitedly, Senior, wait for me to inquire about what good things these 2 holy sanctuaries have. I'll compile a detailed list, making sure nothing is missed. To ransom their Lao Tzu, they'll definitely give us anything we want. Hearing this, the 2 Lao Tzu felt like they were being treated as commodities and yelled angrily, You scoundrels! Yunyi pretended not to hear, turned around, and waved his hand, telling Lu Wenxing, Get ready to take them back. Lu Wenxing chuckled and replied, Yes, Senior. Somehow, Lao Tzu managed to break free from his binds. He immediately charged towards Yunyi, shouting, Yunyi, you're too much! Chao Tholak, seeing Yunyi about to be attacked, shouted a warning, Senior, be careful. Hearing Chao Tholak's call, Yunyi turned around cautiously. Seeing Lao Tzu charging frantically, Yunyi kicked him in the face, sending him sprawling. Yunyi looked down at Lao Tzu lying on the ground and said, I left you half a face, but I didn't expect you to have OCD, insisting on symmetrical sides. I'll fulfill your wish. He then ordered Lu Wenxing, take them away. Understood? Lu Wenxing obeyed, Yes, Senior. Before they could act, the cultivators and others knelt, clasped their hands, and shouted, Benefactor, stop. Confused, Yunyi looked at them and asked, Who are you? Chao Tholak, seeing this, frowned and wondered aloud, aren't they the cultivators who were captured to feed the sword's spirit? Yunyi smiled slightly and asked, do you know who I am? The cultivator clasped his hands and said loudly, Yun Emperor's reputation shakes the 9 continents. Who doesn't know? Hearing such resounding words, Yunyi smiled with satisfaction and continued, oh, aren't you afraid of me? The cultivator didn't flinch, immediately replying frankly, we were afraid before, but everyone knows clearly who saved us and who harmed us. The bald cultivator beside him, with a serious expression, added, that's right. Indeed, he explained, the spirit holy sanctuary deceives the world with its reputation, secretly doing dirty deeds behind everyone's backs. Yun Emperor's reputation may be evil, but he has a saintly heart to save us. We are willing to dedicate our strength to Yun Emperor to repay his kindness. Hearing the cultivator's words, Laozu, bound tightly and unable to struggle, gritted her teeth and thought, it's over, it's all over. Her frustration grew with each passing thought. Yunyi pondered momentarily. A casual act of kindness, and now my saintly reputation is overblown. These people will definitely spread the word after returning to their sex. Might as well see this through. He placed his hand on the cultivator's shoulder and said, you've all suffered an unexpected calamity. You should return and recuperate. If you need anything, you can go to the Medicine King Valley, currently managed by my 5th disciple, Yuan Xiaolu. She will assist you. Offered help by Yun Yi, the cultivators prostrated themselves and shouted in unison, thank you, Yun Emperor. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, great benefactor. Amidst majestic mountains, breathtaking scenery, and a dense, misty fog, lay Manhua Peak. Yuan Zidi was holding a bowl of medicine, walking along the corridor, seemingly intending to take it somewhere. Before her, Yun Yi and his disciples had returned. Accompanying him were the 2 captives, Mo Laozu and Laozu, bound tightly. Lu Wenxing followed behind them, constantly shouting warnings, behave yourselves. Yuan Zidi's face lit up with joy. Master, you're back. Seeing the 2 unfamiliar faces, she asked, Master, you picked up more people? Yunyi replied this time, it's not picking them up. They're prisoners of war. He instructed Yuan Zidi, just lock them up. Coincidentally, cultivators can go without food. Don't give them anything to eat. Suddenly, Gao Yao noticed the medicine bowl in Yuan Zidi's hand and asked curiously, who is the medicine for, senior sister? Are you injured? She looked down and said, this? The person Master picked up earlier has woken up. I'm going to inform him to come and see Master. A while later, Yunyi had gathered everyone, Gao Yao, Yuan Zidi, Lu Wenxing, Chao Thalak, and standing among them was Yuing. He spoke, Yun Emperor's kindness cannot be repaid. Yuing then clasped his hands and pleaded, I wish to stay at Manhua Peak as a guard. Please don't refuse. Hearing that, Yunyi tilted his head, rested his hand on his cheek, and said, this isn't important. Lotus Peak doesn't lack guards. But how could a half-god realm cultivator like you be turned into a puppet? Yuing, upon being asked, explained the situation. This is a long story. I was originally a rogue cultivator without a sect or master. Because of my unique cultivation method, I usually don't appear in front of others. I happened to save Feng Ling, and was invited to be a guest of the elves in the area. Recalling the scene, he remembered holding Feng Ling and asking her, are you alright? She didn't hesitate, replying directly, no, I'm fine. Looking at Ying's face, Feng Ling suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Her face flushed slightly as she thought, his appearance is really not bad. Hearing this, Gao Yao could already guess what happened next to Yuing. He shouted, I understand. Then you were stalked by this female pervert. She forced herself on you. And when she failed, she placed a curse mark on you. Not only did she force you, but she also repaid kindness with resentment. That woman is truly infuriating. It's a good thing I wasn't caught by her. Sitting beside them, Lu Wenxing crossed his arms and sneered, with Senior Yun here, who would look at you, Chao Qing Bai. Yun Yi suddenly appeared embarrassed and pretended to cough, ahem, this matter doesn't need to be mentioned. Opening his eyes, his expression changed instantly, becoming serious. He said, back to the main topic. Since you're a rogue cultivator, you can stay at Lotus Peak for now. By the way, your real name shouldn't be Feng, right? He replied, thank you, Yun Di. My real name is Yuing. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuing recalled the moment when Feng Ling lifted his chin, whispering sweet words, "From now on, you can take my surname. This is a great honor. Moreover, you are something that cannot be known by others. I will give you another word. From now on, you will be called Feng Ying'an." Chao Shuluo suddenly felt uncomfortable with her every action. She crossed her arms and said, "This is too much. Her arrogance is truly disgusting." Now with an indifferent expression, Ying glanced up and said, "Fortunately, I have been resurrected, and she has been avenged. Let the past go." Hearing this, Yi just smiled helplessly. This kid is truly a saint. No wonder he was bullied so badly. At the same time, in another scene, Yuan Xiaolu, with a serious expression, was reminding the elders and sect master in the sect, "Master rarely entrusts me with such an important task. Do it well for me, understand?" She said loudly, "If you do well, then our Medicine King Valley will become famous again. Give those people the best medicine and ensure that there are no side effects." The three of them replied in unison, "Yes." In their hearts, all three shared the same determination. After the incident where the Holy Cloud Sanctuary jointly framed Wang Heng, the Medicine King Valley's reputation was in chaos. Yundi is finally willing to give us a chance to prove ourselves. We must seize it. Even if spiritual roots are destroyed, even if the Medicine King Valley's resources are depleted, I will compensate you. Do well, and the Medicine King Valley will definitely be able to return to the 8 sects and 10 schools once again. Interrupting their thoughts, a disciple suddenly burst through the door with a panicked expression. He shouted, "It's not good, Elder Sect Master! Everyone, come quickly! This rogue cultivator seems to have black spots on his body." Hearing this, Yuan Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Gao Yao, Chao Shuluo, and Lu Wenxing were called by Yin Yi. Gao Yao then spoke, "Master, did you call us because you have something to say?" He put down his book and asked, "Where are ZD and Yuing?" Chao Shuluo replied, "ZD received some news and went to verify its authenticity. She will report to senior after she's done." Gao Yao added, "Yuing went to trick people into traps." Confused, Yin Yi questioned, "Trick people into traps?" Gao Yao shook his head and closed his eyes, recounting, "Those two weren't being peaceful, always trying to escape. Yuing pretended to give them a chance, then caught them and beat them up. Coincidentally, one of them was an elder related to Feng Ling. Beating her is equivalent to beating Feng Ling." After hearing this, Yin Yi chuckled and picked up his book. "Isn't this the saint reenacting a certain scene between him and Feng Ling?" He then put down the book and said meaningfully, "Today's matter is related to the secrets of the God clan. Only the three of you are here." Yin Yi softly called Gao Yao. Being called by name by his master, Gao Yao was surprised and confused. "Huh? Me?" Nodding slightly, Yin Yi said, "That's right, you." He then raised a finger and explained, "I rarely give you guidance on your cultivation. Today, I will show you a path to heaven." Hearing this, Gao Yao was filled with excitement. "Master, are you going to impart a cultivation technique to me? Which move? Is it the move that broke the barrier in the God Valley? Or the one that severely injured everyone in the Elf Sanctuary? I like them all." Seeing Gao Yao's anticipation, Chao Shuluo guessed, the move in the Elf Sanctuary is a Dragon Clan technique. He probably wants to pass it on to ZD. Senior will definitely have something suitable for you. Also making a guess, Lu Wenxing stroked his chin and said, "Could it be the move that sealed everyone's cultivation in the Holy Cloud Sanctuary?" As soon as the formation was activated, no one there could move. Hearing their words, Gao Yao excitedly shouted, "Oh, I remember that move." Resting his hand on his face and smiling gently, Yin Yi said, "It was that move that made you turn the training room into a Buddhist hall. Do you remember becoming a monk?" Yin Yi waved his hand, "It's none of those." Hearing this, Chao Shuluo let out a confused "huh?" while Gao Yao wailed because he didn't receive the desired technique. "Wha?" Yin Yi, sitting there, propped his chin and asked, "What is your current cultivation level?" Gao Yao replied, "Master, I have cultivated to the 7th level of the 9th level of the Dao realm. That is a high level. A person's physical body is in the circle of cultivation. Usually, a cultivator's cultivation is according to the Tribulation realm, 9th level of the Dao realm, Saint realm, Emperor realm, and Half-God realm in ascending order. The level of the talent tree, Xiaolu, is now at the Tribulation realm cultivation. You and ZD are both at the 9th level of the Dao realm, but ZD is about to break through to the Saint realm. The God clan is different. When Gao Yao was burned by the power, a mysterious hand controlled them, restricted by bloodline. All God clan members can only cultivate to the Dao realm, but they can carve Dao patterns up to the 9th level. Even the new secrets of the God clan are well understood. Senior Yun not only has powerful cultivation, Yi said. Smiling faintly, he added, Gao Yao is even more special. There are about 100 unformed Dao patterns in his body. All 3 people present were surprised and shouted in unison, hundreds? Gao Yao honestly said, I won't hide it from Master. When the God Valley was destroyed, the elders passed their Dao pattern inheritance into my body, hoping that I would carry the hope of the God Valley forward. Fortunately, Master took me in. Otherwise, let alone revenge, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to survive. Suddenly, Yun Yi drew his sword with a dignified look. He said this action ensures Gao Yao's unlimited potential. If he can truly cultivate to the 100th level of the Dao realm, he won't be much worse than a half-god realm cultivator. But the problem is that the God clan cannot cultivate to the next realm, and the difference in realms cannot be compensated for. Immediately throwing the sword towards Gao Yao, Yun Yi said with a dignified demeanor, I remember you still don't have a weapon. This saber is for you. Holding the sword in his hand, he exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, Master. Standing nearby, Chao Shulu glanced at the treasured saber in Gao Yao's hand and remarked, This saber seems to be a heaven-grade weapon. Heaven-grade weapons are hard to find. Usually, even large sects don't have many. Senior Yun has put in a lot of effort. Trying to draw the sword slightly, Gao Yao could feel the extraordinariness of this sword. He exclaimed, It truly is heaven-grade. No wonder it feels so unusual when I hold it. Yun Yi then said, This saber is enough to compensate for the usual difference in realms. In the future, when you ascend, it will be even more capable of concealing heavenly secrets. Accept this saber and cultivate diligently, don't waste this divine weapon. This month's remaining faith value was all used to buy this saber. It's just enough. And it's also suitable for this little guy to have something new. After hearing his master's words, Gao Yao gratefully shouted, Yes. This disciple will definitely live up to Master's expectations. Suddenly standing up, Yun Yi said to Chao Shuluo and Lu Wenxing, You two don't need to be envious. You will also have the opportunity to break through the limitations of the Dao realm in the future. After saying that, he raised his hand to his forehead and chuckled, thinking, For now, let's wait for the faith value to recover. There are also 3 disciples wandering outside. After being gone for so long, I have to look for them. While Yun Yi was still lost in thought, Lu Wenxing and Chao Shuluo immediately cupped their hands and said happily, Thank you, Senior. Hearing their thanks, he waved his hand dismissively. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Stay at Lotus Peak until the faith value is renewed, then go out and find the children. Suddenly, Yuan Zidi rushed in and reported, Master, it's not good. According to the intelligence, the black spot plague from the group of rogue cultivators we rescued at God Valley has spread again. She said urgently, Xiaolu has ordered Medicine King Valley to receive the patients. Let's go and take a look. Faced with this sudden situation, Yun Yi looked tired, put his hand on his forehead, and sighed, It's really what I feared. Back at Yuan Xiaolu's place, she gave orders, Bring all the infected to the ceiling stone platform for stabilization. Send out orders that no one below the tribulation realm is allowed to approach. The short-haired elder in green robes acknowledged the order immediately after she finished speaking. I'll go make arrangements. An elder of Medicine King Valley suddenly reported, Sect Master, I've had people check everyone along the path the patients came into contact with. The black spot plague has spread outside the sect. Immediately after the Medicine King Valley elder finished speaking, a spark of inspiration flashed through Yuan Xiaolu's mind. A plan resonated within her. She immediately said, Medicine King Valley will accept everyone. Announce it. All infected people can come to Medicine King Valley for treatment. Medicine King Valley will do its utmost to provide free treatment. Hearing her plan, the Medicine King Valley elder immediately reacted strongly, expressing disapproval. But with Medicine King Valley's current resources, I'm afraid we can't accommodate all the patients. What if it spreads to the disciples within the valley? Seeing his hesitation and opposition, Yuan Xiaolu immediately raised her voice and snapped at the Medicine King Valley elder. Do you still want to restore Medicine King Valley's reputation? Do you want Medicine King Valley to return to the 8 sects and 10 schools? This is a heaven-sent opportunity right in front of you, and you still want to push it away. Unable to argue with the sect master, the Medicine King Valley elder could only reply softly, "Of course I want to, but the price is really high." "Please be cautious, sect master." Yuan Xiaolu crossed her arms and said coldly, "Don't forget whose disciple I am. I can bear any price. Go! Since I've taken over Medicine King Valley, I absolutely cannot disgrace Master Elder Wang Heng." The Medicine King Valley elder had to comply with her wishes. Yes, he paused, then continued, "It's naturally best that Lotus Peak is willing to help. But the antidote for the black spot plague requires a half-god realm cultivator to expend all their cultivation and spiritual power for 3 days and 3 nights to refine." Elder Wang Heng fell because of this back then. Suddenly having doubts, another elder spoke, "Will Yun Di agree to this?" The Medicine King Valley elder gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Moreover, if Yun Yi refines it with his own body, if Yuan Xiaolu loses her backing and can't maintain her position as sect master of Medicine King Valley, then so be it. The reason why Medicine King Valley hasn't been annexed now is because of Yun Ye's reputation. Yun Yi can't either." Frowning, Yuan Xiaolu immediately clarified, "Of course not. How could I let Master sacrifice himself?" She said resolutely, "Give me the prescription first. I have a way." The short-haired elder in green robes immediately bowed and presented a piece of paper, saying respectfully, "This is the prescription. Please take a look, sect master." As soon as he finished speaking, his heart was filled with cunning as he thought, Wang Heng was only a half-god realm cultivator and had to pay with his life. "What can a little tribulation realm girl like you do? When Yun Yi dies and Medicine King Valley's reputation is cleared, it will be the day I ascend to power." Switching to Yun Ye's perspective, as soon as he entered the sect, he saw several meditating monks sitting on the high steps ahead. They had their hands clasped together, and golden ancient texts appeared. Seeing those texts, he thought, the 8 Noble Truths Sutra? Why are Zen sect masters appearing in Medicine King Valley? Stepping in front of Yun Yi, the Zen master said Amitabha. "It's been a while, fellow cultivator Yun. I haven't thanked Yun Di for saving the disciples of our heavenly Zen sect at God Valley." With sharp eyes and a cold expression, Yun Yi said, "It was just a small effort. The monk from Holy Cloud Sanctuary that day said he wanted to erect a longevity monument for Wang Heng. Are you here to help, Master?" The Master placed his hands palms up and clasped together, saying, "The black spot plague has resurfaced. How can the people of the Zen sect stand idly by? I heard that Medicine King Valley is under the charge of your 5th disciple. Not only are you virtuous yourself, but you have also taught your disciples to be kind. Over the years, I don't know how many missing disciples have been captured. This debt must be settled with the elf sanctuary." Hearing this, he smiled slightly and said, "Then thank you, Master." After thanking him, Yun Yi suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Have you seen my disciples?" At the same time, in the study, books were scattered on the floor. Yuan Xiaolu was on her knees, palms down, pondering over every word in each book. Suddenly, she shouted, "I found it!" She picked up the book, tracing the words with her fingernail and reading aloud, "After swallowing the soul bead, one can compensate for a lower realm. The soul bead is inherently extremely poisonous, and it is even more effective against the black spot plague. A person who swallows the soul bead and then refines it with spiritual power into an elixir can cure the black spot plague. However, the person who swallows it will bleed to death after creating the antidote." She closed the book with a heavy heart, determined, "It's okay. Master saved my life anyway. As long as I don't disgrace Master this time, it's fine." Thinking of this, Yuan Xiaolu's eyes flashed with determination as she looked at the purple pill in her hand. "Fortunately, Master gave me the soul bead for self-defense last time." Putting aside her thoughts, she quickly swallowed the soul bead without hesitation. As soon as the soul bead entered her mouth, Yuan Xiaolu's eyes widened. She felt the abnormality in her body and let out a groan. A while later, Yuan Xiaolu appeared when Yun Yi summoned her. She said, "Master, you were looking for me?" As soon as he saw his 5th disciple, he noticed her strange appearance. Yun Yi asked, "Why isn't the sect master at her post? Where did you go? Look at you, you're drenched in sweat." She chuckled, scratched her head, and said embarrassedly, "Isn't it because I was in a hurry to see Master?" She thought to herself, "I definitely can't tell Master about swallowing the soul bead. Otherwise, he'll definitely worry." Yun Yi smiled, thinking his disciple was joking. You. He suddenly turned to the Zen master and asked, Master, where were we just now? The master replied, thanks to the efforts of the Zen sect and the disciples of Medicine King Valley. The infected people. Closing his eyes, the master said, can only barely be kept in a state where the black spot plague doesn't spread. The urgent matter is to quickly develop an antidote. Hearing this, Yun Yi said seriously, I understand what master means. A half-god realm cultivator has to pay with their life to refine the medicine? There aren't many half-god realm cultivators now. Moreover, I've only just recovered to the 9th level of the Tao realm, it's still far away. Yun Yi emphasized, the faith value has also been used up. Yuan Xiaolu suddenly interrupted, resolutely assuring Yun Yi, don't worry, master. I have a way. You don't need to refine the medicine. Looking at her reaction, he let out a sound of surprise and asked, You're only at the tribulation realm, what method do you have? Suddenly, the short-haired elder in green robes ran out from the sect and bowed, shouting, reporting to sect master, the people from the 8 great sanctuaries are finally here. He thought of a sinister scheme, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. A voice echoed from afar from Long Tianqing's loud mouth. He was surrounded by a crowd, and red flags were hung. Yuan Zidi, you can only hide at Lotus Peak by clinging to Yun Ye's leg. Long Tianqing sneered at Yuan Zidi, wait until your master refines himself to death, and we'll see where else you can hide. Yuan Zidi frowned and said angrily, My master won't die. What nonsense are you talking about? Long Tianqing questioned him suspiciously, his tone still mocking, not die. He released the infected people back home, causing so many innocent cultivators to suffer along the way. Causing such disaster. He should be punished for this crime. Yuan Zidi's vocal cords vibrated intensely. Faced with the slander against her respected master, she couldn't help but unleash the mythical golden dragon. You're clearly twisting the truth. You are not allowed to speak of my master like that. It was clearly the karma of the elf sanctuary at God Valley that caused this. Even with 100 words of explanation and the truth from Yuan Zidi, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, as if water poured onto taro leaves. He laughed loudly, mocking her, displaying his ignorance despite her expertise. Suddenly, a blue dragon rushed forward, growling and snatching the golden dragon, biting onto its throat right in front of Yuan Zidi. The owner of the blue dragon spoke up. It was a young man with silver hair and matching eyes, his face bearing the typical arrogance of youth. You shouldn't speak like that, he said. Our sect's patriarch and the Qingyun patriarch have been captured by the demonic cultivator. Yun Ye's influence is vast. He likely bribed those people to go to the spirit sacred realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice responded, both humorous and sarcastic, Oh really? The young man was startled. He hadn't expected Yun Yi to be here. Having heard his disparaging remarks, he exclaimed, This voice, it's Yun Yi. In an instant, the undulating body of the blue dragon was sliced in two by Yun Ye's azure sword. It shrieked a terrible cry, its jaws splitting apart, revealing sharp teeth and a large tongue. The young man gaped, his blue dragon slain in a single, effortless strike. The dragon lay there, blood flowing onto the sword impaling it. He cried out, Qinglong, killed in one move. Yun Yi smiled, glancing elsewhere. Oh, he said, I almost forgot. Then, with a kick to the young man's cheek, he sent the youth's arrogance tumbling after the dragon. And you too, Yun Yi said as the young man yelped in pain. Lighter than the dragon, the young man was sent flying like a kicked ball, sliding across the ground and crashing into a wall. Yun Yi had won. After this display of force, Yun Yi dusted off his hands. Spirit folk, Qinglong, Qingyun, Tai Su, everyone's here, he said. Yuan Zidi joyfully ran towards him, calling out, Shifu. Yun Yi responded to her call, Sorry I'm late. His eyes turned towards Long Tianqing, his expression mocking. Long Tianqing, you, the esteemed sect master of the Qilong sacred realm, a deity realm cultivator. Bullying my disciple? Shameless. I hadn't even come looking for you, and yet you came to my door. Long Tianqing feigned innocence, his face arranged in a benevolent mask. I'm not sure what Emperor Yun means, he asked. The young man, now sporting several black streaks across his chin from his earlier collision, yelled, Yun Yi, release our patriarch. Emboldened, a young man with blonde hair tied back in a ponytail added, And our patriarch too. Yuan Xiaolu didn't bother hiding her annoyance. A frown formed between her eyebrows as the group seized the opportunity to criticize and climb all over Yunyi. A bunch of useless people, she snapped, only daring to demand things from my Shifu when in a crowd. In contrast to the frantic yelling, Yunyi chose a calm approach, ready to sweep down the ants crawling over him. Honestly, he said calmly, present the apology gifts as listed. Missing a single item, and I guarantee your patriarchs will also be missing something, like a finger or an arm. The blonde-haired young man shouted angrily, too arrogant. That gift list practically requires emptying our entire Sacred Realm's treasury to gather. He pulled in another young man in blue and brown robes, who added furiously, moreover, they're all rare treasures, practically a copy of our treasury's pill record. Another person rushed forward, dressed more formally than the others. He physically restrained the two enraged youths, urging them to calm down and remember their purpose. Cough, cough, he said loudly, we're not here today for these trivial matters, but for the Black Plague. Please everyone calm down. He frowned at the frantic group, obsessed with their patriarchs, and using it as an excuse to disrupt order. Yunyi just arrived, and these people are already in chaos. They couldn't even pick a better time to die, he thought resentfully. Yunyi stood above them, with a calm and aloof demeanor. The matter of the Black Plague in the Divine Alchemist Valley is being handled by Lianhua Peak and the Chan sect, he stated. If you're here to help, please come in. If you're here to cause trouble, you can try my fist. The young man in blue was not satisfied. He puffed out his chest and yelled, the Black Plague is a disaster for all of Jiuzhou. Although the Taisu Sacred Realm is not as powerful as it once was, we are willing to contribute. Long Tianxing, standing next to the young man in blue, suddenly spoke, however, our sects lack a demigod realm expert. Even if we want to help with this antidote, we can't. The young man, his forehead sweating, frowned and continued to yell, only by inviting Emperor Yun to refine the medicine with his own body can everyone be saved. Yuan Xiaolu and Yuan Zidi couldn't bear it any longer. The fifth disciple spoke first. Shifu, you don't believe their nonsense, do you? The second disciple, her cheeks flushed, chimed, felt a headache coming on and closed his eyes, ignoring them. Yuan Xiaolu provocatively challenged, our Medicine King Valley has our own methods. It's not your place to worry. Yunyi signaled her to be quiet before speaking. Easy to say. You speak of helping, but you're asking me to refine medicine with my body. You'll have to offer sufficient benefits. Long Tianxing smirked, thinking to himself, could Yunyi actually agree? Yunyi, oh Yunyi, while you were alive, you used your self-righteous methods, destroying the order we worked so hard to establish. He looked at the two female disciples continuously chattering beside Yunyi and continued his thought, at this point, only your death can atone for this sin. Clearly, this is your karmic retribution. The young man in blue still seemed dissatisfied. He yelled again, I hear that Emperor Yun's disciples are rebuilding the Divine Alchemist Valley. If Emperor Yun agrees to refine the medicine, the Taisu Sacred Realm will devote all its people and resources to the Divine Alchemist Valley. From now on, there will be no more Taisu Sacred Realm in this world. Long Tianxing understood his meaning, glancing at him and smirking inwardly. For example, if Yunyi self-destructs, Taisu will have already invested. The young man in blue suddenly slapped his chest confidently, declaring with a voice full of authority, as long as Emperor Yun agrees to refine the medicine, I will cede my position as sect master to Yuan Zidi. We must ensure Yunyi doesn't go back on his word. Yunyi closed his eyes, agreed, raised two fingers to the sky, and made a heavenly Tao oath. Yuan Xiaolu, surprised by his action, cried out worriedly, Shifu. He signaled for silence once more, replying softly, it's all right. Yuan Xiaolu's face darkened. I knew Shifu would do something foolish like this, she thought negatively. But please forgive Xiaolu's stubbornness, Shifu. Xiaolu is a fool. Always causing trouble for Shifu and my senior brothers and sisters. Tears welled up in her eyes, her pitiful face reflecting thoughts she dared not speak aloud. This time, it might be the last time. Please let me help Shifu fulfill this oath. It's my way of repaying you, once and for all. The two men whispered to each other, their expressions revealing their cunning. As long as Yunyi dies, killing Yuan Zidi won't count as breaking our promise, one said. After their whispered discussion, they made hand gestures and said loudly in unison, we too also make a heavenly Tao oath. Yun Ye's expression brightened. Very good, he said. In 3 days, I will present the antidote. Long Tianqing cupped his hands, bowed slightly, and said, then we won't disturb Emperor Yun and his disciples. Farewell. Yun Yi glanced at him and said, the others can leave, but you stay. Long Tianqing, unsure why he was being detained, his face registering surprise, yelled, what? Yun Yi crossed his arms, looking at him seriously. Who said you could bully my disciple and leave so easily? Long Tianqing, his face bruised and battered, roared angrily, Yun Yi, don't push me too far. I'd rather die with honor than live in humiliation. I'm the sect master of the true dragon's sacred realm, with countless trump cards. I'm not some soft persimmon for you to bully. Facing his threat, Yun Yi smiled gently and summoned his system interface. Even if his current faith value was depleted, he still had accumulation points. How could he be afraid? Seeing Yun Ye's disdainful expression, Long Tianqing furiously summoned a gigantic blue dragon. Fine. This is you forcing my hand. The surrounding sect masters and elders began murmuring amongst themselves, wondering if they should help. The man in blue, hearing this, smirked and asked, help who? Helping Yun Yi is overestimating your abilities. As for helping Long Tianqing, why don't you suppress your qi and enter Medicine King Valley? There are plenty of rooms for the Black Plague cultivators. The blonde-haired man asked in astonishment, are you implying that I kidnapped them to threaten Yun Yi? But why suppress our qi? Hearing them mention her people, Yuan Xiaolu yelled angrily, let's see who dares. The man in blue shrugged and shook his head. No, I'm implying that dying like that is less painful than facing Yun Yi directly. Maybe a little less torture, that's all. The silver-haired young man, who had been kicked earlier, reappeared, interrupting loudly, that's not necessarily true. Don't you know Yun Ye's cultivation is quite ordinary? He looks like he's in the 9th level of the Dao realm, and the qi of the disciples protecting him isn't much different. Are you saying he's not as strong as we think? The man in blue continued to shake his head. So what? Ever since Yun Yi broke through that great tribulation, the cultivation he displays is still very low, but how many sect masters and elders have been fooled? The patriarchs of our 2 sects are still prisoners at Manhua Peak. Do you still want to test him yourselves? The silver-haired young man smiled and shook his head. Of course, it's not our turn to try. We'll just watch. Long Tianqing's cultivation among the 8 Sacred Realm sect masters is top-notch. His true form is a dragon, so he can fight across realms. Even if Yun Yi is a demigod, killing him won't be that easy. As he spoke, Long Tianqing's long-prepared attack was ready. It was the dragon's breath lightning strike. The summoned giant blue dragon unleashed massive bolts of lightning, like an electrical net descending from the sky, enveloping Yun Yi. Seeing this, Yuan Zidi shouted worriedly, Shifu! Don't touch those lightning bolts. Dodge! The silver-haired young man watching from the outside nodded with satisfaction. This move was once used by Long Tianqing's most talented disciple. That disciple was only at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, while his opponent was at the 9th level of the Dao realm. However, that ordinary disciple was crippled on the spot and seemingly died not long after. Yun Yi must be having a headache facing this attack now. If it hits Yun Yi, wouldn't we not have to wait 3 days? Ha! That Yun Yi isn't moving, like he's stunned. Amidst the enemy's gleeful laughter, the lightning bolts enveloped Yun Ye's clone. But he seemed unharmed, even having time to consider which move to use. It was a pity that all of the original owner's magical artifacts were gone. A heaven-grade artifact would make him look even cooler. Forget it, don't overthink it, Yun Yi decided, using his familiar move, White Rainbow piercing the sun. In an instant, he seemed to teleport, appearing right before Long Tianqing. Simultaneously, his sword pierced through Long Tianqing's chest. Long Tianqing cried out in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. The onlookers outside gasped in unison. What? The dragon's breath was broken? Seeing her Shifu's divine might, Yuan Xiaolu giggled happily. Yuan Zidi chimed in loudly, Xiaolu, it seems our Lianhua Peak still falls short in the boasting department. Yun Yi suddenly became pensive, sensing something was wrong, completely wrong. He had no choice but to grab the system and question it. Hey system, why are my accumulation points decreasing? The system, held by its head, maintained a cheerful expression. The better the effect, the more accumulation points are deducted. Are you not satisfied with the effect of that move? The system has been specially and intelligently improved. Deducting a few more points, and the power of the moves has been increased by 50%. Satisfied with the answer, Yunyi pushed the system aside. I reluctantly accept it. Now get lost. He then approached and stepped on Long Tianxing's unconscious body. Stop playing dead. I stabbed your right chest, I didn't kill you. The pain from Yunyi's stomp made Long Tianxing grimace, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I'm sparing your life. 3 days later, fulfill your oath. Remember that. While he wasn't paying attention, the other 3 tried to slip away, but Yunyi noticed and called out loudly, startling them. Hold on, where are you going in such a hurry? They turned back fearfully, forcing smiles. Emperor Yun, what are your commands? Didn't you tell us to wait? We're leaving now. Yes, that's right, we'll leave immediately. Looking at the man in blue, Yunyi smiled. You can go, but the other 2 don't need to. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in blue shot off like an arrow, his farewell echoing faintly. Abandoned by his companion, the silver-haired man asked nervously, Emperor Yun, what do you mean? Yunyi responded to his question with a question of his own, a smile on his face. You 2 seemed to really want me dead just now, didn't you? The silver-haired man immediately knelt down and pleaded, Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Emperor Yun must have seen wrong. The sword Emperor Yun used to injure Long Tianxing just now is dirty, right? In the Spirit Sacred Realm treasury, I have an Earth-grade divine sword. After I return, I'll immediately bring it to Emperor Yun as an apology. Hearing his words, Yuan Zidi scoffed disdainfully. The weapons my Shifu casually gifts his disciples are all heaven-grade. Who would want your Earth-grade weapon? Ever since Gao Yao received the divine saber Shifu gifted him, even the ants on the ground of Manhua Peak have heard him brag about it. That's right, Yunyi continued, I remember that Earth-grade weapon being on your Patriarch's ransom list. You're treating this as an apology gift? Are you joking with me? The silver-haired man forced a flattering smile. Haha, I personally have a hidden heaven-grade sword. I'm willing to gift it to Emperor Yun, and will send it to Medicine King Valley later. Temporarily satisfied with this apology, Yunyi nodded, signaling him to leave. Immediately, the silver-haired man sped off, leaving the blonde-haired man panicking. Save me! Yunyi approached him, whispering, You have no valuable treasures to offer and no oath to protect you. It would be difficult for me to let you go. Fear was evident on the blonde-haired man's face. He stammered, unable to speak, just as Yunyi had predicted. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaolu stepped forward and suggested, Shifu, leave him to me. Oh? What are you planning to do? Yunyi asked. She leaned against her Shifu's chest and continued. They mentioned he's a Saint Realm cultivator, and so far, no Saint Realm cultivators have been infected with the Black Plague. Have him withdraw his chi to see what effect the Black Plague has on. A Saint Realm cultivator. Perhaps Medicine King Valley can use this opportunity to research and create an antidote. That way, no one would need to refine medicine with their body later. After pondering for a moment, Yunyi nodded. Alright, do as you see fit. Yuan Xiaolu approached the blonde-haired man with a serious expression, holding out a jade bottle. This is a newly developed pill from our Medicine King Valley. It can temporarily prevent the use of spiritual power without any side effects. Seeing the jade bottle presented before him, the blonde-haired man paled, thinking to himself, as expected of Yunyi's disciple, truly vicious. Seeing his hesitation, Yunyi's expression turned serious, killing intent leaking out. Do you disagree? Hastily accepting the jade bottle, the blonde-haired man nodded. I agree. Of course I agree. For the sake of all living beings. Under their watchful gazes, he wearily swallowed the pill. Yunyi turned and left, calling back over his shoulder, Come back and see how things unfold. The 2 female disciples replied in unison, yes, and followed their master. Watching the 3 of them leave, Long Tianxing struggled to sit up, coughing repeatedly, and said resentfully, I will remember this grudge. Just then, the elder of the Yao Wanggu appeared beside him with a jade bottle, making Long Tianxing stunned. Do you also want to take me for a drug trial? The elder shook his head. This is medicine to stop bleeding, Sect Master Long. Please take it quickly. That Yunyi is malicious, so our Yao Wanggu does not welcome him. We are a place for healing, so we cannot do such things. I came here to negotiate a collaboration with Sect Master Long. 3 days later at the Yawangu, Yunyi strolled with his female disciple and wondered, where did Xiaolu go? She's been very strange these 2 days. Have you seen her? Hearing this, Yuan Zidi blushed and replied awkwardly, I think she went back to her room. Just now, she said she wasn't feeling well. She acted like a child, being all clingy before going back to her room. She insisted I hug her. Is she picking up habits from Master? Mentioning this, Yunyi felt a shiver of fear. Last night, she came to my room. It wasn't just clingy, it was truly heart-stopping. Thinking back to last night, Yunyi was sound asleep in his bed. In his hazy sleep, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Immediately, his spiritual sense alerted him, making Yunyi jolt awake and look towards the door. It seemed like someone's eyes were silently watching him from outside. Stepping outside, he found his female disciple standing there. She bowed her head before him. Master, I was wrong. Looking at his disciple's appearance, Yunyi asked curiously, You? Why have you been so strange recently? Usually at this time, you'd be asleep. Why are you still awake, and even attempting to sneak up on your master? She blushed and explained, I didn't intend to sneak up on you, master. I just suddenly wanted to see you, but it was too late to disturb your rest. I could only secretly peek through the window. Who knew master would be so alert? Sighing, Yunyi reached out and pinched his disciple's nose. You enjoyed watching, huh? You're not allowed to do that again. Returning to the present, Yunyi turned to his disciple. Now I'm going to see what's wrong with Xiaolu. Who knows what silly thing she's up to again. The grand sacred artifacts are about to be retrieved. So you should go and check on that first. Inside her alchemy room, Yuan Xiaolu stood before the blazing alchemy furnace. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held a depth unlike her usual cheerfulness. Last night, I went to peek at Master to see if he was refining the antidote. But I was caught. Fortunately, Master didn't suspect anything. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth with determination. Today is the day Master agreed to meet with the Qinglong Tai Su, and it's also the day I should help Master. I'm lucky to have lived these 3 extra days. Being able to stay by Master's side every day has been worth it. As she pondered, she began to circulate her spiritual energy. Senior Sister Zidi is more reliable than me. Her taking the position of sect master of the Qinglong Xingyu is more beneficial for Lianhua. Foam. It won't disgrace Master and the elders. I have no regrets left. Just as she was about to use the secret technique that would harm her life, a golden rope suddenly appeared and bound her body, startling her. What is this? This is the immortal binding rope. Yuan Xiaolu exclaimed in shock. Before she could react further, she saw the cold figure of her master. Yunyi summoned a water ball to extinguish the blazing fire in the alchemy furnace, then questioned coldly. What are you doing? Bound and kneeling before her master, Yuan Xiaolu stammered, I wanted to refine the antidote for the Black Plague to help Master. Hearing this, Yunyi sighed and retracted the golden rope. How reckless! You are only at the Jiechi stage. How can you refine such a medicine? Besides, your master, senior brother, and senior sister are all refining it. It wouldn't be your turn even if it were needed. So don't be foolish. Hearing her master's words, she patted her chest resolutely. Master, I swallowed the Yuling Pearl. The book says that swallowing the Yuling Pearl can compensate for the difference in realm. This news startled Yunyi. He asked again, What did you just say? Master, please let me refine it, Yuan Xiaolu continued to plead earnestly. The Yuling Pearl is extremely poisonous after being swallowed. The person who swallows it will die of exhaustion within a month. Anyway, I don't have much time left. Being able to do something for Master before I die is enough for me. Helplessly, Yunyi sat down beside his disciple and wiped away her tears. So this is why you've been so absent-minded lately. He then took out a gleaming medicinal pill and gave it to her. Eat this and rest assured, because you'll be fine. This pill was the 7-star Ziyu pill, which Yunyi had just spent 500 faith points to buy from the dam system. Hearing his complaint, the system appeared before him and explained, 2 days ago, I cleared your debt. Next time, if there's an action that deducts a large number of points, I will inform you beforehand. Taking the opportunity, Yunyi asked, Then what's the meaning of the current 250 faith points? The system awkwardly shook its head and chuckled. Absolutely nothing. It's all just a coincidence. While he was conversing with the system, Yuan Xiaolu had followed her master's instructions and swallowed the pill. The medicinal power began to spread through her body, so she had to sit down and circulate her internal energy. The pill's medicinal power was extremely potent but didn't harm her body, which surprised her. This pill must be at least immortal grade. Not only did it neutralize the Yulin Pearl's poison, but Yuan Xiaolu's realm also began to loosen. A blessing in disguise. She thought she would die, but unexpectedly, her cultivation increased. Observing her breakthrough from the outside, the system nodded in satisfaction. The system's products are naturally top-notch. Remember to praise me well. After consolidating her cultivation, Yuan Xiaolu blushed and approached her master. I've caused master so much worry and trouble. But what about the antidote for the Black Plague? Hearing this, Yunyi turned and left. Follow me. The show is about to begin. Outside, airships gliding through the air had landed. Standing high above, the man in green robes and Long Tianxing shouted down, the 3-day deadline has arrived. Where is the antidote that Emperor Yun promised? Don't tell me that after agreeing, he suddenly became afraid of death and retreated like a turtle? CD stepped forward and sneered. Have you forgotten who was beaten into a turtle the other day? Do you want to be beaten by my master again? Suddenly, the elder of the Yaowangu stepped out and said hurriedly, Please forgive me, sect masters and elders. Emperor Yun has indeed not made any moves these past 2 days. Apart from chatting and joking with his disciples, he has never entered the alchemy room. For the sake of the world, I ask the 2 of you to persuade him. His act of betrayal surprised Yuan Zidi, and the other elder of Yaowangu was also shocked. Elder Yaosher, what do you mean by this? Ahmedba, fellow cultivator Yun must have his own plans. This benefactor should not speak such slanderous words. A person from the Buddhist sect also spoke up for Yun Yi. But the elder didn't stop. He continued, Of course, I'm doing the right thing. Do you want to be suppressed by a little girl at the Jiechi stage for the rest of your life? From the airship, the man in green robes shouted, Master Ngushu, you are compassionate. Emperor Yun promised to deliver the antidote today. For the sake of all beings. We have all sworn an oath to heaven, willing to exchange what is needed to refine the medicine. If he is greedy for life and afraid of death and can't produce it, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Long Tianxing smiled maliciously in agreement. That's right. We are all thinking of Emperor Yun's reputation. Suddenly, a cold, somewhat playful voice echoed through the air, startling everyone. So you are all so kind? It seems I have misunderstood you. Yuan Xiaolu appeared with her master, Yun Yi, right in front of everyone. So you want to force my master to die? You're all full of deceitful nonsense. Seeing her, the elder exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master seems to have broken through. I remember seeing Sect Master this morning, and she wasn't past the Jiechi realm. Now she has broken through to the Dao realm. Unbelievable! Hearing this, the elder who had betrayed them earlier felt a flicker of fear in his heart. Impossible! How could such a thing happen? How could a 16-year-old break through to the 9th level of the Dao realm? The green-robed sect master above also felt a chill in his heart. Dao realm at 16 is truly a terrifying number. The youngest genius to break through to the Dao realm among the 8 great sacred grounds was 22. Is this the talent of Yunye's disciple? If this disciple is allowed to grow, it will be a great danger. Despite being astonished by the news of her breakthrough, Long Tianxing gritted his teeth and continued, She's just a junior who has just broken through to the Dao realm. Who here can't easily crush her? Even if her talent is good, she's not qualified to interfere. Yunyi truly taught a disciple with no manners. Yuan Xiaolu gave him a look of contempt. Junior? I am now the sect master of Yaowangu. Yaowangu was once one of the 8 sects and 10 schools. Logically speaking, I am your equal. My master is your senior. Master Ngushu, am I right? Master Ngushu immediately nodded in agreement with her. Sect Master Yuan is absolutely right. Listening to their rebuttal, Long Tianxing was furious. Absurd. Enough nonsense. Yun Yi, if you can't produce the antidote, how will you explain this? The traitorous elder continued to add fuel to the fire. The dignified Emperor Yun not only broke his promise but is also greedy for life and afraid of death. Only willing to refine the medicine under duress. How can he save face? Hearing these words, Yun Yi coldly reminded his disciple, Yuan Xiaolu, after this incident today, remember to sweep clean the Yaowengu. There's no need to keep those with malicious intentions. Someone will cooperate with you. Yuan Xiaolu immediately nodded and looked towards the elder. Sensing the terrifying killing intent, the elder was startled and afraid. Do you dare to do it but not admit it? Are you only brave enough to vent your anger on me? Despite the terror in his heart, he still thought to himself, as long as Yun Yi dies, Yuan Xiaolu is nothing. Just then, Yun Yi suddenly smiled and announced loudly, the medicine is here. Looking around and seeing nothing, Long Tianxing sneered. Yun Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you so angry that you're delirious? At this moment, a figure with long hair flowing in the wind suddenly appeared from the airship. Sensing the terrifying pressure from the person on the airship, Long Tianxing exclaimed, That's a half-god realm. Where did such an unfamiliar half-god realm cultivator come from? From the airship, the young man with long, lustrous hair gently floated down and bowed before Yun Yi. Your servant Yuing has arrived to deliver the medicine. This story goes back to the day before, when Yun Ye's two disciples appeared before Yuing. Senior Yu, Master said he has something for you. As they spoke, they handed Yuing a secret letter. Taking the letter, Yuing replied, You're too kind. Just call me Yuing. If Emperor Yun commands anything, Yuing will immediately carry it out. Gao Yao politely replied, Please read the letter. In his mind, he thought, I wouldn't dare to presume upon Master's authority and directly address a half-god realm expert by name. After reading the letter for a while, Yuing nodded. So that's it. I understand. The purple-haired girl beside him asked curiously, What did Senior Yun say in the letter? Yuing replied, Senior Yun entrusted me to refine the antidote for the Black Plague. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that sending you to your death? Senior doesn't seem like the kind of person to give such an order. Gao Yao, unsure of the situation, also voiced his confusion. So, what do you think, Senior Yuing? At this point, Yuing immediately stood up and said seriously, Senior Yun saved my life. Previously in the Jingling Xingyu, I was forced to do many evil things for Feng Ling. My own death is insignificant. Senior is giving me the chance to perform such a meritorious deed to atone for my sins. Of course, I will follow his instructions without hesitation. Hearing this confirmation, Gao Yao exclaimed excitedly, That's great! But the purple-haired girl beside him looked unhappy. What's so great about it, Gao Yao? Did Senior Yuing offend you in any way? Gao Yao smiled and shook his head. My master instructed me beforehand. If Senior seemed hesitant or unwilling, then I should let it go. Master doesn't need a follower who isn't willing to give their life for him. And if Senior readily agreed, I was to give this brocade box to Senior. As he spoke, Gao Yao took out a glowing brocade box. This medicine is called the 7 Stars Yu Pill. It can ensure that Senior can refine for 3 days without being exhausted. It can also heal past hidden injuries and increase cultivation. Yuing immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. So that's how it is. It's truly an honor to meet the wise leader. Gao Yao appeared behind Yuing and patted his shoulder. Congratulations on passing my master's test. From now on, you are officially a member of Lianhua Feng. Yun Ye's way of treating his subordinates made the purple-haired girl contemplate. This is the method of controlling subordinates with both kindness and power. If the previous Xingu had such thunderous and awe-inspiring methods, it wouldn't have fallen to the end of extermination. Back in the present, when everyone saw Yuing, they were all terrified. They didn't expect Lianhua Feng to be hiding a half-god. Yuan Xiaolu glanced at the mysterious senior and realized Senior's sister mentioned that Master once saved a puppet from Jingling Xingyu. Thinking about it, it must be this senior. So he is also a half-god realm expert. The traitorous elder was now trembling all over and shouted, What did he say? Impossible! How can a half-god realm expert be someone else's servant? Hearing his words, Yuing angrily and seriously shouted, Emperor Yun accepting me as a servant is already a grace. How dare you speak such nonsense here? Observing the expressions of those around him, Yun Yi smiled. The antidote has arrived. You should keep your promises and fulfill your oaths to heaven. To achieve today's outcome, Yunyi spent 2 7-star ZU pills, one for Xiaolu and one for Yuing, costing him a total of 1,000 faith points.